galaxy trip around the world from Coca-Cola.
Why?
Look for the Wish Upon a Star game cards at participating stores. Use the magic window to see if you've won the $25,000 round-the-world trip starting from Walt Disney World or one of thousands of other prizes.
That's good at Tahiti and Sweden.
Daddy, can we go to Snow White?
Have a Coke.
We're on our way.
And a smile.
We asked families at this campsite to come up with a more nutritious lunch that's higher in protein than a Skippy peanut butter lunch. Well, gang, how about bologna? Good try, but Skippy has more protein.
Hey, Annette, how about a hot dog?
Or maybe tuna salad. Nope. Ounce for ounce, both Skippy Creamy and Super Chunk have more protein and no cholesterol. You know, Skippy's nutritious.
Well, I like it anyway.
So serve Skippy more often. For good nutrition, it's hard to beat Skippy.
Is the Energizer just another battery? Is the great white shark just another fish? The Energizer from Everready Technology. Of all leading brands, nothing outlasts, nothing outperforms the Energizer. Everready made sure. Your game, flashlight, recorder, they'll tell you, energize me.
The Energizer. Energize. For life.
Long life.
Isn't that? Yes, it's Samsonite. Isn't that? Yes, it's Samsonite. Isn't that? Yes, it's Samsonite.
Want luggage that'll stand out as well as stand up? Samsonite makes it.
Yes, it's Samsonite. You never had soup in a cup like Lipton Cup of Soup.
Introducing new country-style cup of soup. 4 new soups, each with something extra, like country vegetables or big noodles.
Boy!
Thicker broth.
So creamy.
Even croutons.
Croutons. Oh, I never.
You never had soup in a cup like Lipton
Country style.
Cup of Soup.
I hate pain.
There's something very strong inside this medicine chest.
What is it?
A maximum strength pain reliever capsule. New maximum strength Anacin capsules. They have more pain reliever than this regular strength product, even more than this higher strength product. Maximum strength Anacin capsules have the maximum pain reliever you can buy without prescription.
Maximum strength Anacin capsules. I'll try them.
Maximum strength Anacin capsules or tablets.
As the world's largest jeweler, Zales has enough diamonds and gold to please many different women. Brilliant diamond rings, dramatic watches, stunning diamond earrings, necklaces, pendants. As the world's largest jeweler, Zales can please many different women, even if those many different women are all within you.
No one knows more than the diamond store Zales.
In a world of good economy cars, Mazda introduces a great one, announcing the all-new 1981 Mazda GLC, now with front-wheel drive.
Just one look, that's all it took. Yeah, just one look, that's all it took.
The all-new Mazda GLC has 21% better mileage.
The more you look, the more you like.
See the new 1981 models at your Greater Los Angeles Mazda dealer.
Posing for Olympus, professional model Cheryl Teagues. 5 amateur photographers behind the Olympus OM10 for the first time. OM10, the 35mm automatic that leaves nothing to chance, leaves you free to focus and shoot. And look, the actual pictures these 5 amateurs took. All 100 of them, taken with the Olympus OM10.
They're incredible.
Well, you can't take a bad picture, Cheryl.
Neither can you with Olympus OM10.
Sony introduces the art of watching television. The Sony Betamax lets you record and see what you want when you want, to summon into your home a world of wonder. And a remarkable feature called Beta Scan lets you scan forward and reverse to quickly find any single image. Betamax transforms the act of watching television into the art of watching television. Your show is about to begin. Sony, the one and only.
Forget it. I'm not going through with it. It's only hairspray. I refuse to use stiff, sticky hairspray. But this is Miss Breck. It's feather light. Bet it'll change your mind.
Miss Breck weighs less on your hair than this feather. Its feather light holds right.
Hey, my hair's so touchable. Think hairsprays feel stiff and sticky? Bet Miss Breck will change your mind. The right one always changes your mind.
Miss Breck pump or aerosol. Its feather light holds right.
Now 12-ounce economy size aerosol too.
Ever feel like you're on a date all by yourself?
Get searched, get closer.
When your husband says, I love you, does he yell it from across the room?
Get searched, get closer.
Only Certs has flavor crystals and Retsin for great taste and fresh breath that lasts over an hour. So if your sweetheart serenades you from long distance,
get searched, get closer.
The first time I saw it, I knew it was different. CoverGirl Professional Mascara. There's never been a mascara like this before. See how different the brush is? It's curved, like your lash line. Curved to color and curl perfectly. And the rich fiber-free formula defines and lengthens my lashes. Gives me the look I want. Professional, all the way.
To give you the look CoverGirls demand, CoverGirl Professional Mascara.
Ah, a Volkswagen Rabbit diesel.
Aye, laddie, the best-selling diesel in Europe.
Why'd you buy yours?
Because I make 20 trips between Glasgow and Edinburgh every year. And you have to think of economy.
20 trips across Scotland. Even a rabbit must use a lot of fuel.
Aye. Last year I had to buy 2 full tankfuls.
Volkswagen does it again.
We went out of our way to make a dry dog food that's altogether different. New Come and Get It variety dinner for dogs. Come and Get It has 4 different flavors. Beef, cheese, liver, chicken, in 4 unique shapes. We put them all together in one bag. New Come and Get It. Come and Get it. The taste that calls dogs to dinner.
Time for milk. Yeah. Anytime is the right time for milk. Oh, yeah. A glass of milk. Any time of day.
Anytime's the right time. Yeah.
Pour yourself last real fall. It's time that you had a ball. Cause anytime at all is the time for milk. Yeah, anytime at all is the time for milk.
You may not know it, but United can bring you low fares to more of this land than anyone. In fact, we're introducing more new fares than ever. We're not the only airline offering discounts, but right now United can save you money to more of this land day and night. No other airline could say that, because no other airline could do that. We don't think anyone should miss meetings like this.
Fly the friendly skies.
Fly United to Chicago for as low as $140 each way when you fly a round trip.
Now, here's something they can't say.
Who's they?
They is them, the people who don't make Polaroids one-step.
Oh, them. What can't they say?
Well, they can't say they have a one-step of the world's fastest developing color film.
They don't have a one-step.
They don't have Time Zero Supercolor either. You see your pictures in seconds, not minutes. Look at that color.
Beautiful. But why can't they put our film in their camera?
It only fits ours.
It's too bad.
Yeah.
Time Zero.
Mrs. Reed, aren't you taking a risk using that AIM instead of...
AIM tastes good.
I know kids like AIM, and AIM's got fluoride, but I want a toothpaste with proof it works.
Look, AIM is clinically proven to reduce cavities. But there's our best proof. They like the taste so much, we think they may be brushing longer. We know they're getting great checkups.
Great checkups?
No toothpaste fights cavities better than AIM.
There's going to be a switch at our house to AIM.
Take aim against cavities.
It's crisp. It's hot.
It's juicy. It's the Burger King chicken sandwich. White meat chicken. It's specialty sandwich size, not hamburger size. It's the #1 chicken sandwich in America.
Filet of white meat chicken, cooked up crisp and light. Tasty herbs and spices make this chicken right.
It's crisp. It's hot.
It's juicy. It's the #1 chicken sandwich in America.
Make it special. Chicken Burger King.
We're doing a lot to save gasoline, and it's working. Sharing a ride or using public transportation once in a while can help us save even more. So keep it up, America.
Keep it up. Keep it up. Doing great, you can save and come through when you go when it's tough. Keep it up. Will your roads to the test. Saving more, driving less. Keep on doing your best. Keep it up. Keep it up.
There's a lot of things this man could be. There's only one thing stopping him: a job. That's where the National Alliance of Business comes in. There's a new program run by private local business and backed by the government that can provide you with a whole new labor pool. Help pay to train them or save you money on your taxes. And all you have to give is a job to someone who's hungry to work but who's never been given the chance. Call your local National Alliance of Business or toll free. Work America. It makes good business sense.
Karen left the waterfall bound for Fairview Road.
good morning, people. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everybody's feeling well today. Yeah, we are going to be going over day 4, which I didn't think was happening because they were still going by Judge Bev's saying that she was that there was not going to be court on Fridays. But when I said this yesterday and signed off, my chat blew up with "There's court tomorrow, there's court tomorrow, there's court tomorrow." And I was like, okay, I got it. All right. And so I set the live, and now here we are. So I'm glad you all are here. And so we are we're going to continue with the testimony of oh my God, I believe Katie McLaughlin is her name, who is a first responder EMT, but it has yet to be mentioned in court that she is best friends, or at least at one point was besties with Caitlin Albert, who is the daughter of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who owned 34 Fairview at the time, who did not come out to help John O'Keefe when Jen McCabe called, and right after she hung up with 911, called Nicole, spoke to her. Phone records say so, recording says so, and I think we're going to get some questions about that at some point in this trial. Now, but Katie McLaughlin here is one of at least 2 first responders, I think 3 actually, that says that she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." I don't think that is shit. I think even 4, maybe even. I think she's the 4th one actually. Now that I think about it, and yes, I heard about Court TV. I think Plevin and Nick Rocco were on a 4th time in a row, or a 3rd time in a row. Excuse me. I got my thoughts confused there. But a 3rd time in a row, and I am. I think we're going to go over that. Probably during lunch, or when they. Not necessarily during lunch, but when they go to. So the plan is what I heard Nathan Reed telling Tom, and well, not Tom. Tom had given off his camera to Scott McGinnis, and Scott McGinnis confirmed with Nathan Reed, Karen's brother, that there was going to be testimony, and then they're going to go to to 34 Fairview, take the jury there. I think just the jury is allowed to go, and the no family that's been established, and the testimony is supposed to continue after that. So it seems like there's going to be a pretty full day, actually. Which I did not see coming. But again, those of you who are here, I'm really glad you're here. It means a lot to me because I know you guys have a lot of choices to choose from of people covering this trial. And so for you choosing to be here really, really means a lot. And let me also, Scott McGinnis said he was going to start missing a couple of days going out and protesting, and I thought to myself, like, okay, man, like that's okay. Like and all I could think about was just how dedicated these people are, man, because it came off as though the only reason I commented like that was because like it came off as if he felt guilty about it. It's like this dude has been out there every single time there's been a hearing, every hearing, not just for her, but for Turtle Boy, for the Canton 9. like every single hearing, Scott McGinnis has been out there. He's given a number of great interviews with local news sources. He's just great. And so to hear him go, oh man, I might start missing dates. Like, yeah, man, that's totally okay, I would think, you know. Considering everything you've done, I think I don't think anybody out there is going to be mad at you for it. So it was just kind of weird to see him almost beating himself up over it, man. I was just like, what, man, you know? But at the same time, it was really inspiring just to see the passion and the dedication, and you know, I thought that was really beautiful. Now I do have court pulled up here. We're just waiting. It's the fan again. So we're just waiting for it to begin. And I do look forward to this testimony because I think we're gonna get an interesting cross-examination on old Katie McLaughlin. I think it's gonna be fascinating. Fans of Friday, right? Stupid fan. Oh, okay. Tom is planning something sweet for Scott. That's great. Yeah. Yeah. Tom and Scott and Dina going out there and being out there as early as she's out there, and then still having to go to work. You know, these are passionate people, you know, and regardless of how you know, regardless of even the questions of corruption that may or may not be taking place in the Massachusetts State Police, you don't see them gearing up and throwing everybody in jail right now. And you know, when you think about that, like, I mean, the California Highway Patrol raided the campus of UCLA, and you know, you watch those protesters, and it's an example of what not to do. And then you've got these protesters over here making that right, showing people why that right to have is a beautiful and necessary right to exercise. But it's not something that you take for granted, and it's not something that you abuse. And there's so many people out there right now just abusing this right, and that's how these rights get taken away. And don't get me wrong, you know, I'll be fighting for it regardless, but it doesn't mean that I approve, you know. It doesn't mean that I endorse that kind of behavior. You know, these rights that we have are beautiful things, man. They're blessings, you know. It's a blessing that there are people who feel that, you know, that at one point during the conception of this country and the foundations being laid for it, these were God-given, these were believed by many people, many men and women, that these were our God-given rights. And then, you know, these really, really innovative people put it down on paper. And to put it down on paper and declare it is a blessing. You know, when you have something in your heart that you know is right, and then you have just so many people who put this on paper, and then thousands and thousands of others ready to fight and die for it. You know, that's a beautiful thing. It's not something to abuse and take for granted, in my opinion. So, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing I do believe John's going to get justice. It's just going to take a while, guys. Right now, getting Karen justice is a prelude to that. It just is, because the fact is, it's just Karen Reed is just innocent. Everything dictates that she's innocent. There's significantly more evidence to indicate that she's innocent than evidence to indicate that she's guilty. The Commonwealth just seems to have absolutely no case. I don't know what Lolly's doing. Lolly, almost every witness that he's called up there has every testimony has contradicted each other, which I find really interesting. Oh, here we go, guys.
Welcome to Zoom for Government. Enter your participant ID. Please enter the meeting passcode followed by pound.
Somebody needs to mute that shit.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host. You are unmuted.
Shut up. Mute yourself, fool, whoever you are, before you ruin it for everybody.
He. All persons that any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court.
Honorable.
To our near, can be attendance, and shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
2282CR117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Judge David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their hands. So while you bring your witness in, Mr. Lally, I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a brief minute. But
First sidebar of the day. Tom actually got some really good footage of Karen this morning. He got a very warm good morning from Karen, and as well as from David Unetti. And right there, we've got John O'Keefe's father, John O'Keefe Sr., Paul O'Keefe to his right. Well, to his left, actually, but to our right, as well as Paul's wife, Erin. And it's a small courtroom, so this is not something you see all the time, is where you have the family of the victim right there staring across right at the defendant. Usually they have to sit behind the defendant, and they only have to see the back of their head. And here is Karen's family. Yeah, and Rita Lombardi is sitting back there with her fiance, and I can't remember his name, but that dude is awesome. He's back there sitting behind Rita's sitting behind Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. Or I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Reed, excuse me. Glenn, okay. Or Phil. Is it Glenn or Phil? I feel like it's Phil. Yeah, okay. Yeah, everybody's saying Phil. Yeah, that's what I thought. That sounded more familiar. So at this point, we're just waiting on the sidebar to finish. That's why there's no sound. It's muted. Take a second to hit the like for me, guys. If you haven't already, that would be really helpful. I would really appreciate it. Why is half the bench restricted next to the reads? I don't know. Maybe it's a buffer zone. Good Nunya, what's up? Glare, is this many sidebars normal at trial? This is my first trial and I'm watching so I wonder. I've covered a few trials, but I mean, sidebars definitely happen, but I don't remember them happening quite as much, especially this early in the trial. But the thing is, the thing to understand about this trial, Good Nunya, is that this is unlike any other trial that I've ever seen, that I've ever covered for sure. So it's bizarre. The circumstances are bizarre. You know, they're claiming a third party culprit defense that they were not allowed to even bring up in opening statements, but the defense is claiming a third party culprit defense and claiming that Karen Reed is absolutely being framed, and by the Massachusetts State Police, no doubt. So the circumstances of this case are very, very strange, especially with the fact that they're pointing fingers at people who are not on trial. So, and for good reason, as far as my beliefs go, but at the same time, nonetheless, they could be, I mean, as far as a court of law goes, innocent until proven guilty applies to them even more, only because they're not even on trial. Lusa, thank you so much. Thank you for streaming. I love the nostalgic commercials before the show starts. Yeah, me too, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Well, Dahmer didn't have a trial, I don't think. Did Dahmer even have a trial? I don't think Dahmer pled not guilty.
Court reporter.
So he did have a trial. Okay. What was it, like insanity? Yeah, I thought he pled guilty too.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning. Now, I have a few more questions for you. So, turn your attention to the period of time you testified about yesterday when you're at Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance. With respect to his clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to that clothing?
He had, in terms of what he was wearing.
First, in terms of what he was wearing.
He was wearing jeans. He had on a dark colored light zip up jacket and I noticed one sneaker.
Now, with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to the condition of that clothing?
It was soaked through.
As far as tears or holes or anything else with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
I didn't see any.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness from?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, first, Firefighter McLaughlin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Do I recognize,
What it is?
what it is?
Yes.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The address of the call, 34 Fairview Road.
Now, with respect to this photograph, do you observe within it or where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground when you first arrived?
From this angle, no, I don't.
And if you could, it was not on the photograph. Is it off to the left, the right, or where would it be in relation to this photograph?
To the left, I would say.
And about how far off frame do you believe it was?
I'm not sure. So my view of the call was, my reference point wasn't a house on either side. The patient was off the road. So my view of this call was the patient was on the side of the road. The only thing that I noted was a fire hydrant. So in relation to, I know it was to the left of a house, but I'm not sure exactly how far left it would be from this picture, from this angle.
So your memory is to the left of the house near a fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Like, how do you not remember that? The only reason I could think is because she's been to the house a million times.
All right. Cross-examination.
So, all right, here we go.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop! This is
responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow at 34 Fairview. That was the address you were called, correct?
Correct.
The house you just looked at, that is in fact 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
As Mr. O'Keefe was being transported by ambulance.
Ooh, we said Mr. O'Keefe
you were
too.
Instructed by firefighter Flamati to get information about the victim, Karen Reed, correct?
He wasn't being transported by the ambulance at that time. He was on the stretcher. And Tony, who was at the head of the stretcher, asked me to get information from Miss Reed about the patient, but he wasn't being transported in the ambulance at that time.
Who's Tony?
Firefighter Flamati.
Got it. When you did, in fact, did you follow those directives?
I did.
When you finally approached Miss Reed in order to get that medical history as best you could, what did the scene look like? Who was with you or around you?
So they started to move the stretcher towards the ambulance. Miss Reed was sort of, I guess I would describe it as moving around the scene. So she was moving, kind of going in circles. So I was really just focused on her, trying to get her to converse with me and get those questions. So that I wasn't really noticing anything else at that point. I was more just trying to contact her, and she was moving around.
What were you wearing at the time?
I had my like winter fire jacket on.
What color is it?
It's yellow and red.
Bright yellow for safety purposes.
Yes.
When you began your actual questioning, once everybody sort of stood still, and you began your questioning of Ms. Reed, you were standing in one spot. Ms. Reed was standing to your right. Is that right?
Well, the questioning started, as I said, she was moving around the scene. So the questioning was ongoing as she was moving around to different locations. I don't know exactly how many of the questions I got out during the time that she was moving around. At one point, we did come to a stop. And at that point, she was to my right.
That's the point I want to focus your attention on, if I could. When you came to a stop, that's the point at which you recall the statement being made that you attribute to my client.
Yes.
Okay. And in that group, who was there? I want to make sure I understand this exactly.
So there was Miss Reed to my right. There was a civilian woman to my left. There was a police officer who was not directly across from me, but I would say maybe diagonal to me, closer to Miss Reed.
Your Honor, I'm holding a photograph. This has been shown to the Commonwealth. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you Ms. McLaughlin, a still photograph. I'm going to ask you to take a quick look at that photograph and look up after you've studied it for a second and tell me if you recognize people that are in that photograph.
I recognize people in it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Is this an exhibit, or are you moving to introduce it?
I'm moving to introduce it. It has not been introduced as yet.
Okay.
Oh,
so
shit.
go ahead and have the witness.
Here we go.
Sure. Do you see the person closest to frame? Closest to the camera?
Yes.
In what appears to be a yellow and red jacket.
Yes.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Who's to your right?
It appears to be Miss Reed,
And to your left?
a civilian woman,
And across, as you said, sort of diagonal, closer to Miss Reed is?
a police officer.
Do you know that officer's name, by the way?
I don't know his name.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I would ask that this be marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
So we are going to remark these exhibits today because of the problems that I indicated at sidebar. How do you want to do this, Madam Reporter? I don't know where we start from. Tori, how many are in evidence?
The thing is you have to understand that,
Folks, it's my responsibility to make sure the record is intact. And you've heard numbers 1, 3, 309, 247. We need to straighten this out to make sure it's appropriate for you. You know what, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, just mark it as the next exhibit number, whatever in the hundreds that is, and we'll take care of this today. I don't
right?
want to waste your time, folks, while we do this, but it's very important that we do it.
That's what I'm thinking the sidebar was about.
All right.
Was the exhibits are somewhat disorganized, and she wants to get the exhibits
All right, so
organized.
There was any objection to that from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, this is the time or the scene that you told us about when you heard the statement that you've attributed to my client, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Sure. This is a moment in time. It captures a moment in time when you're standing there. To your right is Karen Reed, which you've described. To your left is a civilian female, which you've described. And across from you is an officer, which you've also described.
Yes.
So this would be the time or close in time to the time that you heard the statement that you attribute to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
The first time you ever made that official report, or an official report to law enforcement regarding that statement was January 30th, 2022, correct?
Well, yes and no. The statement was made in front of the police officer, so that would technically be the first time that statement was made to a police officer, but in my presence. And then, yes, I testified to it on January 30th, as you said.
You said it on January 30th. You weren't testifying under oath, correct?
Okay. Said it.
Okay.
Yes.
My question was really, and I appreciate you clarifying, my question was really the first time you actually told this statement to any law enforcement officer was on January 30th.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. That was when you met with Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that was very close in time to the event. It was the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
Watch, it's not in Proctor's
The
report.
29th. Yeah. So it would be the next day.
Right, 29th, 30th.
Yeah.
Okay. The events were fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
You obviously knew about the importance of that interview. You knew that it dealt with a police officer who had passed?
I knew it was important to talk to the police about what I heard.
And you wanted to be accurate?
Yes.
You wanted to be as detailed as you possibly could?
Yes.
And you understand that memories, obviously, they get a little worse with time, not better with time, right?
Sure.
The closer in time you are to the event, the fresher your memory is going to be about the details of that event. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor the day after the event, on January 30th, that the statement that you attribute to my client was actually made to the female, not to you in response to your questioning. That's what you told Trooper Proctor, correct?
I don't have those notes in front of me, so I don't know that I can tell you that that's correct, but
What about your memory?
the statement was made in response to my question. However, the Miss Reed was looking at the civilian woman as she said that.
Does it refresh your recollection that what
Don't read what you think refreshes a recollection. You can show or you cannot read it. Yes.
Take a look at the highlighted portions of that report and look up when you're finished.
Okay.
May I?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I
Yes.
approach? Does that refresh your recollection about what you told Trooper Proctor on January 30th?
Thank you, Kayla Jones.
Yes.
And you told Trooper Proctor,
Don't
quote,
let her.
in turn
Hold on. I'll see it said.
So she's being real careful that he can't lead her with these questions. It's kind of the same thing that she's been trying to control when it comes to people listening to audio and him saying, this is what you're listening for. Because it kind of just leads them to hear whatever he's
in
saying.
fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was, quote, Karen then turned to her friend and stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. End quote. Correct?
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes, if you're saying that's in quotation marks in the in that, then yes.
That's what's in the report.
Okay.
And I'm not, you don't have to agree with me. I'm asking yes or no questions. Not okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was that Karen Reed looked at the female to your left and said 4 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Correct?
Yes.
And have you since learned that the name or identity of the female that was standing to your left?
No.
You're aware that the female that was standing to your left reported the exact same statement?
No.
Are you aware that the female standing to your left reported that exact same statement as, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You then went back to the ambulance after you heard that statement, which you believed.
Got her.
My client stated.
Yes.
You opened the ambulance door, correct?
Yes.
That was the back door?
The side door.
The side door. And there were 2 officers, two firefighter paramedics in that ambulance at the time, correct?
I believe there were more than 2 at that time.
2 of them included firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamani.
Yes.
And at that point, you told them what you believed you had just heard.
So I went into the back of the ambulance. I said, this is his name. This is his date of birth. She says he doesn't have any medical history or allergies, doesn't take daily medications. And then I said, she's saying I hit him. And firefighter Nuttall motioned to his face and said something.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask another question.
So the answer to my question is yes, you told in front of Flamati and Nuttall the phrase, I hit him.
Yes.
Did you write that in any report?
I don't write a report in this scenario of
Nobody
my
wrote it
job.
Let her finish the answer, please.
So there are two people that will write reports in my department on a call. One being the lead paramedic and the other being the officer who's on scene. So those are the people that write reports, and I was neither of those, so I did not write that in a report.
Okay.
That's correct.
So let me ask the question again. You didn't write it in any report?
No.
You didn't write it in any notes?
No.
You didn't document that statement in any way whatsoever, correct?
Other than my interview with Proctor and my subsequent testimony.
You didn't document that statement in any way yourself, did you?
No.
Since January 30th, in that conversation that we just talked about with Trooper Proctor, your statement has evolved. Is that right?
Evolved.
I don't know how to answer that.
You testified yesterday to something quite different
Not quite different.
than what you testified, I'm sorry, than what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
Respectfully, I think my testimony has been pretty consistent.
You testified to something yesterday quite different in context than what you told Trooper Proctor. Isn't that right?
I don't know that that's right.
Well, you told Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed looked at a female standing to your left, said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told these jurors that Karen Reed said, I hit him, and an officer said, you what? And she repeated, I hit him, and the officer immediately turned and went to find another sergeant. Is that right or no? Yes or no?
No, there was more to that testimony.
That's not what you said yesterday?
I think I said more than that, than what you just repeated.
Is what I said consistent with what you said yesterday? There's a lot of things that you said, more of. I'm asking, is that the sum and substance of what you told these jurors yesterday?
Yes.
So you would agree that from that time till yesterday, your story has evolved. It's changed.
You're lying.
Would I agree with
you're a piece
that?
of shit.
I don't know that I agree with that.
You think the story that you told Trooper Proctor is exactly the same
I
story?
understand what you're saying. So I
Oh,
understand
she's
what
getting
you're
pissed.
saying.
So has your story evolved?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, got her.
Laughlin, who's Caitlin Albert?
Oh, here we go.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Somebody named Caitlin Albert.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Somebody.
Caitlin Albert.
I do.
Just somebody.
Friends with Caitlin Albert.
I would say more acquaintances, not close friends.
Mm-hmm.
Describe an acquaintance.
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly. I don't know.
The damn lie.
Do you know who her family is?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is that sustained?
Yes.
Oh my God, Bev, don't you dare put a stop to this shit, because this is Come on. This is relevant as fuck. What? Yo, look at the face of a liar, people. That is the face. I mean, people. What what's it going to take here? Objection. Like, objection to what? That's a perfectly legit question. My man just said straight up, who's Caitlin Albert? And then now it's like sidebar counsel. Where are you going with this? I'm going to prove that there's a conflict of interest here, that she has motive to lie. She absolutely has motive to lie. Like if I'm Alan Jackson right now and I'm face to face with Judge Bev at sidebar, I'm like, this woman, I am right here about to prove that this woman has motive to lie, and she just admitted on the stand that she fucking lied. And now I'm going to prove why she lied to the jury. The jury has a right to know. Karen Reed has a right for the jury to hear this. This is unbelievable. Oh my God. Grant's so into it. I guess they're taking a recess. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. I'm glad everybody got in Grant's way, though. I don't want to like stare at Grant. I mean, yeah, this is absolutely relevant. We've been talking about it.
Ms. McLaughlin, I'm going to let you step out for a few minutes, show them what you have, and let a court officer know when you're ready for me to come back out.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, so I mean, people, like, yeah, look at y'all right here, man. Y'all are feeling the same way I am right now. I am definitely feeling some type of way right now. Judge Bev, sure enough, Lolly objects to this, and like, it's almost as though Lolly didn't see this coming. Like, did he not do his homework? Did he not know that she is buddies with the daughter of the owner of that house? How does Lolly not know this? Besides, I mean, I'm what's funny is I'm only entertaining the possibility that Lolly does not know about this because he is such a bad prosecutor. Like, that's the only reason that I'm even entertaining it. Other than that, I would just give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he did his homework and has to know that this woman is the daughter of the owner, or sorry, this woman is best friends with the daughter of the owner of the house. Now, I don't know if she's best friends, but it is rumored that she is supposedly best friends, or at least at one point was. So it's a bad move to be like, oh, we're just acquainted, because this defense team has very, very, very strong investigators, expensive investigators that are tasked with the responsibility of finding evidence exculpatory evidence to exonerate Karen Reed. It's their job. And I guarantee you that Jackson is not going to bring this up. Being the bulldog that he is, I don't see Jackson bringing this up and then not being able to show receipts as to the depth of the nature of her association with Caitlin Albert. So I'm fascinated to see where this is going to go. And we knew it was going to go here, but did you see how meticulous Alan Jackson was in catching her on a lie? So he lays this foundation where he's like, okay, you're a liar. We know you're a liar. You admitted on the stand that you're a liar. Now I want you to admit to this jury why you lied. And for some reason, Judge Bev is sustaining the objection to this from Lolly. And of course, Lolly's going to object. Of course, Lolly's going to go, objection. That's what you do. That's your job. I'm not blaming Lolly for that. But Bev sustaining the objection and then making this show out of this, like, just fucking let the guy present the evidence. I'm introducing this as evidence. This is incredible, man. Exactly. Okay, hold on. I don't want to miss anything here, though, Tom. Hold on. I don't want to miss court starting, but give me 1 second. See Lolly going into court. Sorry, I'm looking for what Tom is asking me to look for, but I just don't see it. Like, I see Rita and Brian and yeah, I don't know. I can't find it. So I wonder, like, what is going on here? Because I want to know, because they're not in recess right now. That's not what's going on. What's going on is they're trying to decide whether or not Judge Bev is going to allow this line of questioning that's about to take place, because he's about to just destroy her in front of the jury. Any credibility that she has is about to be gone. So because all we're hearing, people, is all we're hearing from the Karen Reed is guilty crew is, oh, well, she admitted it. She said, I hit him. But you're saying, oh, well, these EMTs wouldn't lie and blah, blah, blah. But first of all, it was already established that she would lie, or that she did lie. Excuse me. It was already established that she did lie. Now they're trying to prove why she would lie. And I think that that's absolutely relevant. Now, what's cool is the jury has already caught the fact that she lied. So it's not a big loss. Basically, now I'm not an attorney, but I'm of the opinion that even if Judge Bev doesn't allow this line of questioning to go any further, it's still a win for Karen, because the jury already heard her admit that she lied. Now he has to be careful not to call her a liar directly, but he was like, your story evolved, did it not? Meaning it changed, did it not? And then she was like, well, yes. And you could tell she was getting angry. And Judge Bev just basically cut his legs out from under him. She cut Alan Jackson's legs out from under him because he had already gotten her agitated, and he was in the groove of getting her to talk. We were about to see did you order the code red moment, and we were about to see her, you're goddamn right I did. That almost happened. But Judge Bev cut Alan Jackson's legs out from under him. And so now we just got to see what happens here. I mean, the thing is it's the defense's job to create doubt. So I don't know the nature of their friendship between Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert. I don't know the nature of their friendship, but the thing is all the defense has to do is show a couple of Facebook photos of them, like with drinks, like, hey, and that's it. That's enough for the jury to go, I don't know, looks like they're pretty tight. And that's going to be enough for them to be like, I don't believe a fucking thing this girl says. Right. Sorry, I'm just looking at chat here. Yeah, the fact that she's using a distancing language, like the fact that she denied that she knew who her father was, is a big red flag. Bullshit. Bullshit. You're going to tell me that after all this time, it didn't come across your way that your friend or that person that you were acquainted with is Brian Albert's daughter, that information never came across to you at any point in the last 2 years. Bullshit. I call absolute bullshit. You're going to tell me that you're mentioned in Turtle Boy's blogs and you live there locally and nobody came to you and said, hey, did you read what Turtle Boy wrote about you? That didn't happen. Bullshit. Bullshit. She's not a juror. She's a witness. She's a witness. She's directly involved in this case. I guarantee you that in the last 2 years, she has been made aware of who Brian Albert is. Oh, we're back, folks.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, let's mark for identification the items that you told us about at sidebar.
First in order would be do you want me to describe them for the record, Your Honor?
No. So they're not to be put up on the screen.
These are 4 items. One of them.
So don't describe them. I need to see them. So let's bring them up, mark them for identification, Madam Clerk. Then you'll get them back. But
Okay.
I need these marked for identification.
So what I think is happening is Bev wants to make sure that nobody is doxxed. Innocent bystanders aren't doxxed. So there's probably other people in these pictures that are just bystanders, and Bev is trying to protect them.
Right.
Which makes sense. So don't put them up on the screen, but you could show her and show the jury, but you can't show the entire world. I'm not defending anybody. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. We can't just sit here like a bunch of weirdos and just take every single thing that Bev does and make her out to be an 80s cartoon villain, people. Like, come on. We need to think objectively here. Not every single thing that Bev does is pure evil, people. Like, come on.
Okay, so we have 4 pieces of paper marked for identification that appear. You got these off of social media sites, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you get these?
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but we probably have them for between 6 months and a year.
All right. And Commonwealth, you've not seen these before?
No, Your Honor.
Right. So we'll talk about Rule 14 in a little bit, but we'll bring the witness in. You can ask her questions, Mr. Jackson, about her vacation that you mentioned, the drinking that you talked about, the relationship with Ms. Albert. I've forgotten the first name already. And Caitlin, and about the house. So you can ask her questions about that. And let's see, you can show her these exhibits or these marked for identification if you need to. You may have trouble actually getting those into evidence, but I'm going to let you find out. You can ask her to identify them, how long ago they were, things like that.
Thank you.
All right, could we bring in Ms. McLaughlin, please? Yes. And Commonwealth, you just saw these today. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I asked you that.
Yes, and yes.
And you were objecting that, you objected at sidebar that these come in at all?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, here's the 4th one, I'm sorry. Mr. Jackson, here's the last one. All right, so Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Jackson's going to be allowed to ask you questions outside the presence of the jury, and you're still under oath and you have to answer them truthfully, okay?
Okay.
No, the jury will get to see the cross. Maybe not the pictures.
just briefly as a predicate, when you stepped out, I just want to make sure we're very clear. Did you have a conversation with anybody from the Commonwealth between the time you walked out of court and just now?
Just about if I needed a drink of water or to use the restroom.
Okay, but nothing about the substance of your testimony.
No.
Ms. McLaughlin, I asked you before we broke if you know who Caitlin Albert is.
Yes.
You said that you went to high school with somebody by that name, correct?
Yes.
You in fact know that person as a friend, correct?
I know her.
She's more than an acquaintance.
I would say she's an acquaintance. She's not a close friend.
Is she in a group of friends of yours?
We have mutual friends.
How long have you known her?
Probably since high school.
When you say, and I don't want to ask your age, I wouldn't do that. How many years, how long of a span of years have you known her?
Since high school, so maybe 10.
And you know her family, generally?
I don't.
You don't know anything about her family?
I don't know her family.
Had you ever been to her house?
Not that I recall ever being there.
Not that you recall, or you haven't? There's two different things.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay, so you might have been there, you just don't recall.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay. If I were to ask you if you have ever been to her house, yes or no, you cannot answer that because you don't know. You cannot recall, correct?
I would say, I would lean towards no. I have no recollection of ever being at her house.
Are you friends with her on social media?
Yes.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave all four of these up here. I know what they look like. Can you do me a favor and take a look at the first document? What does that document appear to be?
It says Caitlin's friends.
What does it look like? That's a printout of.
I'm sorry?
What does that look like? It's a printout of. Does that look like it's from Facebook or one of the social media apps?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Some social media.
Okay. Under Caitlin's friends, do you see your handle, for lack of a better phrase?
I do.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at the next photograph? Before we talk about that next photograph, which is, I should go in order for the record, Your Honor. The first one was H. Before we talk about I, which is the next photograph, how long have you been social media friends, quote, friends with Caitlin Albert?
I don't know.
More than 5 years?
Probably.
More than 8 years?
I don't know.
The second photograph, or the second document, appears to be a photograph. It's I, is that right?
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in that photograph?
Ooh, I don't know. Let me look. Ooh, maybe.
I do.
When was that photograph taken?
I have no idea.
Where was that photograph taken?
I don't know.
You have no idea how long ago that was?
I don't.
What was the event that was depicted, or that is depicted in that photograph?
I don't know.
Is that local?
Lies.
Or is that on a trip somewhere?
I don't know. Probably local. If it's a beach, I don't remember. I've never been away to a beach on vacation with all of these people, so probably local.
When we say local, let's talk about local. I don't mean we may have different definitions. Where would that be? What beach? I'm not as familiar with the location.
I'm not sure.
Maybe on the Cape?
Possibly.
Do you recognize some of the other folks in that photograph?
I do.
Matter of fact, there's a lot of people in that photograph, right?
There's a lot of people in it.
Did you take a trip with all those people at some point in the past?
Take a trip.
To the beach.
Did I go to the beach at some point with these people? Yes.
Okay. When did you go to the beach with all those folks?
I don't know. I don't know when this picture is from.
Have you
It seems old to me, but.
Well, you can see yourself. I mean,
Yeah.
What was that? Did you say it seems old to you?
Yeah, to me.
Okay.
This isn't like a recent to me.
How old do you think that photograph is?
I don't know. It could be around high school. I'm not sure.
And I know Mr. Jackson didn't want to ask you how old you are. When did you get out of high school?
2014.
Okay.
I graduated.
So could that have been around 2014?
It could be.
So you've known Caitlin for at least that long.
Yeah.
And when I say travel, I mean travel outside of Canton. Gone places with her, correct?
Yes.
Posed for photographs with her,
Yes.
with other folks.
Yes.
It's like socializing and partying, correct?
Looks like socializing.
Maybe a small vacation.
I've never been on vacation with a big group of people like this.
Well, that doesn't look like a, what would you call that if that's not like a mini vacation?
A day at the beach?
A day at the beach, okay. So maybe a day vacation.
Sure.
Okay, let's look at the next photograph. Jay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I do need to remind myself. That photograph looks a little older, correct?
They both look old to me. I don't know when they're from.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about that. These aren't trick questions. I don't want to waste your time. What's that from?
I don't remember specifically what or where this is.
Do you see
Girl,
yourself in the
stop.
photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in the photograph?
I do.
You're all posing for the camera, correct?
Yes.
What's the location?
I don't know.
No idea.
I don't.
This is yet another socializing event with Caitlin that you can't recall.
I don't know where this is
that-
exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead.
I don't know where this is exactly.
So you've had so many socializing events with Caitlin and other folks that you can't pinpoint this one as opposed to any of the others that you've had.
No, I'm saying I can't. These photos are old. I don't know. I don't remember where these were or the circumstances around them. That's what I'm saying.
You see how you're dressed in that photo?
Yes.
You see how you see the other friends that are there with you?
Yeah.
How many people would you estimate are in that photo?
Do you want me to count how many people?
Give me it. I don't have the photo in front of me, so just give me it. Is it more than 5?
12.
12 people.
Ish.
Do you recognize those dozen people?
I do.
Did you go on a day trip with those dozen people?
Yeah, possibly.
When?
I don't know.
Where?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't remember.
How many times have you gone on day trips with those dozen people?
I don't know.
How about turning back to photograph I? How many times have you gone on day trips and socialized with those number of people? It looks like probably double that, 20 or 25 people.
I don't know.
That's a big group of friends of yours that includes Caitlin Albert, right?
A big group of mutual friends.
So it's not just that she's a mutual friend, she's a friend. Isn't that right?
As I said before, I would consider myself more of an acquaintance. We have mutual friends. I wouldn't consider her a close friend, but yeah, I mean that would be my answer.
You basically grew up with her, went to high school with her.
I didn't grow up with her. I went to high school with her.
When I say grow up with her, I mean you grew up in the same town as her, right?
Grew up in the same town.
Went to the same high school as she did.
Yes.
Socialized with the same friends as she did.
Yes.
Went on day trips with her.
Yes.
And have all the same friend group. Right?
I don't know that we have all the same friend group. These are
please.
People that we're both friends with.
But you don't consider her anything more than just an acquaintance.
I think I described it to you.
The answer to my question is you don't consider her to be anything more than an acquaintance.
I wouldn't consider her to be a close friend.
Now let's take a look at the last photograph.
An acquaintance, not a close friend. Got it. Okay.
Describe what's in that photograph.
It's a picture of me. Caitlin is in it, and there's seems to be other people in it as well.
May I approach?
Yes.
Both of you can take it. Sorry, I just want to drop it on you. That's a close-up photograph of who?
Caitlin, and I'm also in it.
And you're doing what in the photograph as it relates to Caitlin?
It seems like I'm kind of kneeling down next to her.
Touching her?
Can I see that for just a minute, please? Thank you. I'm sorry, can you show me you? Okay, thank you.
So just for the record, may I approach one more time? Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that one more time. You're sort of just behind Caitlin in that photograph?
Yes.
Caitlin's the one drinking the beer?
Yes.
You got your right arm around her?
Yes.
You both appear to be wearing swimwear?
Yes.
Bathing suits?
Yes.
And you're giving some sort of a sign with your left hand?
No, I'm not.
Is that somebody else's hand that I saw? Maybe that's Caitlin's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have the photograph in front of me. I don't have it committed to memory. Looks like that's a photograph that you and Caitlin posed for together, correct?
It seems like it's a close-up of a bigger, like a picture. It seems to be zoomed in on a group of people.
Which was posted on social media.
Okay.
Is that right?
Are you telling me that?
I'm asking you that. Have you ever seen that posted?
Where do you think we found it?
I don't recall seeing this picture, but if it was on social media, then okay.
How long ago was that picture taken?
I don't know.
Who took the picture?
I don't know.
Where were you when the photograph was taken?
Probably at a beach if we're wearing bathing suits.
Probably at a beach or at a beach?
Well, I can't see a beach in the picture. We're in bathing suits. It could be at a beach.
Right. Do you recognize the bathing suit that you're wearing in the photograph?
No.
You literally don't even recognize your own outfit?
No.
So that doesn't help define where you were and when that photograph was taken?
No, sir.
Do any of these photographs remind you that you've been to Caitlin's house at some point in your friendship with her?
No.
Has Caitlin ever been to your house?
Not to my recollection.
When was the last time you talked to Caitlin?
I don't remember exactly. It's probably been a few years.
When was the last time you went to an event, socializing event with Caitlin?
Again, I don't remember exactly.
Did you talk to Caitlin at any point on or around January 29th, 2022?
No.
When was the last time you had talked to Caitlin before January 29th, 2022?
I don't know.
Would it have been a day before, a week before, a month before?
No, I don't talk to her. Like I said, we're not like close friends, so it's like pretty infrequent that we would interact. So I don't know when the last time before that.
What about texting or Snapchatting or communicating in that way?
I don't remember.
Would it have been a week before the 29th?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you know so?
I don't think so.
What about after the 29th? After you responded to 34 Fairview? You ever have any communication with her?
He's wearing her down.
I can recall.
He's trying to piss her off.
So is that something that you think you might remember if you responded to a house of a father where there's a police officer dead or dying on the yard, on the lawn, 30 feet from the front door? You might have had a conversation with Caitlin?
I've never had a conversation with Caitlin about that call or this case.
Did you ever contact any of your other friends about the fact that you responded to Caitlin's parents' house?
No.
Here we
You ever
go.
asked about this relationship that you had with Caitlin Albert, this friendship that you had with Caitlin Albert at or near the time of the 29th of January?
No.
Did you ever disclose to anybody that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert at or around the time of this event?
No.
When you went to 34 Fairview, you knew that that was the Albert family home, correct?
No.
When did you learn that it was the Albert? You now know that.
I know that now.
When did you find that out?
I don't know. I don't recall. It was some point after. It was, but I don't know when.
Would it have been the next day?
No.
You and firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall were all discussing this case pretty intently after this event, correct?
No.
It's not that often in the little town of Canton that a police officer is found dead or dying on another police officer's lawn. Wouldn't you agree with that?
We responded to a medical call, so the conversation after the fact was at the hospital, debriefing the call, going over what happened, what we use for equipment, what we need, and just like that was the extent of the conversation.
Would you agree that this case, given its notoriety, is discussed at the fire station almost daily?
I don't know when I'm not there, but it does get brought up.
And obviously the fact that the house belongs to, or belonged at the time, to the Albert family is part of that discussion.
I don't know. Like I said, it gets brought up, but I just avoid it. I don't engage in the conversations.
Lies.
Enough of a subject matter that you learned, according to you, after the 29th, that house belonged to Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, parents of your friend Caitlin Albert, right?
Well, at that point, it was on the news consistently, so I don't know where that like information was introduced, but
it was pretty early on after the 29th.
I don't recall when it was known that that was the case.
I mean, you didn't learn that that was the Albert family home last week.
No.
You've known it for going on 2.5 years.
I don't know exactly when I learned that that was the house.
I realize you don't know exactly, Mrs. McLaughlin. I'm not asking you the day you learned. I'm asking you, you've known this basically through the lifespan of this case.
At some point after I learned it.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out about how long after. A week after? A month after?
I'm not sure.
Day
But it
of.
was more toward January 29th than it was yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Stop your fucking lying. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop your fucking lying.
Dude, if looks could kill, oh my God, those charges would be upped. Yo, Karen. Yikes.
One other couple of brief questions. Do you know any of Caitlin's siblings?
No.
You don't know Brian Albert Jr.?
No.
Do you know of any of her extended family that might be a little closer in age to you, like Colin Albert?
No.
Have you ever met any of them?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall, or no?
I don't remember meeting any of them.
Your Honor, that's all I have right now.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
Sure. Just a few, Your Honor.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you're not friends with Caitlin now, correct?
I'm sorry.
You're not friends with Caitlin Albert, is that correct?
I would say she's an acquaintance, not a close friend.
Now, you were shown some photographs of you in a fairly large group with Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
You don't know when those were, correct?
I don't know exactly.
You don't know where you were when those were taken, correct?
No, not exactly. They seem old.
And just to back up, you knew her in high school, but you weren't friends in high school, right?
I would categorize our relationship as always being just acquaintances. I knew her. We had some mutual friends, but we were never close friends. We don't have a one-on-one relationship.
And as far as high school versus post-high school, would you see her more so during high school, the high school years, or after you graduated?
Well, probably more in high school just because you're there every day. But then afterwards, yeah, only here and there. Like I said, like mutual friends. So maybe events for mutual friends, I might run into her.
And to be clear, and I think you made reference to it, but that last photograph that's marked as K, that seems to be a cropped or sort of zoomed in of a larger photo. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, as far as each of those photos you were shown, you're present in a photo with Caitlin Albert in a much larger group, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever hung out or socialized with Caitlin Albert outside of the setting of a large group?
No.
I can hear her shitting
Never
herself.
been to her house before that date of January 29th that you know, correct?
Correct.
Haven't been to your house that you know of, correct?
Correct.
It's okay.
As far as
Calm
that
down.
First one, it's, as far as social media is concerned, as far as a friends list, and without sort of doing it, I'm sort of putting that in air quotes. How many friends would you say you have on social media in total?
I don't know. Maybe over 500. I don't know.
And of those 500 people, how many of those 500 people would you consider actual friends?
Much less than that. Less than 10.
All right, why don't we wrap this up, Mr. Lally?
Just when it comes to that day that you responded, you're working with the fire department, you responded to a call on January 29th to a home, or as you say, to somewhere on the side of the road. Did you have any idea whose house that was adjacent to where the treatment was concerned with regard to your patient, Ms. Rose?
No.
I know.
Okay. All right. So there was an objection that this was in violation of Rule 14 to admit these exhibits, Mr. Lally. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I agree. So the exhibits don't come in, but based on this voir dire and the answers, I'm going to give you some leeway on exactly what you did. Okay. The relationship, the socialization and the extent of it, friends on social media, those areas. You didn't quite get everything that you mentioned at sidebar you thought you'd get. So that's not coming in.
So
If you
stay within the parameters.
So why don't you come over here then, just because.
In? Hold on.
Why don't you bring in of it? Friends on social media, the socialization and the extent of it, friends on social media, those areas. You didn't quite get everything that you mentioned at sidebar you thought you'd get. So that's not coming in.
So
If you
stay within the parameters.
So why don't you come over here?
All right. We're back live. I mean, yo, Karen is like yeah, look at Dad. Dad's like, get her. Burn the witch at the stake right here in front of everybody, in front of the world. Want to see it? Want to see it? Yeah, Karen looks pissed, man. This woman is trying to like put her in prison for the rest of her life by lying. She is lying on the stand. She is absolutely 100% perjuring herself right now. And her life is on the line. Of course she's giving her looks like, fuck this woman. You know? You cannot blame her for being angry right now. Dude, if anybody has a right to be angry in this situation right now, it's her and John O'Keefe's family sitting there. That's it. That's all there is. Like, and she absolutely has a right to be angry. Yeah. Now, Judge Bev, man, I don't know what her deal is. Like, why is she? Because I mean, this stuff is all relevant to me. I mean, but the thing is I don't understand the law. You know what I mean? I don't know what these parameters are and why they're there. You know, I really don't. But to me, it's all relevant. Like, why can't the defense present whatever they have that proves that this woman is A, a liar, and B, has a personal relationship with the daughter of the owner of that house, who they are naming people in that house as third-party culprits. I mean, so I just don't see how there's a problem with proving this with whatever evidence that they have, because the jury didn't see any of that. She basically said, go ahead, do it without the jury present, and then I'll decide whether or not the jury can hear this. And it's like, well, wait a minute. So we're going to go through this all over again, but she's going to have, unless Alan Jackson is that good, which I at this point I have faith that he is. I see Alan Jackson basically being prepared for this. But I'm worried about her being able to see exactly what Alan Jackson is going to do. And then right now she's prepping for what she's going to say in front of that jury in her mind. So Alan Jackson, if he remains within these parameters, as Bev puts it, if he could still throw some curveballs while the jury's listening, then we're good. We're golden. I don't disagree with you, Jenna Rocco. I really don't.
If you all think they're right outside the door, you're mistaken.
Please be seated. Jimmy, do you have any envelopes over there?
I do.
Yeah, I need to put down my new price.
I'll work on it.
You know what? No, this is good.
All right.
Make sure it's sealed. And make sure Brian Albert gets this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, did you say you had a water? Is there a water waiting for you out there that you need? Or
I'm okay.
okay, thank you.
That's really small, Ad Astra. That can't be right. Really? Wow.
Please rise to the jury. This court is in session. Please be seated.
So jurors, from time to time, there are things that I need to discuss with the lawyers, as you saw. We try and do it as quickly as we can. It's in an effort to make sure that what you see and hear in this case is appropriate for you to see and hear. So sometimes we spend a little time now that will save us a lot of time later. So we do appreciate your patience.
Mayor, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, thank you for your patience. When we last left off, I was asking you about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few more questions about that. You and Caitlin Albert have known each other for how long?
Since high school.
Which is, give me a span of time.
So probably about 10 years.
You have traveled with Caitlin Albert and friends. When I say traveled, I don't mean to exotic locations. I mean day trips, etc.
Yes.
You have a group of mutual friends together, correct?
We have mutual friends, correct.
Those mutual friends have gone on day trips with you and Caitlin Albert involved?
Correct.
On more than one occasion, as a matter of fact?
Correct.
On many occasions, as a matter of fact?
I don't know.
More than
This is
5?
actually better.
I don't know.
More than 10?
I don't know.
You've seen photographs of you with Caitlin Albert on some of these day trips, correct?
Yes.
You've seen at least 3 of those photographs.
Yes.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert on social media?
Yes.
Other than the 3 photographs that you've seen, we just talked about, there have been other events that you've been at with Caitlin Albert that weren't necessarily photographed, or we don't have those photographs, correct?
Probably.
You know that Caitlin Albert is the same Caitlin Albert that's the daughter of Brian and Nicole Albert. as you sit here.
Yes, as I sit here today, yes.
And you know that Caitlin Albert also has siblings, Brian Albert Jr., correct?
As I sit here today, yes, I know that.
And you also know, as you sit here today, that 34 Fairview was, at the time of January 29th, 2022, the Albert home, correct?
I know that as of today.
You indicated, let me rephrase that. When you showed up at 34 Fairview that morning, did you recognize that address or recognize the home as being that of Caitlin Albert's?
No.
You have since learned that that was Caitlin Albert's home.
As I know that now.
And you gave your original statement to Trooper Proctor the next day.
Yes.
And from that day to this day, or let's take yesterday, from that day to yesterday, you learned that 34 Fairview was the Canton Albert family home, correct?
You're asking if I know from...
Between those 2 dates.
Yes.
Between the time you spoke with
Yes.
Proctor in this report till yesterday when you testified, you now know that that's the Albert home.
Yes.
And you also indicated that between that report that you gave to Trooper Proctor, that statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor, and yesterday's testimony, your statement has evolved. You've already admitted that, correct?
I don't think I agreed with you on that.
It's changed. It's different.
I've always testified to I feel as though my testimony has been consistent.
I appreciate how you might feel. I'm just interested in the actual facts. You didn't tell Trooper Proctor anything about this officer questioning my client. Correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar because I think this morphed into a different.
So basically what's going on here is Bev thinks that Alan Jackson's about to throw a curveball and she's putting a stop to it before he gets a chance to do it. And I mean, we just watched it, people. Like, we just watched it. Now, he's doing his job. This is what he's supposed to do. He's trying to catch her on a fucking lie, and he's trying to trip her up. So he has to be able to do this to some degree. But it's also Bev's job to try to, well, let me be very careful about how I word this, because he told her he was going one direction. If he's going a different direction, now that the jury's sitting in the room, he's not doing what he agreed to do with Judge Bev.
Trooper Proctor is not the same as the statement that you gave to these jurors yesterday. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, he has to show his cards to the judge. That's just how it works. You know what I mean? Like,
A couple of other questions. When you did make this statement to Trooper Proctor, your visit to Canton PD was coordinated by another officer to put you and Trooper Proctor together for the interview, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you, come on into Canton PD, let's have an interview?
I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up.
So that was my next question. You may have just told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up?
I don't.
His name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
No.
Do you know Kevin Albert?
No.
Do you know him to be a police officer at Canton PD?
No.
Do you know him to be the brother of Brian Albert?
Objection.
No.
The objection sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I mean, did he?
Firefighter McLaughlin, you went to high school with Caitlin Allen, correct?
Yes.
And could you describe the nature of your relationship, if any, with Caitlin?
I would describe it as we're not close friends. I would say we're more acquaintances. We have mutual friends. I don't have a one-on-one relationship with her.
And you were asked some questions about social media, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, or if you could guesstimate about how many friends, and sort of air quotes, how many friends on social media would you have?
I don't know, probably 500.
And of those probably 500 friends on social media, how many of those are actual friends that you talk to, interact with beyond social media?
Much less than that.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you this. As far as, would you say that you saw Caitlin Albert more so when you were in high school or more so since you have graduated from high school?
I would say probably more in high school because we were there every day. So.
And about what year or so was it that you graduated from high school?
2014.
And as far as any sort of photographs that were referenced to you, have you seen those photographs?
Here?
Yes.
Here today, I saw them.
Do you have any idea where or when those photographs were taken?
I don't remember.
And of those photographs, it's not just you and Caitlin Albert in a photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
So a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
When you were asked about sort of these day trips, they were sort of trips specifically on a day to a beach, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And to a beach with a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to Caitlin Albert specifically, have you ever socialized with her in any setting beyond a setting that contains a large group of people?
No.
Now, with respect to, you went to, you say high school, you graduated from Canton High School, correct?
Correct.
And you grew up in Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you know Caitlin Albert before you attended Canton High School?
No, that's probably when we first really interacted with high school.
And essentially, you live within the town I'm sorry, you work within the town that you grew up, correct?
Correct.
And is that abnormal from a civil service perspective?
No, from a civil service perspective, you're given more points for residency. So it's actually, I would say, preferred, or you're placed higher on the list if you have residency in that town.
So it's actually preferred and more common than uncommon as far as growing up in a town and then working in that same town in a civil service position like a firefighter.
Yes.
Now, during the course of the time that you've been on the Canton Fire Department, have you received calls to residencies or other places or even patients that you either knew or were familiar with?
Yes.
Would that be a reason for you to not go on a call?
No.
And you have an obligation, wouldn't you say, to respond to a call when a call is made and you're on duty in that station, correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained. Ask the question differently.
As far as when you're on duty as a firefighter at a particular station house, and you get a call, what, if any, choice do you have to respond to any particular call?
I don't have a choice. I just have to respond to the call.
And then prior to that date of January 29th, had you ever been over through socialization or otherwise Caitlin Albert's house?
Not that I ever remember.
Had she ever been over your house?
No.
And again, had you ever socialize with her outside of a large group of people?
No.
When you responded on that morning, just after 6 a.m., the house of 34 Fairview Road, did you know who lived there?
No.
During the time since January 29th of 2022, have you ever spoken to Caitlin Albert about what happened that morning in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about knowing sort of Caitlin Albert's parents' names or siblings' names or things of that, correct?
Right.
And prior to January 29th, you didn't know any of those names. Is that correct?
No.
You learned of them subsequently. Is that correct?
Yes.
May we approach just briefly?
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, this chick is just lying, dude. Just straight up lying. Like Karen is just staring at her, dude. I mean, this is insane. It just like I don't understand like the not letting him ask that question. Now, I'm wondering why Jackson didn't ask or like did she like the photo? I would have looked into that. Did she did she repost anything involving Caitlin Albert? Does he show any receipts? Now I guess that's going to come later now that I think about it, because the interview, she's saying that she doesn't know Kevin Albert, who is Brian Albert's brother, who works for the Canton PD, which is the reason why supposedly the Massachusetts State Police took the case over, because of the conflict of interest of Brian Albert's house being the crime scene, Kevin Albert being his brother. So Canton PD can't work it. So it's Massachusetts State Police. But of course, the lead investigator of that case turns out to be Michael Proctor, who has personal ties with the Albert family. So it's also a conflict of interest. But, it went under the radar. Now, what's fascinating here, though, is I think, because I was like, well, why didn't he show any receipts on Kevin Albert setting up the interview between her and Proctor? I'm sure that's going to come later. I don't think that Alan Jackson would ask that in open court, get her to lie, because she lied, guaranteed. I don't think that he would bring that up unless there was receipts to come later, or he just wanted to plant that idea in the juror's head in order to create doubt in the jurors' heads.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you learned of those other people's names within the Albert family subsequent to your response to this call on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learn of those through sort of various news or media reports in relation to this case, not something that you had any conversations with anybody about, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, I have
Okay. Okay.
You indicated, Ms. McLaughlin,
Again with the sign.
about these 500 friends on social media. A couple of quick questions about that. Of those 500 friends on social media, how many of those have you taken day trips with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you gone to the beach with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs in swimwear with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you been photographed with your arm around while that other friend is drinking a beer?
Sustained. Sustained.
Wow.
Ms. McLaughlin, all of those things that I just mentioned, you have done with Miss Caitlin Albert.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why is it sustained?
Okay.
The secret document that I think you need to say.
All right, jurors, we are getting ready to go for our view. So we're about to visit a place which you'll be hearing about some more. You've heard about, you've seen photographs of, and in court terminology, we call this a view. The purpose of the view is to help you better to understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view that you will take is a part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The place that we're going to go, you've seen photos of, you've heard it, it's 34 Fairview Road. The lawyers and I will accompany you on the bus. The attorneys may point out to you the arrangement of the scene and items that they want you to pay special note of. But otherwise, they cannot discuss anything in this case in regard to this case, and they can't talk to you. All right, they'll be able to do an opening here, and they'll be able to point these things out. While you're on the view, it's very important that you can't take notes, and you certainly can't use your phones and take photographs. All right, it's really just for you to see. You cannot conduct any independent investigation while we're there, or at any time during the trial, as you've been told. You're not to return to the scene or ask anyone else to do it for you until the case is over. So this is your opportunity to take a look when we go. What you are to do on the view may be best summarized in two very familiar words, which is stop and look. Okay. Your responsibility is to see the place, to observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. So during your trip to and from the place that we're going to view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it among yourselves or with anyone, and you are not to permit anyone to talk with you about the case. You'll be under the supervision of our great court officers at all times, and you'll remain together until you return to court, unless the court officers direct you otherwise. And just so that you know, because some of this came up during our jury selection process, spectators, if there are any, and all members of the press have been ordered to stay 100 yards away from you. All right, so you can go and you can look and take your time looking without worrying about any interference from anyone. All right, so with that, Mr. Clerk, could you swear in, please, the court officer?
Court officers, raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear you will take this jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same and any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issues on the trial, as they shall seem necessary? That you not permit the parties to enter in a debate in front of the jury or a person to speak to them, unless it be Adam Lally for the Commonwealth and Alan Jackson for the defendant. They to point out such places or things as they deem expedient for the determination of the issue, and that you will keep the jury together until they shall return into court, except the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Lally, do you want to do a short view opening?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, as her owner just described, we're about to go to a place. When we arrive there, and at any point in time when we're there, this is not a point where we can have any sort of conversation or back and forth. So all I'm going to be asking you to do is just take note of certain locations and certain items as you see. And again, as with anything in this case, this is as you find them, as you observe. Okay. So first, I'm going to ask you to sort of, when we arrive in a general area, as far as taking note of sort of street names when you're coming into and when you're exiting from this particular area. When we arrive at a specific location, I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things about the roadway. Okay. Certainly any abutments to the roadway, any residences that you observe, the distances between the roadway, and any landmarks or any items that you observe on that property, specifically a driveway, specifically a front door, any other sort of items of interest within the front lawn area of that. I'm also going to ask you to take note of the roadway itself and sort of the width of that roadway, whether or not you find any sort of lanes separating within that roadway, and then the individual width of some of those lanes as well. Lastly, there is also going to be a vehicle there as well, and I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things with respect to that vehicle, okay? With respect to the size of the vehicle, with respect to the height of the vehicle, with respect to anything that you observe, specifically from the front, the side, the back, all of the exterior of that vehicle, and then also some of the interior of that vehicle. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to take note of sort of the center console in the front driver's compartment of that vehicle, and anything that you observe in that location as well. And that is all I'm asking you to do on this case, and I thank you again for your time and attention.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time we've been able to speak to you directly, so I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself and thank you for your service and thank you for your time and commitment to this. I'm going to echo a lot of what Mr. Lally just said. There's nothing magical about this other than it gives you perspective. It's an opportunity to introduce you in three-dimensional form to stuff that you've been seeing in two-dimensional form. Photographs, some of the testimony, diagrams that you might see.
So I'm sorry, we're really pointed on what you can
Oh, come
What
on.
I'm going to ask you to do is take special note of the relationships of physical items out at the scene. Much as Mr. Lally just indicated, there are going to be physical things out at the scene. You've heard about a flagpole, a fire hydrant, a house. We're going to ask you to take special note of where those are in relation to other things physically at the scene. That will hopefully, with the court's instruction, give you some assistance in putting together the testimony that you think is relevant and the documents that you think are relevant. Again, to echo what Mr. Lally said, we're going to ask you to look at the roadway, the vehicle, the house, the physical items at the home, and the relationship between and among all of those things to each other. Hopefully, that will give you a very good understanding of what we're dealing with, especially with the exhibits. Thank you.
All right, so folks, we'll be all set. We'll see you at the bus in a little bit.
Make sure your notebooks are closed.
You are muted. Goodbye.
Twat!
Quiet, please.
Okay, so now they're going to go look at 34 Fairview. They're going to look at Karen Reed's SUV. And these are all good things, in my opinion. I think that what's going to happen is they're going to see the extent of the yard. They're gonna see that they're gonna remember the testimony that they could see a dark figure laying in the snow, not covered in snow, but laying in the snow at the time of when the first responders arrived. So how?
Your Honor, I'm so sorry for the false start. I wanted to make one final record on the court's ruling. I respect the court's ruling on the
Go ahead, you can make your record.
Maybe it would be better if I did it over here. I wanted to interpose an objection to.
So I think it would be better if you did it over here.
It's illegal. It's just illegal. I don't know what you're doing. Come over here and tell me what you're going to do, and then I'll.
Wow. Wow. He's like, it's just a legal motion. It's a legal motion. Why can't I just introduce it to the record? I don't know what you're doing. I need to know what you're doing. Okay. That was funny.
Yes.
Y'all are killing me.
As it relates to the 4 exhibits that the court deemed were not admissible because of a violation of Rule 14, I wanted to elaborate just very briefly.
Go ahead.
Our objection. We believe that under Rule 14, we were not obligated to have to present these exhibits to the Commonwealth in discovery. Rule 14 does not require such disclosure when the exhibits are used for impeachment only, and that's exactly what those 4 exhibits were going to be used for, and what we intended to use them for. Had this witness said, "I know Caitlin Albert. We've been friends for 10 years. We went to high school together. We've been on day trips together. We've been to the beach together, and we've socialized together," I wouldn't have to show any photographs. But that's not what she said. What she said was, "I went to high school with a person named Caitlin Albert," which is a bastardization of the truth. That's not the truth. And those 4 photographs are what got her in the voir dire process, what got her to admit that she in fact does know Caitlin Albert and knows her on a very, very different level than she first suggested. As the SJC has explained in the case of Commonwealth versus Aguiar, Aguiar, at 400 Mass 508, pin site at 513. It's a 1987 case that says the following, and then I'll finish my record. Quote, "A defendant has a constitutional right to bring to a jury's attention any circumstance which may materially affect the testimony of an adverse witness, which might lead the jury to find that the witness is under an influence to prevaricate. It matters not that the evidence would reveal an otherwise inadmissible fact, such as the witness's commission of a crime. A judge may not restrict cross-examination of a material witness by foreclosing inquiry into a subject that could show bias or prejudice on the part of the witness," end quote. That's exactly what we believe we were entitled to do with Katie McLaughlin as a witness for the Commonwealth. She has bias, or at least the jurors can consider a bias. She has prejudice, the jurors can consider a prejudice because of a pre-existing relationship with Caitlin Albert, about which she was not truthful. So I wanted to make
Here
that
we go.
record, and ask the court to reconsider whether or not those 4 exhibits could be introduced. I don't need to make any big deal about it. I don't want to call her back to the stand, but I think the jurors, now having had the description of those photographs, should be able to see them in evidence.
There you go.
Okay. All right, so that request is denied. The record's clear.
Wow.
So Ms. Reed is not going on this view. She just needs to make sure she's back here by the time we return. So, Mr. Yannetti, you're nodding.
Yes,
you will
understood.
contact her and make sure
Understood.
she's back here.
Understood.
Okay, folks. So now this is very, very important because he's basically saying we caught her lying. And based on this case from 1987, we have the right. My client has the right for the jury to see the evidence that proves that she was lying about their relationship, that got her to admit that she was acquainted, at least acquainted, with Caitlin Albert, who is the daughter of Brian Albert. And then now I personally believe that Alan Jackson absolutely knew that she was going to deny this. And I personally believe that Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, Miss Little are absolutely in agreement and believe that Judge Bev is dirty as fuck. And I think that they've believed this ever since they filed a motion for her to recuse herself based on her conflict of interest, having a brother who represented Chris Albert in a vehicular manslaughter charge many years ago. Now, I think that I think Alan Jackson absolutely knew she was going to deny this. I think Alan Jackson might have even wanted her to deny it so that it was on the record. What he wanted to do was exactly what he said, which was put it on the record, put the motion on the record. And so now when they go back and the feds start nailing people to the wall, they're going to be looking into Bev. That's what I think personally. At least that's what I hope. But I personally believe that Alan Jackson absolutely wanted her, absolutely expected her at the very least to deny that motion. But he wanted it on the record. So we don't know. Now, I don't know how long this is going to take. What time did they say that they were coming back from are they going to commence at what, 2:00 or before that? Let me see real quick. Thank you, Ginger Freckles.
Here by the time we return. So, Mr. Yannetti, you're nodding.
Yes,
you will
understood.
contact her and make sure
Understood.
she's back here.
Understood.
All rise for the court, please.
Yeah, he never said. They never said. So, okay. So I think Boston 10 is going to stay live until they come back. And I mean, that's quite a while, folks. I might just stay live too. Just in case, because I don't know what time they're actually coming back. So I don't know how long all of that's going to take. But in the meantime, what we're going to do is we'll go over a couple of videos and whatnot. All right. Go back to when the jury was still there.
About to visit a place which you...
This case, not something that you had any conversations with anybody about, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, I have
Okay.
follow-up.
Okay.
You indicated, Ms. McLaughlin,
Again with the sign.
day trips with the beach where all that done.
All right.
All right, jurors, we are getting ready to go for our view. So we're about to visit a place which you'll be hearing about some more. You've heard about, you've seen photographs of, and in court terminology, we call this a view. The purpose of the view is to help you better to understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view that you will take is a part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The place that we're going to go, you've seen photos of, you've heard it, it's 34 Fairview Road. The lawyers and I will accompany you on the bus. The attorneys may point out to you the arrangement of the scene and items that they want you to pay special note of. But otherwise, they cannot discuss anything in this case in regard to this case, and they can't talk to you. All right, they'll be able to do an opening here, and they'll be able to point these things out. While you're on the view, it's very important that you can't take notes, and you certainly can't use your phones and take photographs. All right, it's really just for you to see. You cannot conduct any independent investigation while we're there or at any time during the trial, as you've been told. You're not to return to the scene or ask anyone else to do it for you until the case is over. So this is your opportunity to take a look when we go. What you are to do in the view may be best summarized in two very familiar words, which is stop and look. Okay. Your responsibility is to see the place, to observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. So during your trip to and from the place that we're going to view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it among yourselves or with anyone, and you are not to permit anyone to talk with you about the case. You'll be under the supervision of our great court officers at all times, and you'll remain together until you return to court unless the court officers direct you otherwise. And just so that you know, because some of this came up during our jury selection process, spectators, if there are any, and all members of the press have been ordered to stay 100 yards away from you. All right, so you can go and you can look and take your time looking without worrying about any interference from anyone. All right, so with that, Mr. Clerk, could you swear in, please, the court officer?
Court officers, raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear you will take this jury upon the premises in question? For the
Do a short view opening?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Do and that is all I'm asking you to do on this case, and I thank you again for your time and attention.
Especially with the exhibits. Thank you.
All right, so folks, we'll be all set. We'll see you at the bus in a little bit.
She never says what time they come back.
You are muted. Goodbye.
She never said. All right, so Yeah, I don't know. All right. Give me 1 second here, folks. All right, let's go over last night's court TV, guys. All right. All right, I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Actually, there's no reason to. We got a while.
Tavern in Canton, Massachusetts, called C.F. McCarthy's. He got there around 7:30. At 9 o'clock, his girlfriend Karen Reed showed up. They stayed for a couple of hours, then went across the street to another local bar called the Waterfall. When the Waterfall closed at midnight, Brian Albert, a fellow officer, invited a group of people to his house for an after party. John and Karen got into Karen's car and headed there. When they arrived, prosecutors say John got out of the car and Karen purposely backed over him and left him in the cold to die. Karen has a much different story. She says John went inside, got ambushed, and the killers in the house framed her for his murder. Tonight, we are live from downtown Dedham, Massachusetts at the Dedham House of Pizza as we take a look at the morning after, when Karen finds John dead in the snow. What did Karen say? Did she confess to hitting John? Then we take a look at some of the evidence the defense claims is part of the cover-up. Is it enough? We'll break it all down as we continue our investigation into the tragic death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
I'm Vinnie Politan. Great to have you with us tonight here on Closing Arguments. We're live from downtown Dedham, Massachusetts at the D-Hop, the Dedham House of Pizza. Have been gracious enough to host us here this evening. And today, another big day inside the courtroom. It was a half day, but there was a lot of testimony and information about the morning of John O'Keefe's death, the morning that his body was discovered. But today I had the opportunity, and it's tough to get in there, but I made it inside the courtroom. And that is a small courtroom. It's a tiny courtroom. And there's two in this building. The first one that the case was in is enormous and is known for having and hosting big trials. But they moved. The defense wanted it moved so the jury could see the face of every witness who testified. So they're in a much smaller setting. And inside there, there's a different level of tension.
I'll check, Caitlin.
In a small courtroom when everyone is next to one another and there's standing room only capacity. You've got the families catty corner to one another, the jury right on top of the witness, the defense table and the prosecutors right on top of one another. And you take all that plus the securities that is there, the judge who's running a very, very tight ship, and it is just tension.
I mean,
inside this tight.
Yeah, it's a tight ship, Vinny, but is it really? You know what I mean? Is it a tight ship for the prosecution? Because it sure as shit doesn't seem to be. Y'all see the let me see what do y'all see the picture I posted on Twitter yesterday? Somebody emailed it to me. Yeah, it was funny. Hold on. I got something for that. Hold on. Okay, that's enough. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Tight ship. I love it. And it should be noted as well, like, let's actually real quick, let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on. Because this happened coincidentally yesterday. So, and I do believe it was coincidence. Now, I misspoke because I didn't realize that Turtle Boy was still streaming while she was testifying. So in my post, I misspoke, and I said that because I reposted this, and I said that it was interesting. The timing was interesting, but the timing is still interesting, seeing as it happened right after Katie McLaughlin testified, who is proven to be at least acquainted with Caitlin Albert. And then coincidentally, Turtle Boy happens to go down to Southie to go get something to eat. Southie being South Boston, for those of you who aren't local there. So this happens, which is very, very interesting. And Turtle Boy runs into this guy, and this guy apparently threatened him. So Turtle Boy does exactly what he's supposed to do in a situation like that, which is pull out his phone and record. It's the smart thing to do.
I mean, Kara Reed is completely innocent. You know that, though, right?
Why are you filming me now?
Well, I mean, you just said Kara Reed did it, right? I mean, you were walking away and you had something to say.
You gotta fucking film me.
Well, I'm just curious. You just told me Kara Reed did it.
You gotta film me.
I mean, you just told me she did it, right? All I wanted to know was what.
Now this isn't live. This happened yesterday, right after court adjourned.
Why did Caitlin Albert change her story from leaving at 12:15 to 1:45?
Nobody wants you to get the fuck out, man.
I'm just asking. I mean, you confronted me. You confronted me.
Here. I'm from here. You're not. I'm not. You can get the fuck out of here.
I mean, was Caitlin in that?
Yeah. Why is he fucking recording me?
It's what he does.
Yeah.
Was Caitlin in the house when they murdered John?
It's what he does, you dummy. You think that you're going to roll up on fucking Turtle Boy when he's going to get something to eat, and you happen to be connected to this case in any way, shape, or form? You're going to roll up on him. You're going to throw comments at him like Kara Reed is guilty, and he's not going to pull out his phone and fucking record you? Like, how ignorant are you, dude? Seriously. Oh my goodness. Wait. I haven't done it in a minute.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. I think we got a super.
Dag nabbit. Thank you. Your show is on speakers outside the courthouse with all the free Kara Reeds huddled around. Really? Is that true? Okay.
Wake up, everybody.
Oh my goodness. Much love to all you guys out there listening, man. I really appreciate it. That means the world to me right now. Seriously. It's amazing. You guys are fantastic. Hold on. Let me give you guys. This is for everybody out there protesting. Okay, let's get back to this douche.
John,
what the fuck are you doing?
Was Caitlin in the house when they murdered John?
Call the cops.
All right, let's get him down here. Let's talk.
Such a fucking pussy. You really are.
How am I a pussy?
Thank you, Dag Nabbit.
So I'm just curious. Why did she change her story Why did Caitlin change the story from leaving from 12:15 to 1:45? I'm just curious. I mean, I was gonna walk away, and then you had to say the thing about Karen did it.
I asked you a question. That's all I asked.
No, but you,
I
then you
said
walked
no
away. And you
cameras.
said,
I said no
well,
cameras.
then you had the
Hey,
smart
I
aleck comment at the end.
got a 5'2" man. He's
5'2". He's got jokes. He's got jokes. Why aren't you on the Canton? Why aren't you on the Canton PD list anymore? Nah. Probably just gonna stay anyway. But I'm just curious. Why'd you pick her up at 1:45?
Yeah, I'm at the beach.
And what'd you tell? Why'd you say Karen did it?
5'2".
How come? Why are there dog bites on John? Do you know where Chloe is by any chance? Don't you live in Easton? I thought you lived in Easton. And don't you drive? You drive a car that's very similar to a Ford Edge that was seen parked outside 34 Fairview Road at 3 a.m. No?
Wow.
No? I mean, I'm just curious.
No, I don't. No.
You're really calling the police right now?
Yeah.
And telling them what?
They tell him there's a small, strange man harassing me.
I mean, I'm just asking you questions. You came up to me, dude.
I mean, he's not a strange man if you approached him, is he? And you admitted that you didn't deny that you approached him, did you? And you basically admitted it because you were like, I asked you a question. Yeah. So, okay. So who we're looking at is apparently Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, who supposedly applied to get into he was on the list to join the police academy for the Canton PD. I think it was the Canton PD, some police department. And he was taken off the list for whatever reason. Don't know why. But for some reason, he decided to approach Turtle Boy and say some smart ass shit to him. And then for some reason is playing victim now because Turtle Boy did what Turtle Boy does and pulled out his phone and started recording him. Dummy.
I didn't even recognize you. You had to tell me who you were. I didn't even recognize you. You were Tristan Morris.
I told you to put the cameras away.
And I said no.
I came up to you. I said no cameras.
Right. And then I agreed to it. But then you said the smart aleck comment when you walked away about.
A smart fucking
you said Karen Reed did.
I
didn't say anything. I just asked you a question. What'd you say?
You're a fucking maggot. You're a maggot.
Not really. I mean, but I mean, I'm just curious.
Yesterday,
how am I a maggot?
Right after court adjourned.
How so?
You don't punch your fucking head in the
Really? Like you guys did to John? You guys like punching people. I know you like punching people.
Get the fuck away from me.
I mean, are you gonna do what you guys did to John O'Keefe? How you murdered him?
Get the fuck away from me.
I mean, I'm just curious.
Get the fuck away from me.
Are you gonna punch me? You said you're gonna punch me. I'm just curious why. Why do you guys always resort to punching? Why does everything have to be so confrontational with the McAlberts? And you want to punch me, you can punch me.
Why would I do that?
I mean, you're on the phone talking to the police and you're threatening to punch me. I'm a rat? Yeah, you guys don't like it when people rat, right? When people tell the truth? That's what you call people who tell the cops the truth, right? Rat. I'm a rat. That's what you guys call people who tell the cops the truth, right? A rat?
The fuck out of here.
But seriously, I mean, you came up to me and wanted to talk to me. So
yeah, I said off camera.
Yeah, and I agree, and I was respectful to you. And then you walk away and you go, Karen Reed, and then you go, Karen Reed did it, by the way. Karen Reed didn't do it. Karen Reed's a completely innocent woman.
With the camera on.
I'm not tough at all. I'm just a reporter asking questions. I'm just a reporter asking questions.
You're a fucking maggot.
I mean, so why doesn't John have any injuries below his nose?
Yeah, this guy is basically saying, without saying, turn the camera off. Don't record any evidence of me assaulting you. If you're a man, you'll turn the camera off so that we can have a straight up fade and get down. That's what he's basically saying. Which is, I mean, you know, like, how old is this guy?
And why did Caitlin tell police she left at 12:15 if she really left at 1:45? Why did she do that? I don't get it.
Shut the camera off.
I mean, are you protecting Brian? Who did it? Who killed John?
All right, dude. Come on.
You know, come on. I know you know. I know you know.
A little bit.
You don't think John O'Keefe's family deserves justice?
Nobody wants you over here, dude.
I mean, I want to know. Do you think John O'Keefe's family deserves justice?
Wants you over here. Get the fuck out of
Do you think John O'Keefe's family deserves justice? Yes or no? Do they?
Yeah.
It's actually a great question.
We should go to jail for a crime that your girlfriend's family committed. I mean, were you in the house that night? Were you in the house that night when John was murdered? Because
yeah, he's like calling D&E Pizza right now. Hey, can you call Chris Mello and tell him that Turtle Boy's over here harassing me? Yeah, I feel intimidated. Can you call Ken Mello?
I'm just curious. You were with him at the waterfall bar.
You know what? This isn't the place to.
Thank you.
He started
Thank
talking to me. He started talking to me.
Thank you. Nobody wants it, man.
No, please stop.
Nobody wants
His family killed his girlfriend's family murdered Officer John O'Keefe, and I'm just wondering why. I mean, he came up to me. I didn't seek him out. I didn't even recognize him. But anyway, Tristan, we're gonna head out of here, buddy. Good luck with the police.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Right.
Real nice language.
Real nice language right in front of a kid. That's just fucking great, buddy. Real nice language right in front of a mom and her little kid, dude. That's beautiful. Beautiful.
Real nice language. All right. See you later.
Sir, that's a little annoying.
Thank you.
I'm just
Nobody likes you, buddy.
see you later. All right.
Anyway, your shirt is fine.
Wow. Unreal. I mean, I don't know if he's guilty about of anything. I mean, dollars to donuts, he knows something, but you know. Huh. Yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. And then you got this. So here's Michael Proctor right here, right there on the bottom, and you've got Kevin Albert right there up top circled. Who they're in a CrossFit class together. Where Kevin Albert was mentioned in closing of cross examination of Katie McLaughlin, and the cross examination of Katie McLaughlin. When he ended it, he mentioned, did Kevin Albert set up? If you ever met Kevin Albert, do you know who Kevin Albert is? Do you know who set up the interview between you and Michael Proctor? Now, once everything is going to be revealed about Michael Proctor to the jury, this whole thing is going to be sus. Her entire testimony is going to be sus. It's already sus. And then the fact that Judge Bev blocked the jury from being able to see the pictures that allegedly Katie posted on social media of her and Caitlin Albert, that's not going to get, the jury's not going to get to see those photographs. Why not? And so, like I said, I think that Alan Jackson, based on his demeanor and his reaction, it seemed as though he absolutely 100% expected Beverly Cannoni to deny that motion and deny that request. And so now it's on the record, though, because he specifically requested that it be put on the record. The way that he worded it, he didn't say, "Hey, judge, I have a request," or "I want to file this motion," or "I want to present you with this request." He didn't say that. He said, "I have something that I want to put on the record." Meaning, yeah, I know you're going to fucking deny it. I don't give a shit. This is all evidence. This is all evidence for a federal grand jury that's going to come later. So, yeah. Yeah, my pause game. Get it, Vinny.
Something else about the courtroom. I was in there today, so I had an ability to see and understand the dynamics inside. And the first thing you have to understand is that in many courtrooms, you need the microphone so you can hear everybody. That's not the case in this courtroom. Your phone vibrates. Everybody hears it. The door opens, you hear it. Radio communications coming over the communication system for the security officers, you hear it. Someone's stomach growls, you hear it. So there's a lot of focus, a lot of attention.
That's really funny considering that Jenna Rocca was just in here talking about how Nick's stomach kept growling. And you could hear it. That's awesome.
And as much quiet as is possible. Even when they go to sidebar, right? And usually the judge goes to sidebar so nobody knows what's happening. I mean, you can hear them at sidebar. You can tell who's talking, the level of the volumes of their voices, because it is so tight inside that courtroom. The other thing I noticed inside was this jury. The jury's engaged. I call this the ping pong effect, where they will watch the question, take a look at the answer. Watch the question.
Oh, I love this.
Take a look at the answer. But there was a slight difference when the prosecutor was asking the questions and when the defense was.
And I love it.
When the prosecutor's asking the question, a little less.
What I say yesterday? What did I say yesterday? That I guarantee what I described, what I imagine the jury looks like, is that when Lolly is talking, they're like this. But as soon as Alan Jackson gets up there and speaks, or as soon as David Yannetti gets up there and speaks, they do this. Boom. Absolutely. And I love to hear Vinnie Politan validate my shit.
Less ping-ponging, more concentration just on the witness.
Right.
And I'm a former prosecutor. That's kind of what you want, because you want your witness to tell the story. But when you're a defense attorney and you're cross-examining someone, you are supposed to be telling the story. And the jury was listening to that story because the heads all turned to the defense attorneys as they were asking their questions. Prosecutor, about half. And then they would go to the witness for the answer. So from where I was sitting, which is right in the middle of all of this, for the prosecution, their witnesses, it's getting through. The jury's paying attention. They've got their notebooks. For the defense, the jury's paying attention, not just to the witnesses, but to the questions as well. And today, a lot of the questions and the witnesses were all about the response that morning to the scene at the home where John O'Keefe was found on the lawn. So testimony from those first responders. So before we get to that testimony,
I just can't with Clevin just making sure he's in that shot. Like, I just fucking can't, dude.
I want to take you there and go through what happened in the moments leading up to that. Where was Karen Reed? When she left, how did she come back? Who was she with? Take a look.
When Karen left, she headed to John's house because that's where she was staying. She got there, went to sleep. When she got up early, John wasn't there, so she grabbed John's niece's cell phone and called Jennifer McCabe at 4:53.
At 5:07, Karen Reed gets into her SUV and backs out of the garage, and you can see on that video, does she or does she not hit John O'Keefe's car? Well, the defense says yes. From there, she goes to Jennifer McCabe's house. When she gets to Jennifer's, Kerry Roberts joins the group. Kerry, Jennifer, and Karen all get in the car. Kerry's driving, Karen's in the back seat, and they head over to the Alberts home. They get here at 6 o'clock in the morning. They park on this side of the street. Karen's in the back seat. She sees John O'Keefe's body right there on the yard.
I mean, people, we're seeing in real time exactly what we have been predicting, at least on this channel, for the last 6 months or so. I mean, it's clear. This is exactly what we all expected to happen, what's happening in court right now. And even Beverly Cannoni and the way that she is handling this case, it's abundantly clear. So the question is, how is the defense going to handle it? Because if we expected it, you know damn well the defense was expecting it. Absolutely 100%. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind. So moving forward, I absolutely believe and I have faith that this defense is going to do exactly what we have been counting on them to do. So I'm not, like, as frustrating as it is to see what Beverly Cannoni is doing and how she's handling her courtroom, as frustrating as it is, I believe that these prosecutors know exactly what these defense attorneys, excuse me, these defense attorneys know exactly what they were, they expected all of this. So, I didn't create nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't create nothing. I have faith that the defense is doing exactly what they planned on doing. I think they expected everything that we expected, and more, and they are handling it. But I mean, you got to understand what they're up against. They're up against what seems to be an entirely corrupt system. Like, the entire system seems to be corrupt. I mean, we're talking about from the select board to the DA's office to the bench people, the fucking bench. Now, I have no evidence that Judge Bev is corrupt, but it sure as shit smells like it, doesn't it? I mean, it stinks. The way that she's handling this case, the way that she's babying Lolly, and the way that she is cutting off the defense's legs every single time that they try to get something done, that is perfectly admissible. Like I said, it's frustrating to watch, but again, I have faith that this defense team, being as experienced as they are, know exactly how to handle it, and they are handling it.
So in that video, you can see the chaotic scene, right? So today, the prosecutor calling firefighter after firefighter, EMT after EMT, all the folks who were responding to the scene and trying to get this jury to understand what Karen Reed was saying. Was she admitting to what they've accused her of, which is...
Miss Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical. And she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
You never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
As I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him, I hit him.
She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him, I hit him.
At no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall specifically what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, is he alive?
When I asked.
Now we've got time, folks, because I love that Court TV broke this down. because I'm going to go over this one more time, and I'm going to point something out that I pointed out yesterday morning. I'm going to start at the beginning of these testimony clips here.
Miss Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical.
And
she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
you never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
Okay. All of these people in the same direct vicinity of each other at the crime scene. Both of these people so far. And here's the third person. First two responding police officers. Conflicting stories. Absolutely conflicting stories. Take note. Let's continue. Then you got this fucking weasel.
As I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him, I hit him.
She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him, I hit him.
At no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You recall?
All three of those individuals, all three of those EMTs, after the first two officers testified, both two officers conflicting stories. Two out of the three had the same story, but the third EMT did not have that same story. He did not hear this. Interesting, right? Now, this is another fire department employee, first responder.
All specifically, what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, is he alive?
And I asked her if there had been any
Another conflicting story right there. Okay?
significant trauma that happened.
This is every witness that is testified except for Paul and Aaron O'Keefe, John's brother and sister-in-law, Paul's wife. So every single witness that has testified so far is being shown here who was not Paul or Aaron. Okay?
Happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him.
Okay. Now, what I got to point out here is the same point I made yesterday morning before we started. Okay. Is the fact that all of those witnesses, the one thing that the two things that they have in common, all first responders to the scene of 34 Fairview Road at the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. All of them, every single one of them. On top of that, they are all the prosecution's witnesses. That's what I find very, very interesting. Conflicting stories, all of them, but all of them called onto the stand by the prosecution. Why does the prosecution think that they are going to convince a jury that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime when all of their witnesses so far do not have consistent stories with each other? None of the witnesses are consistent. None of their testimonies are consistent with each other. So to me, I find that incredibly interesting. How, if the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth, if the burden of proof is on the prosecution, why would the prosecution call all of these witnesses up with conflicting testimonies? It doesn't make sense. And I have to ask. And I'm not a lawyer, man. You know, I'm not a lawyer, dude. I've just followed trials and I've got a basic understanding, more or less, of how the justice system works. Basic as fuck. And I mean, like, layman, and then I'm here. Okay? That's facts. And I'm okay with that. But what I'm saying is, I am like, I am absolutely confused as to why the prosecution would do this. And it feels as though, I mean, either he is just a really, really bad prosecutor, or he's deliberately trying to throw this case. Why would he deliberately try to throw this case? Because I can't see him being that bad of a prosecutor. I just can't see it. Like, I think he's a bad prosecutor, absolutely. But bad enough to where I have to ask myself, because I could be on a jury, right? I feel like I'm intelligent enough to sit on a jury. So I have to ask myself, if I'm sitting here and I'm a potential juror, and I'm sitting here asking myself, is this prosecutor deliberately trying to throw this case? Something is seriously wrong with the way that this prosecutor is presenting this case. And I got the DUI guy in my chat right now when I say I'm not a lawyer, and he's like, I am. I'm wondering if he's agreeing with what I'm saying here. Because again, I love when lawyers validate my shit. I love when I have a lawyer in my chat and they validate my shit. Because I'm like, now Scott agrees with me, and Scott is an experienced law enforcement investigator. Yeah, I get you. Scott is an experienced law enforcement investigator, and he has testified in a lot of court cases, I would imagine. I mean, we're talking what you have 28 years, you said 28 years experience as a New York City detective. So okay, so you're saying I think Lolly is doing a job but saving his own ass. That's what I'm saying is, if I come to that point, 26 years, excuse me, I knew it was an even number somewhere before or after 27 years, because I was comparing you to what's his face? Go Cannon, 27 years, homicide, New York City Police Department. Yeah, that guy. So I'm thinking, why would he be throwing this case? Why would he be trying to cover his ass? Well, because everyone in that courtroom, except the jury, maybe the jury does by now, but I think it's a little early, but everyone in that courtroom, everyone knows that this trial is a fucking sham. It is a shit show. It shouldn't even be happening. And we haven't even gotten to the grand jury testimonies from those who sat on the grand jury, sat in front of a grand jury and fucking lied. We haven't even got that far yet. So I believe everyone in that courtroom at this point knows that this is a fucking sham, except maybe the jury. But we're getting there. We're absolutely getting there.
This is a big part of the prosecution's case. The words of Karen Reed, as heard or allegedly heard, depending upon who you believe here, by the first responders at the scene. I want to bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who was also inside that courtroom today. Matt, so this series of first responders all saying, I heard I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I think 3 of them said that. What have we seen from the defense in response to these allegations that she's basically admitting to this?
Right. Like, this is so important, this key testimony, because you had first the police officers one of them who testified that he heard that she had hit him, and then he recanted that when he was under cross. And you have that with this case where the cross is doing a very good job, the defense, in they're explaining that they didn't initially report this in their reports or even at the hospital if they said that they heard it, and that was a big
And this is
part of the
police
testimony
officers
today.
and firefighters, right? So police
All
officers,
the first responders.
right? You would expect them, like if someone just admitted to something, put it in the report, but admitting that he didn't put it in the report. Firefighters didn't either. Tell me about this. There was a moment with one of the firefighters today that sort of caught my attention, right? Where something we didn't necessarily expect to hear. Alan Jackson's cross-examining, who is it? Flamati, the lead guy. How did that go?
Well, that was a big surprise to everyone in the courtroom. And when you have this such small courtroom and everyone is close together, these defense attorneys, they really belt out their voice. And
okay, sorry, I'm making coffee here, but I gotta say real quick, that's another point that I need to point out here is what this gentleman just mentioned is this I hit him thing is not written in any report. Not worded that way in any way, because even in Jen McCabe's report, even in Jen McCabe's statement, it's stated as a question. It's stated as a question. Did I hit him? I hit him? Did I hit him? Right? But it's all twisted, and yet there's not one report, not one EMT report, not one report from a from a first responder, police or otherwise. There is not one report where it is said that Karen Reed said that she hit him. Not one. And that's what's going to matter to a jury. Ultimately, what's going to matter to a jury. And it's going to be up to the defense to make sure that the jury understands this.
This jury really pays close attention, and man, they put down their notebooks. I know you noticed it as well when this particular witness said that he actually didn't report what Karen Reed had told him, what he had just said on the stand. If we can play that right now.
You never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
Documentation for us ends at transfer of patient care. As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
You do?
Yes.
Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody?
In the court setting? No.
Testified in front of a grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a bunch of questions. Yes. During the course of that conversation that was under oath, did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
And this is so important, and it was something that stood out, and it kind of surprised everybody that was in the gallery.
It shocked me.
And everyone in that jury box, and he
I
made
saw it,
such
Jerry.
a big
Thank
moment
you.
about it because, does it show that his story changed?
Right. And you're starting to see, I think, a defense theme that initially it's one thing, and then all of a sudden it's something else. And
8 or 9 days later, it's something else.
Now here, if I'm a juror, I want to hear from those doctors and nurses.
Right. What they're doing is they're showing that these different paths from these different witnesses all leading to the same road, right? And that basically is, okay, well, your story was this. This is what happened. while you were at the scene. And then somehow, for some reason, by the time Proctor got a hold of you and you made a statement with Lieutenant Proctor, somehow your story changed. And this has happened with multiple witnesses so far. So this is what the defense is strategically establishing right now. And it's working. It's absolutely working. Again, the defense is playing like chess, and it's not even like that complicated. It's very easy to see. Like at this point, I'm pretty sure that like the smartest juror is onto it. At least one juror is onto this and seeing, okay, we're seeing where this is going. I see what's going on here.
Right?
Yeah.
Bring them in. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? But I don't know if they're going to testify. But if I'm the jury box, that's what I want to hear. Because right now, if that's the first time he's ever said it to anyone,
I know.
To anyone.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Jen McCabe and her other friend that was there too.
Yeah. A lot of folks here as well. Let's talk about Karen Reed's demeanor at the scene.
Oh, I love
her
it.
demeanor at the scene there, very different than what you're seeing in the courtroom. She is so calm and confident, walking a block and a half through the gauntlet of supporters that are shaking her hand and cheering Karen Reed as she's walking up the steps. Then you go inside the courtroom, again, calm and collected, very much a big part of her defense. She's writing down notes. She's showing that to her attorneys. But at the scene, wow, very different. And it's being described that she's hysterical. She's running back and forth. She's running on him. She has blood on her face because she was trying to initially give CPR.
CPR, yeah.
And then you have the first responders testifying different accounts of what she was saying. I hit him, or did I hit him, or, you know, is he alive? Here's some of their testimony.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught?
Yes.
Hysterical?
Yes.
Frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say, he's dead, he's dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming, is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?
And when you say screaming in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
So, of course, Vinny, you have the defense saying she loved this guy. She is hysterical because she didn't want him to die. She wanted him to be okay. And then they're also juxtaposition of that saying Jen McCabe turned her back and she's super calm in this very horrific moment.
Let's do this. I want to bring in another guest, Dr. Carol Lieberman, forensic psychiatrist, trial expert witness, columnist, on our show all the time. Dr. Carol Lieberman, I have a really important question for you. This demeanor, she's been described, and we see it in the video, hysterical, frantic, yet allegations that she's saying, I did it, I did it, I did it. From your perspective, is it possible that someone, and let's presume that they're telling the truth, that she said, I did it. Could someone say, I did it, who didn't do it, who's in a frantic state? Does that make any sense?
It doesn't really make sense. You know, what she said at the time of that, seeing her boyfriend, you know, in that condition and so on, that would
now, I get Vinny's question, because I've actually asked myself this a few times, like, is it possible or even likely? What I think personally, in my personal layman opinion, is it possible or even likely that Karen Reed could have said, I did it, just beating herself up in a frantic, drunken state, you know, possibly, sure. But this expert here is saying that it's very unlikely. It could be. I don't know who this person is. I don't know what her history is. I don't know anything about her, but I mean, if someone's running around hysterical, who knows? Who knows what they said? But I mean, why would she admit to this so blatantly like that? You know, she doesn't come off as the type of person who would do that. But that's not a sound enough reason to conclude there's no way. You know what I mean?
Be more real than what I think has happened is, I mean, because if you see, you drive up and you see your boyfriend, he's, you know, looks dead in the snow and all of that. The first thing, if you didn't do it, you would think, who did this to my boyfriend? What happened here? But no, she said, I did it. So I think you have to believe that over anything else.
I mean, that just goes into my, I mean, let's just, you know, I talked about Court TV and their taste in guests. They've got about as good taste in guests as I do women. I don't know what they're thinking, man. So yeah, I'm not surprised that this woman is what Sleepy Goosey is saying here. This is insane to me.
Now, what I think has changed is that, you know, as the trial or as her case proceeded, you know, all these cheerleaders saying free Karen Reed and all of that, I think that gave her a kind of false sense of courage. And now perhaps she's even convinced herself that she didn't do it.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Carol Lieberman.
I mean,
if in fact now,
perhaps I think that gave
Vinny didn't even know what to do with that, dude.
Is that, you know, as the trial or as her case proceeded, you know, all these cheerleaders saying free Karen Reed and all of that, I think that gave her a kind of false sense of courage. And now perhaps she's even convinced herself that she didn't do it.
well, let me ask you this, Dr. Carol Lieberman. If in fact now, let's look at the other part of the equation here, the people who are testifying. And I say this all the time because when I was a prosecutor, I had a lot of circumstantial cases, and I had to explain to jurors why circumstantial evidence is better than direct evidence, because direct evidence is usually eyewitness testimony, which is the most.
I gotta love, like, Sleuthy's comment was just in time, because as soon as Sleuthy says that, she says the most asinine and stupid shit that I've ever heard. Just the most asinine and stupid shit. She's like, basically, it's Turtle Boy's fault, and it's the protesters outside's fault that Karen Reed believes that she's innocent, because they gave her a false sense of confidence. And now she's convinced herself, based on everyone believing in her, that she is innocent. So it's all our fault. Right, basically, is what this lady's saying, which is just fucking hilarious. So yeah, I got you, Sleuthy. That's I'm with
the
you
most
now.
unreliable. How reliable would you think the testimony of first responders is? Like remembering specific things that are said, whether it's I did it or did I do it? You know, subtle differences like that in a frantic situation where they're attempting to save someone's life. Could they make an honest mistake in a situation like that?
Well, yes, if it was one or two of them, but I think we heard from at least four of them who said that they heard her say, I did it, or words to that effect.
Dr. Carol Lieberman, we're out of time for tonight, but we appreciate you coming on. Always great to speak with you to get your insights. We will speak again. Matt Johnson.
Yes, sir.
It's amazing how.
Vinny's to the point now where he's just like, okay, man. All right. Well, thanks a lot. You have a good one, lady.
how early you got to get there to get in, right? Like
you have to stand in line at 4 or 5 in the morning because there's only 10
And look how
designated
good he
seats.
looks tonight.
You were there with me.
3:30 in the morning, folks.
Yeah,
All right,
you were
Matt,
there with
great
me.
to see you. Thanks
Of
so
course.
much. All right, folks, when we come back, we got a lot more to get to. We are going to look at some of the evidence here. Does it show that Karen Reed was framed? Plus, coming up next hour. In Boise, Idaho, the Doomsday Prophet Chad Daybell on trial.
Mornings.
Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit.
Let me tell you, folks, that was one of the boldest opening statements from a defense attorney that I've seen in years. The last one was when I was down in Orlando many moons ago. I think it's like 10 years. It's more than 10 years. Whenever it was, I tried to erase it. When Jose Baez turned that trial upside down, David Yannetti coming out and saying, Karen Reed.
Yeah, it was longer than 10 years ago, man. Maybe. Well, yeah. But okay. You can't compare these two. Okay. Jose Baez just played reasonable doubt magic. That's what he did. That's all Jose Baez did. He just played the reasonable doubt piano, and just played a beautiful composure of reasonable doubt, or composition is the word, of reasonable doubt. It was amazing. But that's all that happened. This is going to be different. Now, I will compare what Jackson and Yannetti are doing to what Jose Baez did if they fail to show proof. The problem with that, though, is we've already seen a lot of the proof. We already know there's too much evidence to dictate why we think that this is the case. So the only question is, are they going to show the receipts from the federal investigation? Is that going to happen? Are they going to show the proof of all the bombshells that they've dropped in all of the motions hearings that made us all go, oh my God? I mean, as soon as Yannetti brought up Brian Higgins and the grand jury testimony, dude, all of us were just I mean, we were blown away. Lacey Ann, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you. So what we're hoping for is that he'll be able to present this into evidence. And what I mentioned before this trial even started, I was absolutely, and I still am afraid that Judge Bev is going to block the jury from being able to see these receipts when they naturally come about during questioning or cross-examination, as it was agreed upon when they can actually do that. So,
Was framed, period. So let's go through some of the evidence that we expect and some of the evidence that we've heard with our guests live in downtown Dedham at the Dedham House of Pizza, known as D-Hop. We've got Jennifer Brandt, a family law attorney, who somehow strolled into New England from Philadelphia. Great to see you, Jennifer.
That place is called fucking D-Hop.
I think we got a super cat. I
we got a super dad, super dad, super dad, super dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
Jen Shepherdson. None of the witnesses have even mentioned that Karen seemed intoxicated or smelled of alcohol. Excellent point. Thank you so much, Jen, for that. Excellent point. Not only did they not mention that she smelled of alcohol, but the prosecution has failed to ask. Don't you think that if they're trying to prove vehicular manslaughter, that the motive was that she was angry and drunk? Because that's I think that holds a little bit more water than the fucking Duncan motive. The Duncan motive is weak as fuck. They had an argument over her feeding John's kids Dunkin' Donuts, spoiling them with Dunkin' Donuts. That's a bullshit motive. But being drunk and running someone down with her car after leaving I hate you voicemails, well, that's a little bit more plausible. Why hasn't Lolly asked? Why hasn't he asked any of these very experienced people who have dealt with drunk people? Why hasn't he asked any of these EMTs, any of these police officers, these first responder police officers, any of the first responders at all? Why hasn't he asked them if she seemed intoxicated or smelled of alcohol? Not one mention of alcohol has even taken place this entire trial so far. Now, we are only on day 4, but still, that's an excellent point. That is an excellent point that Jen Shepherdson made. So thank you for that.
Also with us, Kevin Mahoney, criminal defense attorney, a great one. Also the author of the book that every trial attorney needs to buy, needs to read, needs to memorize. It's called Relentless Criminal Cross-Examination. And perhaps we'll see some of that up here in Dedham. Thank you both for being here. So I want to go through some of this evidence, and I want you to tell me if you think it
That's a good point too.
Or
That's a good point too, because we also have to remember that the charges were upgraded from manslaughter to murder. So if I'm correct, the drunk driving would constitute vehicular manslaughter. So if they mention that she's drunk, well, then it would probably force the jury to ask, well, why is this a murder charge and not a manslaughter charge? So they have to focus more on why she would do it and not, why she would do it sober. Like why it wouldn't make a difference whether or not she was drunk or sober. She wanted to kill him anyway. They have to be able to prove that based on the charges that they upgraded. So, yeah. That makes perfect sense, Jeff Spicoli. So thank you.
Is a tough sell as part of this Karen Reed was framed theme. So we'll go back to the opening statement, David Unetti here, talking about the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor. Let's listen.
The lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. Right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was?
Nope.
One word. Nope. During that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of tail light that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day when the snow was really starting to accumulate that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car.
All right, Kevin, Jennifer, I'll start with you. Is this a problem that the lead investigator, number one, saying never goes inside the home where the body's found, says it's not going to be a problem for the family, and then none of the pieces of taillight are found on that lawn until he seizes Karen Reed's vehicle?
I think it's absolutely a problem. I mean, not going in.
Okay, so let me just to keep you guys to ease your minds, I have another window open where I'm checking to see if court comes back. So I'm just making sure I'm checking with it frequently. So as soon as it comes back, because I heard a rumor that Boston 25 was going to be able to view the jury looking at, but I don't see how that's even a thing without filming the jury. So that's not going to happen. I wouldn't count on that happening. So I'm just waiting for court to resume, but I am checking back with different platforms to ensure that I get it back right on time. But I have windows open to where I'm checking. You just can't see it.
Into the home. He's doing the investigation. He doesn't go in. He doesn't talk to anybody. He doesn't want to know what happened. It seems that he had already had his mind made up. I mean, that's what it sounds like. Why else wouldn't he go in and ask some questions?
Kevin, is this a big problem?
Unbelievable. Finally, someone who has actually read documents on this form.
Problem?
No.
Why not?
The body's found right near the roadway. We have a defendant who has said to anyone who would listen that she's the one who ran him over. I hit him. What was Michael Proctor supposed to do? He couldn't apply for a search warrant to get into the home. No clerk would sign off on that.
Okay, see, this is where I'm going to disagree with this expert here, as if I'm qualified, but I've never heard of a case where a responding officer did not ask to enter the home to make sure that everyone was okay, that they did not do what I would assume is a standard routine wellness check when there is a possibly dead police officer lying on the front lawn. So, or anyone, there's someone in critical condition based on, and you have no idea what the circumstances are, but they're hurt real bad, and it's clearly under suspicious circumstances. So why would you not at least request to enter the home and check on everybody? I mean, it makes no sense that you wouldn't do that. There's no fucking cause for a warrant in that situation. It makes no sense. You just, hey, I'm knocking on that door. But we know why that didn't happen, don't we? Right? We know why that didn't happen, for the very reason that this young lady just explained. But on top of that, we also know we saw Jennifer McCabe run into that house. And then 2 minutes later, after Jen McCabe runs into that house, John O'Keefe's body is laying there in that lawn. There's movement on John's phone. 2 minutes after Jen McCabe enters that home. 2 minutes after Jen McCabe enters that home, when she absolutely made no effort to enter that home to try to get John blankets, to try to get John help from a first responder who owns and lives in that home, who could have come out and tried to help John. No effort whatsoever. Except maybe, are you coming out? But she's talking to her sister, not Brian. She's talking to Nicole, Brian's wife. And Brian's wife basically says, nope, fuck you, because she never comes out. And then she lies in her statement, taken a significant time later. She lies in her statement, stating that she was sleeping the entire time, even though we have answered phone calls from Jen McCabe that took place that are the timestamp are consistent to when the 911 call ends. So, I mean, this is unbelievable.
That's not probable cause.
Well, wouldn't he be questioning other people? He's just going to take her word for it. He's going to say, okay, there's
Right.
the body, and oh, she did it.
Well, she's got a cracked tail light.
Come on, man.
I got all the
Stop it.
voicemails where she's screaming
Stop
she
it.
hates him.
They didn't have that yet. We're talking about the scene right then and there. We're not talking about after the investigation has already started to conduct. We're talking about the lack of an investigation taking place at the time where the investigation should have began. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Where are you going? Voicemails and tail light. Nobody knows shit about a tail light yet. Nobody knows shit about those voicemails yet. So it still doesn't make sense as to why the neighborhood, the surrounding, and asked if anybody saw anything. It doesn't explain why there's no ring light or ring camera footage. It doesn't explain mostly why nobody knocked on that door to do a wellness check on the other people inside the home to see if everybody else was okay. Why didn't that happen? And why was Lank the first one to actually enter the home?
That's just a lover's quarrel.
I hope I don't have one of those quarrels anytime soon.
All right, let's get to another piece of evidence here. This is David Yannetti talking about, again, the investigators and whether or not they investigated this case fully. Take a listen.
The lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that morning. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer.
Okay, what about the conflicts of interest here, Kevin? You've got a police officer in the home. His brother's a local police officer. There's a police officer dead on the lawn, and no one in the home is investigated. They never go inside.
But there didn't appear to be a conflict because it appeared to them right from the beginning that Karen Reed was admitting she hit him. So if she hit him and there's no relationship between her and Proctor, where's the conflict?
I think that you're, just for the very fact, what you said, they're all police officers. They all know each other. Wouldn't they want to be very thorough about it and make sure that it appears to be a thorough investigation of everybody involved, including other police officers?
All right, let's get to the next piece of evidence. This is Alan Jackson, cross-examination, taking a look at some video of one of the folks at the scene, a witness walking into the home. Take a look.
Yes. Walking toward the front of the house. Yes. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever crime scene?
Yes.
To make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're asking.
Officer Seraph, when you go to a crime scene,
yes, sir,
one of the first things that you'd want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
All right, so you've got a witness who's outside, going inside. Is this a sloppy investigation, Kevin?
Not at all. What did she witness? She didn't claim she witnessed him being hit. She's just there with a person who's admitting she hit him. So there would be no reason to corral her and prevent her from talking to anybody else.
Jennifer,
Well,
your thoughts?
She's at the scene, and there was a crime committed or something went on. There's a dead body there. You would want, and I think the investigator who testified said, I mean, you would want to talk to each person that was there individually, not let them talk to each other.
Yeah, like why would this guy fucking say that shit after he just heard the officer say, no, you wouldn't want to do that because you don't want them to corroborate stories. Like he just said it. So why are you sitting here acting like what happened wasn't suspicious?
To do a thorough investigation.
Now, another big part of this case are the pieces of tail light. Let's watch this part of David Yanetti's opening statement.
A good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, someone he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property.
I am. I've got two separate providers and their windows up in the background here. You guys can't see it, but and I have the volume up on them. So when court comes back, I'm going to hear it right through here. So don't worry, we're not going to miss anything, guys.
Jennifer Brandt, are you comfortable with the chief or former chief a week later finding a big piece of the tail light?
I think that's a little bit odd. I mean, it just, why wasn't it there before? Why didn't they see it before? A week goes by, that's a lot of time. And people are going around the crime scene and all of a sudden, lo and behold, there's a piece of tail light. I think it's a little mysterious.
Are you bothered by it?
Not at all. If under this conspiracy, Proctor sprinkled
Not
the
yet,
area
Tom.
with the broken glass, and all the conspirators know that, why would a conspirator go back and sprinkle more glass?
But you have to, how do you find something like that a week later? Didn't they look more carefully? I mean,
We got like 12 inches of snow. The snow melted.
All right, let's.
Dude, Sully, thank you for the super chat. But man, I'm trying to avoid McDonald's, dude. I'm trying to avoid it. And if I order McDonald's, dude, it's your fault. But thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Let's get to the final one. This one is interesting. Take a look here. There were perhaps a couple of phone calls or perhaps a couple of butt dials in the early morning hours. Let's take a listen to David Yannetti.
I think they're still going to have lunch.
After people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones.
Okay. Was this like a almost simultaneous double butt dial? Is that possible? Are they talking to each other?
I don't know if they were talking to each other, but if I was in a conspiracy to cover up a murder, I wouldn't be talking to anybody at that hour.
Okay. Well, okay. But have you ever had a double butt dial?
I have not.
You have not. Have you?
No.
Have you ever heard of a double butt dial?
No.
Never. Okay. So do you think this could be a potential problem if you have the homeowner and someone who was in the house after people leave, communicating after saying they didn't?
That's a bit of a problem.
That's a bit of a problem. Okay. He agreed on you there. He agreed at the end. You agree on something. All right. Your work is done. All right.
Yeah.
Jennifer Brand.
Like, I'll get, you know what's really crazy about this idiot over here at the end, opposite of Vinny? This dude is just going, nope. And he's not giving any plausible explanations whatsoever. And yet, Plevin has made more sense than this guy sitting up there on that panel. And Plevin is Plevin. You know what I mean? Like, and he's made more sense than this expert, which is amazing.
And Kevin Mullaney, thanks so much. Great to have you. Mahoney, I'm sorry. Relentless criminal cross-examination. You got to tell us when your next trial is so we can watch some of that.
I will.
All right. Fantastic.
Thanks.
All right, folks, when we come back, tomorrow the jury's going on a view. We've already done ours. What are they going to look for? What will they see? We'll talk about that next. Found on the gear to take you as to where John O'Keefe was found that morning. Now, this is the area where I am. Right in here is where they say John O'Keefe was found on the ground, 6 inches of snow on top of him. Now, in the photos that we've seen in court, they've referenced certain pieces of the landscape here, including this flagpole that you can see. Now, behind me is where the bushes would have been. It looks like it's changed since then. The other thing they talk about is the fire hydrant, and the fire hydrant is right here. So it is within this area, just off the roadway, where John O'Keefe was found. Now, the one question that I've been wondering about, because prosecutors are talking about Karen Reed's car going 24 miles an hour in reverse over the course of 62 feet. Now, 62 feet, she wouldn't be coming this way because this road is not 62 feet wide. She would have to be down this way, 62 feet. And I stepped it off before, and it's pretty close to where this tree is on the neighbor's yard. So she would have.
Right. Not only wasn't she arrested right then and there, Sean Doty, based on that idiot's fucking logic, which is a great question. Based on that idiot's logic, you're asking, why wasn't she arrested right then and there? That's a great question. But not only was she not arrested right then and there, I don't even think she was questioned right then and there. Not officially. I don't think they got an official statement from her. Don't you think that would merit them to be like, hey, you know what? There's a couple of people, I'm a detective with blah, 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 blah. There's a couple of people saying that they heard you say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And then just detain her. Check and see if she's drunk. Whatever. Do what you got to do. We're talking about a dead Boston police officer. She's there in the hospital with him when he dies. And at no point you question her? That makes no sense. Thank you so much, Sean Kennedy, New York. Mahoney wrote an absurd blog post about this, did he? Okay. Hold on. And thank you so much, Sean. Sorry, I was looking at something else here.
She would have had to have gone that distance in reverse and somehow struck John O'Keefe, sending him into this area. And the question is, does that make sense? Under what circumstances would she drive off and then come back and hit him? That's the prosecution theory, as far as I can tell from what they've said inside the courtroom. So as I'm here at the home, that's the one thing that really strikes me, is what exactly happened? Where was she going? And did she come back to strike John O'Keefe and kill him on purpose? Welcome back. We are live in downtown Dedham, Massachusetts, at the D-Hop Dedham.
That's even less believable. That makes the story even less believable. That she didn't hit him right then and there, that she left and then came back and then hit him. That makes even less sense. John would have been inside the house by then. He would have been at least on the front stoop. By then, okay, she dropped him off. What's he going to do? He's just going to stand there? Hey, I wonder if she's going to come back and try to run me over. Are you kidding? That's the prosecution's theory? Is that she left and then came back and then hit him? He would have definitely been already in the house again. What's up, Papa? Yeah, I'm going to take you out in just a second, buddy. Just a minute. Hang in there. Hang in there, my love. Want to say hi to everybody? Say hi. Say hi. Say hi. He's like, no, I just want to give you kisses. He's like a baby boy. I love you, mama. He's like a baby boy. I love you, buddy. All right.
Dedham House of Pizza. The place is packed. The food is awesome. And we're taking a look at what's happening in the trial that's just down the street from here. I want to bring in my guest. Joining me right now, Kevin Lenahan, YouTube creator. Yellow Cottage Tales is with us, as well as Nick Rocco, who's a Karen Reed supporter and expert, of course. All right, so we've all been to the scene. I told you what I thought when I first got there. First time at the scene, what struck you, Kevin?
What struck me, when I was first driving there, you could see where it would be difficult for someone to see at night coming from that other direction where Karen and Jen and Carrie came from. It is a little bit of a challenge. You wonder how Karen was able to see it so well.
Your first impressions when you got to that scene?
It's a really small street. I think people are under the impression that is a straight road. There's a curve exactly where John O'Keefe's body was found. So if she had been backing up, she would have hit that curb exactly where it turns. So no damage to the tires. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, so let's do this. There's the prosecutor is very specific, and it seems like they have some evidence about data connected to Karen Reed's car. Take a listen.
Based on its known locations and travel, he cycles, and essentially opines, he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
24 miles an hour, 60 feet in reverse, okay? Now, I went there. I'll show you one more time because I went there. I went in reverse. I didn't go 24 miles an hour. I went much slower than that. But just to give you a little bit of idea, take a look. All right, I'm going to back up. I'm going to go between 3 and 4 miles an hour. So that was about 60 feet. Now, we sped it up so it would be closer to 24 miles an hour. You can take a look at that. Still with me are Nick Rocco and Kevin Lenahan. When I look at this.
Dude. I mean, dude. Dear sweet baby Jesus, please let Vinny play Plevin's Sims video one more time. Please. I don't ask for much, but please. Amen. All right.
Look at this. How could it have been done, Kevin? Which way is her vehicle facing? Where is she going? Is she driving away, stopping, and then saying, I'm going to murder him and cranking it in reverse?
Well, we know they were arguing, right? But we don't know exactly what happened there. But there's witness testimony that I think some people might be a little bit confused on. I'm just speculating a little bit here. But the truck that was behind them, that had Ryan Nagel as a passenger that testified, he testified to seeing them stop in front of the driveway briefly and then pull forward to the far end of the property. So what I speculate happened, so then later on inside the house, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe from the window saw the vehicle, what they thought was pulling forward. But the times don't really make sense because the times that they spotted it seemed to be later based on when Jen McCabe was texting John, are you here, and pull up. So what I think happened was She left, went a certain distance away, and then in a rage, hit the gas, went back, struck him, and then she got back to somewhere around the driveway, stopped for a moment, and then pulled forward to check on John. And I think that's what Matt and Jen McCabe saw from the window.
Well,
Does any of that make sense to you?
there's an issue with that because Matt McCabe states that he's staring out the window and he sees a V-shaped tire marks in the snow, indicating she did a 3-point turn. But now the Commonwealth is saying, no, she threw the car in reverse at 62 feet. Now, don't forget, it's a little bit snowy out, and they're claiming she is out of her mind drunk. You can't drive straight after 9 drinks. How is she going to drive completely straight backwards and hit John after being as drunk as they claim she is? She's not a NASCAR driver.
So how does his body end up exactly where it is? What direction is her car going?
I think the car, now, of course, we have to see what the state says with their accident reconstruction experts, but I think it probably clipped him here with enough force to send him back onto the lawn where he ended up 6 to 12 feet.
And what I heard in his opening statement, though, he said that it struck him and then hit him again when he was on the ground. So she would have had to have continued. And I'm wondering, did she continue onto the lawn? And was there anything on the lawn that indicated that an SUV had been there?
I haven't seen anything. We haven't got to that part of the trial yet, and nothing's been in the public record that they've gone forward yet on.
Now, let's get back to your first point. Let's take a listen to the prosecutor again, talking about another big moment, because the jury's going here tomorrow. So what are they going to be looking for? What do they want to know about the scene when they go for this jury view? Here's the prosecutor talking about when Karen Reed, the following morning, spots John O'Keefe on the lawn.
The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop the vehicle. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until.
And I love how Lolly completely and totally underestimates the jury here. Like, he completely and totally underestimates the jury's basic common sense, right? And what I mean by that is, by saying no one but Karen Reed, no one but the defendant saw John O'Keefe's body there. But he's underestimating the jury's common sense, because at least one person in that jury, chances are, is going to ask, well, why didn't anybody else in the house see him? If she hit him at this particular time, why didn't anybody, as they were leaving, was it a sleepover? Why didn't anybody who left that night see John's body laying there in the lawn? Because anybody with common sense is going to ask that, especially if one of the defense attorneys during opening statements accused the people in that house of killing John O'Keefe and framing her for it. If I have that knowledge in my head and I'm saying that the defense is planning to prove that she's being framed, the first thing that's going to come to my mind is, why didn't anybody in the house, as they were leaving the party, see John O'Keefe laying there?
So the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found.
All right. So, Kevin, I know you think it doesn't make sense, that it'd be tough. What do you think? How does she see him coming from that direction from the back seat?
The same way that the paramedic who was sitting in the passenger side said he saw.
Wait a second. Benjamin John, I'm only seeing this. I don't know what you asked me before. What did you ask me before? I didn't see your comment, man. Clever, don't unplug my computer, buddy. There we go. Stop unplugging my computer, dude. Please. Yeah, I don't know what you asked me to do. But I'll keep an eye out for your comment.
Saw a shadow figure, body laying on the lawn. I mean, When Karen Reed arrives on the scene, she's in the back seat. She's actively looking for John. You have a driver in a snowstorm. They're saying it's a blizzard.
They're going to be looking forward.
She's paying attention. She's not crashing her car. That road is narrow. So if another car is coming down that road at that time, you got to be careful of what you're doing. So Karen is actively looking for John. So when you're looking for something, you're going to find it.
Well, the ambulance driver, by the time they were coming,
okay.
There were police cruisers there. There were figures surrounding John. So you saw the police cruiser had his spotlight on the scene. So they were coming into a very different scene. But if you look at the first cruiser that arrived, it's amazing how dark it is. Even though we know with hindsight that the women are there over John, you still can't spot them. It's almost impossible to see.
Are you learning anything from these videos? We only have like 10 seconds left. Have you learned more from watching the videos in court?
Not really, because everyone's testimony is saying the same thing. She's frantic. She found her boyfriend dead on the lawn. Nobody else was showing emotion. And, show me the camera from across the street. It's the only way I'm going to believe it, Vinny.
What camera?
The deputy chief of police across the street. Camera on his house. Yeah. If she did it, it's there. But they didn't provide it.
Kevin Lennon. Yeah, I know. Show us the video. Kevin Lennon, great to have you both here. We'll be speaking again, obviously. When we come back, folks, I will reveal something else you need to know tonight. Plus, coming up next hour. A New Jersey father is accused of abusing and murdering his 6-year-old son. Tonight, we'll take you to the courtroom for the emotionally charged testimony. Everyday people, just like you, accused of the unthinkable.
He needed to eliminate.
I found it, Benjamin John. Hold on a second. Let me pull up court. Court is back.
Step up to the witness stand, please. Face that clerk. You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case that we're hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. I do. Thank you. Please take the seat.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Greg Woodbury, Woodbury.
And what do you do for work, sir?
Lieutenant paramedic on the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
About 24 years now.
How long have you had the rank of lieutenant in the Canton Fire Department?
That's been 8 years now.
Now, prior to working with Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within that same sort of field?
Prior to being on Canton Fire, I was an EMT paramedic in the North Shore area.
And if you could just, with regard to your working as a paramedic and a firefighter, specifically as far as being a paramedic, what, if any, sort of specialized training did you receive in regard to, or certifications did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
So after I got my EMT, when I went to paramedic school, I went to Northeastern University. It was a 1-year full-time program.
And following, you successfully completed that program, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there any sort of continuing educational component or recertification component in regard to your paramedic certification?
Yeah, every 2 years, paramedics have to recertify. We're required to get so many hours of continuing education to recertify every 2 years.
If I could turn your attention to the date of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department on that day?
Yes.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion, if you recall?
It was a 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift within the Canton Fire Department is what to what?
It's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day.
Now, turning your attention to the 29th, at what point did you sort of get up and start to begin your day at the fire station?
So a normal day, sorry, was that my beginning of the shift you're talking about, or the end of the shift? Okay, so the second part of the shift. Normally we get up at 6 for the officers, but I got up a little earlier then because we had the snowstorm coming in. So I had to make sure everything was shoveled. I think I got about maybe 5, check the apron of the area in front of the station, and make sure the walkways were clear.
And when you got up to check that, what if anything did you?
It had been snowing. There was blizzard type conditions coming in. So it was a decent level of snowfall there. Let's see, maybe 2-3 inches on the ground at that time.
And as far as with reference to that, what if anything did you do to?
I think we can move quickly through this part of it. The cleaning the apron.
I wasn't getting into that.
Okay.
As far as that particular date or that shift, how were you assigned within the firehouse?
I was lieutenant on engine 4.
And with respect to that, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, yeah, we're dispatched to a call for a person in the snow.
And did you respond to that call, sir?
Yes, I did.
And you were assigned to the engine, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone else, was assigned to the engine that day with you on that shift?
So we had Cade McLaughlin and Frank Walsh were my 2 engine crew.
And in addition to yourself and your engine, what if
Yep.
any other sort of vehicles or apparatuses?
Ambulance 1 also responded with us. So that was Tony Flamati, Matt Kelly, and Tim Nuttall had also hopped on the ambulance. He was coming in for the shift in the morning, came in early to beat the storm.
And do you recall where the call was in regards to what the address was?
I don't remember the address offhand, but it was not that far away in the district.
And when you arrived in the engine, when you first arrived on scene, as you were arriving on scene, what, if anything, did you sort of see as upon your arrival?
So the police were already there. We were approaching the scene. I could see several people off to the side in the yard doing something. So we went to investigate that.
You say off to the side, was that to your left, your right, or something?
So the way I was approaching the street, it was on the left-hand side.
And when you indicate you see some group of people, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a few people around. I don't remember exactly how many or what they were doing.
And when you start to make your way over there, what, if any, when you arrive on scene,
Yep.
what is sort of the first thing?
So we went to evaluate the patient. So, I believe someone had started CPR prior to us getting there. So we went to continue that.
When you say someone had started CPR prior to you?
I don't remember the particular individual that was doing it as we arrived.
My only question, sir, so it's someone outside of your department, correct?
Yeah.
And do you know if it was one of the police officers or someone else?
I don't remember.
Now, obviously, you're dispatched in response to an unresponsive mail, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you're arriving on scene, you say you see sort of a cluster of people. Were you able to see that unresponsive mail at that point?
Not in the vehicle, not until I exited the vehicle.
And at some point, much later or subsequently, did you come to learn the identity of the unresponsive mail or the patient that you were involved in?
Afterwards, they told me yes. At the time, I did not know.
And what did you learn his name to be subsequently?
I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous and blanking right now.
Was it Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, correct.
And when you first came over to where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
What kind of position was his body in when you first observed?
He was lying supine on the ground, like on his back. He was parallel to the street, about 8 feet away from the snowbank.
And in reference to that, as far as the snow was concerned, what, if any snow did you observe on or around where you were?
He was covered with snow, and there was snow around the area.
And so from a treatment of Mr. O'Keefe as a patient, what is sort of the first thing that you did or
we started CPR, or CCR, sorry. Immediately, someone went to go get a board to get him onto that so we can get him onto the stretcher and move him to the ambulance. And then someone else was trying to get the backstory, trying to figure out the scenario that we're dealing with.
If I could just stop you for a moment. So
yep.
you mentioned CCR, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the difference between CCR versus CPR?
CPR is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So that is when you're helping someone breathe. CCR is when we first get to a scene, they changed the protocols a little while ago. So we don't have to give respirations right away. We can just do compressions. It's a little more effective to get the blood flowing quickly.
Thank you. So as far as your involvement in patient care, sort of what was that during that initial phase where Mr. O'Keefe was supine on the ground? What was your involvement in patient care at that point?
I was assisting with the CPR, making sure everyone else was doing their task. As a lieutenant, I kind of got to manage the other people and make sure everyone's on target for what they're supposed to be doing.
And during that initial time that you're outside in the area where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
Outside on the ground, he was covered in snow. So we're really not doing any sort of secondary survey initially. The primary concern is the primary survey, which is airway, breathing, circulation. He was not breathing. He had no pulse. So our primary concern is to get that going.
And at some point, are you able to get him from the ground to the back of the ambulance?
Yeah, we moved him onto a longboard, then moved him from the longboard onto the stretcher and brought the stretcher over the ambulance and loaded him in there.
You mentioned at some point upon your sort of initial arrival at the patient that different people were tasked with different things. Correct?
Yes.
And someone was tasked with trying to get sort of what you termed the backstory. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that important?
So when you have someone unconscious, unresponsive, you want to know when they were last well, the last breathing, last seen, trying to figure out why someone is on the ground. There are different reasons of why they could be there, trying to figure that out. Normal people don't lay down in the snow. So trying to evaluate the reason the person was unconscious.
And so you're able to get him on, Mr. O'Keefe, onto a stretcher into the back of the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that the lighting in the back of the ambulance is better than it was outside?
Correct.
And when you're in the back of the ambulance, are you able to then do or participate in that secondary survey?
Yeah, we started doing a secondary survey after we started getting good compressions going. Someone was working on the intubation, and then one of the procedures is to strip off the clothes and evaluate the person.
And if you recall, how were the clothes removed?
I don't recall exactly which method they used. Typically, we cut them off, but I'm not sure if they did that or they just pulled them off.
And what, if anything, do you recall as to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and sort of what he was wearing when he was found?
I really wasn't paying attention to it. The primary concern is trying to revive him.
So to that secondary survey, as far as once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
He had a hematoma or a bruising. The right eye was very prominent. There was some scratches on the right forearm. Was most of the external injuries we noted.
And now, in addition, so as far as people on scene, there were a number of different firefighters from your department. You mentioned that the police were on scene when you arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So beyond the police and fire, what, if any, other individuals did you observe at some point when you were on scene?
There was some other civilians there. I really wasn't paying attention to them.
Now, with reference to that backstory that you were talking about, at any point in time, either outside of the ambulance or inside of the ambulance, who, if anyone, was tasked by you or anyone else to try and obtain that backstory?
I think Katie McLaughlin was the one that obtained the backstory.
And if you know, was there any other conversation that you were present for between any of your other firefighters and any of those civilians?
That was primarily when she relayed to us the information that she had obtained. We were trying to figure out the scenario of why he was found unconscious, unresponsive.
Let me ask you this way. So as far as arrival at the patient when he's on the ground, who gets there first? You and the other individuals in the engine, or the firefighters in the ambulance?
We both respond from the same station at the same time. The engine's in the front, the ambulance usually in the rear. So I believe we pulled over, the ambulance pulled over at the same time as us. I believe C5 went as well, which is the captain. He was also responding with us.
Now, as far as the person that Firefighter McLaughlin spoke to, what, if anything, did you know about that person at that time?
At that time, I knew nothing. I knew there was someone that had been with him. She relayed the information of what she had heard to us.
And the information that Firefighter McLaughlin, without reference to what it was, but the information that Firefighter McLaughlin was able to obtain, did she communicate that to you and the other firefighters in the ambulance?
Yes. Yeah, she came in the ambulance, told us what she had heard.
As far as the information that Firefighter McLaughlin provided, did that comport with what you were observing as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained. You can lay a foundation if.
Now, as far as, again, the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance were what?
It was the bruising of the right eye and the scratches on the forearm.
And what, if anything, did Firefighter McLaughlin indicate to you had been told to her?
That someone said she had hit him, and he was last seen.
Objection. Move to strike.
Sustained. That will be stricken.
May we approach on?
Okay.
This is interesting. So, yeah, so Lolly's just asking some really vague questions here, it seems like. And this is the most we've seen the defense object this entire trial, which I think is interesting. But I'm not sure exactly what they're discussing in sidebar, exactly what I think they're trying to find some common ground as to find out why Lolly's asking these questions and where he's going with this. So right. Yeah, I mean, if he's leading the witness, then that's definitely a problem. So we've got to look at how and take everything into consideration as we're watching this. I mean, there are conflicting stories from different first responders. Every first responder seems to have a conflicting story. So the prosecution's just doing a terrible job of presenting their case so far. The whole point of calling these people up is to establish what was said and what was seen when they responded, and there doesn't seem to be anything consistent. Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of credibility amongst these first responders so far. Sorry, I'm also looking at food to order. So we're just going to have to sit in silence here, and I'm going to have to keep from entertaining you guys at the moment while we wait.
We always try and check and make sure that your lunch is here before we take a break. I'm told that it is. So we will take a lunch break. We'll see everybody here ready to start right at 2 o'clock.
All right, so they're going to take lunch now, and then they're going to resume back in an hour. So I am actually going to take advantage of that. And I'm going to go to the store, I think. Let me get rid of this banner here. Let me see real quick. Real quick, let me go over. I'm going to go over Benjamin John's video here real quick in the meantime. Because Benjamin John apparently did. I still haven't decided if I'm going to go to the store yet or not. Benjamin John did a recreation, and I just found it. It wasn't easy to find, but I found it. So let's take a look at this real quick. That's Benjamin John there.
Hello, everyone. Benjamin John here. Today, for entertainment's sake and for the sake of science, we're going to do an experiment. There's something that I have noticed in regards to other people talking on social media in regards to the Karen Reed case. And one question that other people have made illustrations of, particularly electronic digital illustrations, but never actually did a real experiment. And that's what we're going to do here today. I am at a location in which the road that I'm on is no traveling on this road. So the experiments that I'm going to do are safe. The width of the road is approximately the same width as it would be on Fairview. So with that said, without further ado, let's try this out and let's see what actually happens. Now, it is reported through the media and other sources that it was a 3-point turn that was made. And according to the black box in her vehicle, that she was able to hit 24 miles an hour. So let's think about that for a moment. A 3-point turn, 24 miles an hour in reverse. Now, anyone who understands a normal automatic transmission, it doesn't matter what transmission in regards to reverse, there's only one gear. You can only go so fast in reverse before like you start blowing your engine up. So let's experiment here. What we're going to do, we're going to start with the 3-point turn, and then we're also going to try just a straight shot and see what it takes to get to 24 miles an hour, and is it feasible in regards to actually, could this actually happen? So hang on one moment. We're going to get set up. Okay. As you can see here, I got a nice straightaway here. So there's plenty of room to do this experiment. I'll be able to look down so we can check the speed, and we'll be able to determine whether or not, like I said, if this is feasible or not. The vehicle that I'm driving is a V6. I'm not certain if she had a 6-cylinder or an 8-cylinder. However, this does have a Maserati transmission, so it's got some pep. Anyway, so let's proceed. We're going to put it in drive. We're going to look at the speedometer, and I am going to proceed with this 3-point turn. So she would have had to come this way, stop. I don't want to hit the rocks there. Okay, I'm in reverse, and I'm going to cut the wheel, and I'm going to gun it. Did I hit it? I don't know. Let's try that again, because obviously the steering wheel was in the way on that one. Okay, so I basically have the wheel cut prematurely, so we are able to get a good view of this. Ready? I'm going to gun it. I mean, I couldn't even get over 10 miles an hour. Okay, so that's that. And now that we're squared away here, we're going to straighten this back out, and let's see the distance it will take in reverse to get to 24 miles an hour. And I'm going to let you know how far we go in order to get to that speed. Here we go. I mean, I hit 23. I hit 23. Hello, game warden. How you doing today? And that was about as fast as I got, and the vehicle did not want to go any faster. So hang on. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There is the experiment. And I traveled, I'm sitting here, I probably traveled a good 50 yards before I actually got up to that range. I mean, what you would have to do in that situation, it isn't feasible. It isn't realistic. And in my humble opinion, I believe that theory has just been debunked. How is it possible for a vehicle on a side street to be able to get up to 24 miles an hour? In my humble opinion, I don't believe it's feasible at all. But you be the judge. You tell me what you think. You're welcome to leave comments on it and let me know what you think in regards to that little experiment that I did. Now, this is real life experience, the experimentation. This isn't, somebody doing some computer imagery and making it up in their own theory. This is real life science. And as we've always been told, trust the science. This is Benjamin John. I hope you're all well. Be well. God bless.
I want to watch that one more time.
Hello, everyone. Benjamin John here. Today, for entertainment's sake and for the sake of science, we're going to do an experiment. There's something that I have noticed in regards to other people talking on social media in regards to the Karen Reed case. And one question that other people have made illustrations of, particularly electronic digital illustrations, but never actually did a real experiment. And that's what we're going to do here today. I am at a location in which the road that I'm on is no traveling on this road. So the experiments that I'm going to do are safe. The width of the road is approximately the same width as it would be on Fairview. So with that said, without further ado, let's try this out and let's see what actually happens. Now, it is reported through the media and other sources that it was a 3-point turn that was made. And according to the black box in her vehicle, that she was able to hit 24 miles an hour. So let's think about that for a moment. A 3-point turn, 24 miles an hour in reverse. Now, anyone who understands a normal automatic transmission, it doesn't matter what transmission in regards to reverse, there's only one gear. You can only go so fast,
right?
In reverse,
you can't switch gears in reverse.
You start blowing your engine up. So let's experiment here. What we're going to do, we're going to start with the 3-point turn, and then we're also going to try just a straight shot and see what it takes to get to 24 miles an hour, and is it feasible in regards to actually, could this actually happen? So hang on one moment. We're going to get set up. Okay, as you can see here, I got a nice straightaway here, so there's plenty of room to do this experiment. I'll be able to look down so we can check the speed, and we'll be able to determine whether or not, like I said, if this is feasible or not. The vehicle that I'm driving is a V6. I'm not certain if she had a 6-cylinder or an 8-cylinder. However, this does have a Maserati transmission, so it's got some pep. Anyway, so let's proceed. We're gonna put it in drive. We're gonna look at the speedometer, and I am going to proceed with this 3-point turn. So she would have had to come this way, stop. I don't want to hit the rocks there. Okay, I'm in reverse, and I'm going to cut the wheel, and I'm going to gun it. Did I hit it? I don't know. Let's try that again, because obviously the steering wheel was in the way on that one. Okay, so I basically have the wheel cut prematurely, so we are able to get a good view of this. Ready? I'm going to gun it. I mean, I couldn't even get over 10 miles an hour. Okay, so that's that. And now that we're squared away here, we're going to straighten this back out, and let's see the distance it will take in reverse to get to 24 miles an hour. And I'm going to let you know how far we go in order to get to that speed. Here we go. I mean, I hit 23. I hit 23. Hello, game warden. How you doing today? And that was about as fast as I got, and it just, the vehicle did not want to go.
What kind of car is it?
Any faster. So hang on. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There is the experiment. And I traveled, I'm sitting here, I probably traveled a good 50 yards before I actually got up to that range. I mean, what you would have to do in that situation, it isn't feasible. It isn't realistic. And in my humble opinion, I believe that theory has just been debunked. How is it possible for a vehicle on a side street to be able to get up to 24 miles an hour? In my humble opinion, I don't believe it's feasible
Okay,
at
so
all.
it's a Jeep.
But you be the judge. You tell me what you think. You're welcome to leave comments on it and let me know what you think in regards to that little experiment that I did. Now, this is real life experience, the experimentation. This isn't, somebody doing some computer imagery and making it up in their own theory. This is real life science. And as we've always been told, trust the science.
Trust the
This
science.
is Benjamin John. I hope you're all well. Be well. God bless.
All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay live. I'll wait till till court's over to actually go to the store. The only problem is I'm completely out of coffee except for like what I got left in this cup, which kind of sucks. But I just ordered a salad and a Diet Coke, and so I'll just sip on my Diet Coke as long as they don't fill it up with ice, because I just ran out of soda too, like just this morning. So yeah, that kind of sucks. But I've got a salad on the way. And it's not it's not a matter of hold on. Right. Yeah, it's usually pretty quick around here. It's so crazy. Like I live kind of out in the sticks more or less, and I can get DoorDash and Uber Eats, but you cannot get like an Uber or a Lyft here in this area. It can't happen. It's impossible. It doesn't happen ever. But you can get DoorDash and Uber Eats pretty easily, depending on the time of day. Let's go back to didn't watch the rest of the court TV thing. All right, so let's do that.
Welcome back. Time to reveal something else you need to know tonight. Let's go back to the studio, take a look at the big board, and see what we have tonight.
Oh, they're talking about Koberger?
And yes, there he is, the accused Idaho
I don't
killer.
give a shit about
Back
Brian Koberger.
Woken up in the morning, but you will learn that he was ultimately
All right, I'm going to back up. I'm going to go between 3 and 4 miles an hour. So that was about 60 feet. Now, we sped it up so it would be closer to 24 miles an hour.
So they never played Plevin's cartoon again, which is just really funny to me.
You can take a look at that. Still with me are Nick Rocco and Kevin Lenahan. You know, when I look at this, how could it have been done, Kevin? Which way is her vehicle facing? Where is she going? Is she driving away, stopping, and then saying, "I'm going to murder him," and cranking it in reverse?
Well, we know they were arguing, right? But we don't know exactly what happened there. But there's witness testimony that I think some people might be a little bit confused on. I'm just speculating a little bit here. But the truck that was behind them that had Ryan Nagel as a passenger that testified, he testified to seeing them stop in front of the driveway briefly and then pull forward to the far end of the property. So what I speculate happened, so then later on inside the house, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe from the window saw the vehicle, what they thought was pulling forward. But the times don't really make
there
sense.
it is.
Because the times that they spotted it seemed to be later based on when Jen McCabe was texting John, "Are you here?" and pull up. So what I think happened was she left, went a certain distance away, and then in a rage, hit the gas, went back, struck him, and then she got back to somewhere around the driveway, stopped for a moment, and then pulled forward to check on John. And I think that's what Matt and Jen McCabe saw from the window.
Well, does any of that make sense to you?
There's an issue with that.
I mean, you see Nick's face?
Stopped for a moment, and then pulled forward to check on John. And I think that's what Matt and Jen McCabe saw from the window.
Nick is so funny, dude. Nick is like looking over at Plevin like this, and he's like, this is so surreal because like I've been interacting with these people for months, and now I'm seeing like two of them sitting next to each other and next to Vinnie Politan, and like poor Nick, man. Like I know, like it's just in him, man. He's just dying to be like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, what is happening with you, dude? Like, what is the malfunction in your fucking brain, Plevin? What is it?
I'm retarded?
Gotta be it. It's gotta be it. It's just gotta be it. I don't know.
Does any of that make sense to you?
There's an issue with that because Matt McCabe states that he's staring out the window and he sees a V-shaped tire marks in the snow, indicating she did a three-point turn. But now the Commonwealth is saying, no, she threw the car in reverse 62 feet. Now, don't forget, it's a little bit snowy out, and they're claiming she is out of her mind drunk. You can't drive straight after 9 drinks. How is she going to drive straight, completely straight backwards and hit John after being as drunk as they claim she is? She's not a NASCAR driver.
So how does his body end up exactly?
There's another problem with that too. There's another problem with Plevin's bullshit little theory is that he's claiming that she fucking left and then John supposedly just fucking stood there like an asshole. That's the theory. That John just stood there like a dickhead and waited to get hit by Karen? No, man. Like it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. He would have walked up to the stoop by now to go inside. I mean, if he had just gotten out of the car and then he walked around to get behind, then okay, I could see maybe, possibly, only possibly, not likely, but possibly, that she, was like, all right, as soon as this motherfucker gets behind me, I'm gunning it in reverse and I'm going to run this dickhead over. I could see that happening, possibly, but not likely, because, again, how did he obtain injuries? No, he didn't bend over to pick up a cocktail glass that he put on the floor. Like, that's the stupidest fucking theory in the world. And that he only retained injuries from, sustained injuries from on his head. And it hit the back of his head, like the back of his head was facing, and then her car came. What's he looking at? Is he counting stars for a moment? Like, what is going on? John O'Keefe did not get hit by a car, dude. Like, it's just not, it doesn't add up. John O'Keefe did not get hit by a car. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It's the stupidest fucking idea in the world. His injuries, like, I don't need an expert to tell me that. Now, I'm going to want to hear an expert in court say it. Sure. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying, like, it doesn't take an expert to be able to say that is not possible. That John O'Keefe, there's no way that he retained those injuries, and all you get is a broken taillight, and that's all you get. Broken taillight from the back of his head being hit. The fuck? And I love that Plevin, like, made this video. Like, I love it. I love that Plevin made this video because it shows how ridiculous the theory is. That's the purpose that Plevin's video serves. That's literally the only purpose that Plevin's video serves, is that it shows that it's fucking ridiculous.
Exactly where it is. What direction is her car going?
I think the car, now, of course, we have to see what the state says with their accident reconstruction experts, but I think it probably clipped him here with enough force to send him back onto the lawn where he ended up 6 to 12 feet.
And what I heard in his opening statement, though, he said that it struck him and then hit him again when he was on the ground. So she would have had to have continued. And I'm wondering, did she continue onto the lawn? And was there anything on the lawn that indicated that an SUV had been there?
I haven't seen anything. We haven't got to that part of the trial yet. Nothing's been in the public record that they've gone forward yet on.
Now, let's get back to your first point. Let's take a listen to the prosecutor again, talking about another big moment, because the jury's going here tomorrow. So what are they going to be looking for? What do they want to know about the scene when they go for this jury view? Here's the prosecutor talking about when.
No, I mean, not that I know of. The prosecution, you mean, Microdots? I not that I know of, but I'm wondering if they're going to bring up the FBI expert. The defense is, I wonder.
Karen Reed, the following morning, spots John O'Keefe on the lawn.
The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. He yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop the vehicle. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle, until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body is found.
All right, so Kevin, I know you think it doesn't make sense, that it'd be tough. What do you think? How does she see him coming from that direction from the back seat?
The same way that the paramedic who was sitting in the passenger side said he saw a shadow figure body laying on the lawn. I mean, when Karen Reed arrives on the scene, she's in the back seat. She's actively looking for John. You have a driver in a snowstorm. They're saying it's a blizzard.
They're going to be looking forward.
She's paying attention.
That's,
She's not.
That's a great question, Microdots. I mean, that's a great question. Besides Plevendoffer, I can't imagine who would do that.
She's not crashing her car. That road is narrow. So if another car is coming down that road at that time, you got to be careful of what you're doing. So Karen is actively looking for John. So when you're looking for something, you're going to find it.
Well, the ambulance driver, by the time they were coming, there were police cruisers there. There were figures surrounding John. So you saw the police cruiser had his spotlight on the scene. So they were coming into a very different scene. But if you look at the first cruiser that arrived, it's amazing how dark it is. Even though we know with hindsight that the women are there over John, you still can't spot them. It's almost impossible to see.
Are you learning anything from these videos? We only have like 10 seconds left. Have you learned more from watching the videos in court?
Not really, because everyone's testimony is saying the same thing. She's frantic. She found her boyfriend dead on the lawn. Nobody else was showing emotion. And, show me the camera from across the street. It's the only way I'm going to believe it, Vinny.
What camera?
The deputy chief of police across the street, camera on his house. Yeah. If she did it, it's there, but they didn't provide it.
Kevin Lennon. Yeah, I know. Show us.
Right. I mean, I love how Plevin's just giggling about it. Like, dude, yeah, just laugh at the fact that there's no evidence to support your bullshit theory, and how it's so convenient that every other police officer that happens to be involved in this case is shady as fuck. Explain that.
Post the video. Kevin Lenahan, great to have you both here. We'll be speaking again, obviously. When we come back, folks, I will reveal something else you need to know tonight. Plus, coming up next hour. A New Jersey father is accused of abusing and murdering his 6.
All right. I mean, dude, Plevin's just killing me, dude. All right. Did you hear Clever snoring? No, he stopped. I can't with this dude, bro. Oh my god, bro. I can't with this dude. It's so ridiculous, man. Like, what does this dude think? I just don't get it. All right. Let's visit an old favorite, y'all. She's gonna break it down, y'all. She's gonna break it down for you guys, y'all.
Hi there. Good morning, true crimers. I just wanted to chat really quickly about the EMS workers as a whole and their testimony at the John O'Keefe trial and kind of where we're at just in terms of the report writing, the lack of report writing, what was on reports, what wasn't on reports. What I would challenge each of you to do is take a look at what we call an EMS run sheet. It's the EMS report that's filled out either typically kind of during and right after the fact. In fact, different captains and some people will be actually making notations, but at the end, typically one person will kind of summarize that call. They will talk about the patient's conditions, what they saw on scene. They will also talk about what you call interventions in terms of what was done to help assist the patient to get better. So I really, really challenge you all to take a look at one of those. And I'm actually going to post one. I will post one on my Twitter X at Coffindaffer FBI, because I just want everybody to sort of understand what is required of an EMS worker in regard to going out on such a call.
Oh, I love it.
I also want to talk just a little bit about, and these are issues that, in my opinion, Lally did not do a good job. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, be overly critical on Lally or overly critical on the defense.
No, you just don't want to be overly critical on Lolly. Stop it.
Just trying to say, from an onlooker, from somebody who's has been in these courtroom settings dozens and dozens and dozens of time as a case agent sitting beside the prosecutor or as somebody testifying in these circumstances, I can tell you that as, first of all, from an EMT perspective, when you come across a scene like this, that's very hectic, terrible conditions. First
Have you
of all,
ever
the
been an
lighting was
EMT?
horrible. The wind was horrible. The snow, everybody can see it now on screen. For months and months, we've been talking about this case, and so many people have said, no, it wasn't bad out there. It was just starting to, the snow was starting to fall. Well, that's absolutely baloney. And I'm so glad that people are able to see now the conditions in
It's
which John
baloney.
O'Keefe was found, the conditions in which the EMS workers had to work, and sort of the chaotic affair that surrounded the discovery of John O'Keefe's body and what happened. I wish, and maybe the prosecutor was thinking, well, a video speaks 1,000 words, and certainly it did. The body-worn camera, they call them BWCs, it was almost impossible to make out any sort of words that were being spoken on scene there, as many of you saw. I'm going to touch on that in a minute. But back to the testimony, which I want to focus in on. We'll make this a short live. Of Damati, of McLaughlin, of Kelly, and of Nuttall. I just want to talk really quickly about their testimony as a whole. I was hoping to be able to
And
break
talk
down
about
sort of
it.
testimony of each person that testified, but it was just getting too much, too many lives. And I realized really when I contemplated, rewatched their testimony, it all comes down to this. It all really comes down to this.
Oh, this should be great.
Looking at those four individuals who have vowed and who have taken an oath, a Hippocratic type oath, to administer and help save lives. That's the career.
No body cam footage that has been shown at all. Was she watching the trial? because it was all dash cam footage. So I don't know what she's talking about. And so I'll take the respectfully out of Dietz's statement and just say, what the fuck is she talking about? Like, what? Stop it.
These individuals have chosen. And it takes a special kind of person. When I went through my 6-month EMT classes at Methodist in Dallas, Texas, the people that I was working with, they were graduating and hoping for $12 an hour. $12 an hour to save a life. It's really amazing. We do not pay our EMS workers enough. But nevertheless, I just wanted to paint what kind of character and what kind of
Apparently, we pay our FBI agents too much.
people these 4 individuals are, and really everyone that works in the EMS arena. And when you really broke down their testimony and who they were, how they committed really their lives to this profession, their training, their experience, their certifications, what they have to go through every 2 years to recertify and retest and keep up their skills. I mean, my hat goes off to them.
Oh my God,
And
lady.
when I looked at what did they say, Karen Reed say, and what would be their motivation?
Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
All of them. Not just one, but all of them. What would be their motivation? To lie, to somehow stain their reputations, to risk perjury, to being charged criminally. They didn't know Karen Reed. They didn't know John O'Keefe. They were just out there trying to save his life. And they heard Karen Reed make spontaneous utterances. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. When they were asked what happened, when they asked, does anyone know him? Karen Reed was hysterical. Karen Reed wasn't lying. Karen Reed was telling the truth about what happened. And if the jury wants to believe they lied, that they risked their reputations again, their careers, that they risk going to jail, prison for perjury, I don't think you really listened to them closely. Not to the attorneys on either side, because it doesn't matter what Lally says. It doesn't matter what Jackson or Yannetti says. It doesn't.
Oh my God, shut up. So I think it's really funny that at no point, now maybe it only happens in the movies, I don't know, but at no point during cross-examination did either Jackson nor Yannetti ask any of these people, like, do you know that perjury is a crime? Like they didn't want to scare them. They wanted to get the truth out of them. They're trying to get to the truth, which again, and I'm going to make this point a lot, it's very telling when the defense and the prosecution's roles seem to be reversed from your normal trial. It seems like the prosecution is deflecting and avoiding facts where the defense will go, whoa, 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 wait a minute. Let's talk about this. And it seems like the defense is giving off at least the impression to the jury that they're trying to get to the truth, whereas the prosecution seems to be avoiding it and deflecting it, which is interesting.
Doesn't matter. What matters is the testimony.
Right. What matters is the testimony. And the fact is that every single person, every first responder that testified, that was there that night, none of them, all of them have conflicting stories. That's the problem. The jury is going to look at that as a whole. The jury's not going to look at, oh, well, I like this guy, but I don't like this guy, blah, 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 blah. They're going to explore that. But the ultimate conclusion that they're going to come to as a whole, as a jury, is everyone was there, yet we're getting different stories from everybody who was there. So if these first responders are so underappreciated, then, and we're supposed to look at them as these poor, hardworking folks, well, then maybe they shouldn't fucking lie on the stand. I mean, it's just that simple. Maybe they should do their job a little bit more properly, like log in their reports that they heard someone say that she hit the victim. Yet that's not written anywhere until Proctor comes into the picture and interviews these people. So this is what the jury's going to look at. It's like she knows, yet she's just like contradicting herself. It's really, really interesting. I mean, it's really not that interesting. She's just a fucking idiot. That's what it boils down to.
And they were crystal clear on that point. Many ask, well, why didn't they write it down on a report? I think it really just comes down to, unless you're an EMS worker on a bus, meaning the ambulance, call them the bus, on an ambulance, getting out there and doing this, your primary focus is...
Lady, the only time I've ever heard an ambulance called a bus is on Law and Order SVU. Literally the only place. Never actually heard that by an EMS worker testifying in a trial. I've never heard that shit in my life, or even by a police officer.
Is that patient. You certainly want to know what caused that patient.
It's true. Like I'm telling you, that's all I've ever heard. And it happens like in every episode too, where they're like, oh my God, Stabler, get over here. I need a bus. That's when it happens. That's the only time I ever see it fucking happen.
To be lying there unconscious and pulseless on the ground. And that's why Flamati started asking those questions. And when he was frustrated because of the hysteria, went back to work on the patient to oversee that. Remember, he was in charge. And when one person's in charge, they're trying not to be the one specifically doing the chest compressions or bagging the individual or you know, asking the questions. You want to oversee everything to sort of see that everything's being done. And then McLaughlin asked the questions. And she says, I hit him. It is mind-boggling for me to look at their backgrounds, to look at the people these EMS workers
Bro, everything is mind-boggling to you. Stop it.
are. And I think they all got together and they're just lying. They just made it up. Some will ask, well, why do some people remember something and other people don't remember it? I'm going to tell you why.
This is
particularly.
This is how I know she's completely full of shit. Because she's aware of the inconsistencies. And every time she has an answer for it, but it's a bullshit answer. It's an answer that just doesn't make sense. Between that and her blind defense of the McAlberts all over Twitter, and her being the only one who seems to have any knowledge of what actually happened to Chloe the dog, I mean, she's running PR. She's terrible at it, but she's running PR. She has to be. Like she's got skin in this game somehow, and I don't get it, but she's really bad at it.
Expert witness cases where you have police shootings as an example, and I might have 12 officers out on scene of the shooting. I might have 2 that actually shoot the individual that was shot. And then I might have 10 others that didn't shoot. I'll tell you, all 12 will remember something different in terms of what they hear and what they see. And you know why? There's 3 reasons. Proximity. Where were you when things were being said? Number 2, timing. Were you even there when somebody said something? In other words, were you go retrieving a piece of medical equipment? Were you focused, laser focused with tunnel vision on providing positive airway flow through BVM? Were you conducting or chest compressions and maybe were distracted? Was the person screaming it where you could hear it due to their proximity? There's all these factors that you have to consider as to why some people will hear something and some people won't. It's just that easy to evaluate on a hectic EMS call scene where somebody is literally dying before your eyes and you are challenged with trying to save them. I don't think they made any of this up. Did Nettle remember that he had a jacket on? Not a puffy jacket. He talks about that in a later scenario, talking about how in the case of puffy jackets, you need to get them off. He didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
Said that John O'Keefe was dressed in layers, was dressed appropriately for the cold, and was dressed in a winter jacket.
Which is an absolute contradiction from Flamati's testimony. Flamati's testimony, who testified right after Nuttall, said he was dressed lightly. I noticed that he had light clothing on. And Nuttall 100% said that he had a puffy jacket. The fuck is she talking about?
Or in a winter coat. He was wrong. He was dressed, John O'Keefe meaning, was in a light hoodie. And possibly, and we know he did have layers. But one person's evaluation of were they dressed appropriately is not necessarily the same as what another characterizes. You heard Flamati very clearly recall what he had on. You're going to have different perceptions because each person.
Dude, Nuttall straight up said that he had a heavy coat on. He repeated it. What are you talking about, lady? He repeated it.
It's different. And remember, the main thing is, are you providing that bit of patient care you're responsible for? And in the middle of that, when you hear, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, which has been what was said, not a question mark, but a hysterical shout of this. They took her at her word. I'm looking forward to posting these run reports, and hopefully you guys will have a chance to look at them, and you'll see it's a medical report. Should they list, if they know it, the mechanism of injury? Someone on scene said they hit him, and I believe that to be a car. You heard Flamati say he told the doctors and nurses when he arrived that he thought she was hit by a car, that somebody had said they hit them. They need to put the doctor and the nurse that were on EMS staff, or I'm sorry, on the medical staff at the time at Good Samaritan that John O'Keefe arrived, on the stand, in my opinion, just to clean that up. Yes, he told us that, the mechanism of injury was a vehicle based on the individual on the screen shouting, I hit him. A lot of people I see have said, wow, Flamati was filleted, the fence, Jackson filleted him. Gosh,
He did.
This is about the truth of the matter.
Right.
Not about.
So explain this, Twattendoffer. You're acknowledging that there's all these different stories, all these different testimonies. Why are all of these witnesses the prosecution's witnesses giving different stories. Why wouldn't the prosecution prep these witnesses? Why wouldn't the prosecution get what they're going to testify established before he puts them on the stand? That's common practice. Makes no sense.
Trying to testify for the individual on the stand. And that's what I've seen over and over and over again. And that's why you've seen Judge Cannoni, who again is trying to keep it fair, called either 3 to 4 sidebars, bringing that lawyer up to her bench, turning off the mics and basically saying, listen, you got to stop this. You know, you can't keep showing over and over again these videos and asking the same questions over and over. The prosecution is getting a little bit better at challenging that, of what they call an objection. And those objections are based on asked and answered. I can't tell you how many times Jackson asked Flamati the exact same question over and over and over. And then this is what happens when you do that. And listen, Jackson's well trained. I'm not taking anything away from him. The courtroom, that is his home. You can tell that's where he thrives. He thrives at trying to discredit EMS workers and police officers who were out there to do the only thing they were out there to do was really to save, meaning the EMS workers, John O'Keefe's life. I mean, some jurors and some people in the audience might think, wow, he did a terrific job. I think it was badgering, and I think he totally overplayed it. You get the statement once that he was wrong about the coat. You get the statement once that he was confused about whether he went in the ambulance at that time or went to go get equipment, exactly what he did. He had for Flamati at one point, Flamati said, listen, whatever you say, Jackson, yep, whatever you're saying, that's what happened. And the judge intervenes and said, well, you can't do that. You can't have him say it. And then he guesses. He says, well, I guess. And the judge says, no, you can't guess. And then he says, well, I guess I can give an approximation. In other words, he didn't know. He had said he didn't know multiple times. And he kept badgering him over and over and over. Until, in my opinion, and from somebody who's testified for hours and hours and hours. I think the longest I've ever testified was 6 hours on the stand, close to that. It's brutal. It's brutal. Because your sole goal is to just try to say the truth as you know it. And the defense attorney's
She
loves to make
the defense look like villains and everybody sitting on the stand and lying as a victim. Like you got caught in a lie. That's the defense's job.
To somehow get you, the witness, to agree with their testimony. And I really challenge all of you watching this. Watch what's happening. That's what's happening. You're going to see Jackson or Yannetti say what happened and then can try to convince the witness to agree with them. It's not the witness's words you're hearing. It's the attorney's words. And it's disheartening to watch.
Is that why every single time everybody reacted during testimony, it was to something that the witness on the stand said? Like, oh, that's not from Jackson. Jackson can't do that. The only person that even came close to doing that was Yannetti at the end of Nuttall's testimony. That was the only person who even remotely even resembled doing that. He took a little jab at the end there. He took a little jab, and everybody's like, ooh, and that was it. The rest of the time, these people were digging their own holes.
Should they have written the mechanism of injury on the report? I would have written that. I wouldn't have ever gone into statements that are made. That's not what a run report is about. That's what the police do. That's why McLaughlin said, listen, there's an officer there that heard that. You know, that's up to them. And that is exactly the situation. So holding EMS workers to the standard of being investigators is absolutely ridiculous. And that's not what they were on scene to do. They heard these spontaneous utterances of Reed. They reported that. They saw that another officer heard that.
No, they didn't.
They told medical staff at Good.
No, they didn't. Okay, so let's break that down for a second, because you're sitting here saying that they saw another officer heard it, right? But this officer never put it in his report. That's the issue here. The whole point is that nobody put it in a report. It's nowhere in writing until Proctor gets a hold of the investigation. That's the entire point. That is what the defense is leading up to here. The defense is leading up to taking all of this, and then once it gets to closing arguments, they get to go, I mean, nobody put it in a report. And it's nowhere in writing until Proctor, the guy who is under internal affairs investigation, the guy who doesn't seem to have any clue whatsoever, all of a sudden, this experienced investigator all of a sudden has no idea how to handle evidence, how to log evidence, and how to handle chain of custody of evidence. I mean, none of this. This is the issue. The entire issue is that it's very, very suspicious how Proctor handled this case. None of this stuff is in writing until Proctor gets a hold of it. That's the issue in question here. Now, you can sit here and try to play this direction all you want, but nobody's listening to you. I'm doing you a fucking favor, lady. I mean, look at this. She's got 489 views on this. I mean, she's got 489 views on this.
Good Samaritan, that's the end. Other than the fact that I think they should have written, you know, what they thought the mechanism of injury was, which was being hit by a car. Other than that, that's what should have been on the report. Not, you don't talk about everything all these people are saying on scene. My first EMS call was to a stabbing. All these people were around. You can imagine the hysteria, everybody screaming different things. I can tell you one person screamed, the boyfriend did it. I saw him run. I didn't write that on my report. I wrote about the medical condition of the patient, what I did to affect care. That's not my job. Did I say something to the officer? You betcha I did. I said, listen, they said the boyfriend ran out. And I also said, and I only said this because I was an FBI agent. I was getting my EMT certification so I could have an auxiliary duty of being a tactical medic. But I saw somebody literally pick up and move the knife. And I remember just cringing and telling myself, I've got to stay focused on my patient, because that I was the one in charge, if you will, of that patient when I came there. That the paramedic said, you're in charge. This is your call. And I wanted to say, everybody stay away from that. Hey, where'd the boyfriend go? Who saw what from FBI?
That's bullshit. If you see that shit, you say something. Everyone does. Everyone does, especially if you're law enforcement. And even if you're a doctor working on a patient and it's an emergency, hey, get that person out of here. Hey, don't touch that. Make sure that person doesn't touch that. You point fingers, you assign tasks, and you get to work. That's what you do. You're in charge of the scene. You're in charge of the situation. That's what you do. It is not uncommon. And that is exactly how you execute a situation like that. The fan's not even on right now. I've got it in the background here. I've got the window open in the background, so court has not resumed yet. Just in case people are wondering.
I have, but I had my EMS hat on. And people are expecting EMS workers to have on the hat of police officer. And that's just not what happens in those situations. There was another really good question that somebody had asked about the EMS workers. Gosh, so sorry. I didn't write it down. I thought I'd remember it because it was such a great question. But the bottom line is either that jury is going to believe
What is
that
the bottom
these four
line?
EMS workers all came together and all decided to lie and risk their careers, or that they told their truth as they remember it and that they saw it and heard it in those hectic conditions. I just hope the truth of the matter comes out, and that what I've seen on my Twitter, which is many people posting the words of Jackson, not the words of the EMS worker, but the words of Jackson. I hope this jury, since they're allowed to take notes, will clearly see what the facts that were stated by these EMS workers and understand the conditions they were in. And while their memory wasn't perfect, their memory was perfect on that point.
Okay, shut up. Idiot. Until next time, ain't just a reverb. Hold on a second. So Dietz just sent me this. Oh, wait. Sorry, guys. Court's starting.
Doing the CCR, then to CPR. We're trying to resuscitate the person as best we can. We know with the hypothermic patient, it's very difficult. It's a longer treatment protocol than a typical cardiac arrest because we have to do the CPR for an extended period of time. We have to get the patient warmed up. So the clothing is just quickly removed versus examined or looked at. And the focus was on getting compressions done. Someone was trying to intubate, getting a line started. So that's what we're mainly focused on.
As far as treatment is concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay or intersection is there between a cardiac arrest and a hypothermic patient?
When someone's hypothermic and in a cardiac arrest, we can't declare them dead or passed on until they've been warmed up. A lot of times with hypothermic patients, they can appear to be dead when they're still actually alive. So there has been instances where people have woken up in morgues that were hypothermic when their body warmed up a little bit.
My God.
Very cautious, very careful about, treating them as much as we can, as careful as we can. We can't shake them too much, can't move them too much. So it's getting the blood circulating and then starting ventilating after a few minutes.
Back to the CCR, the chest compression
Yep.
you're talking about. What, if any, sort of, based on your training and experience, what, if any, sort of protocols are, well, let me ask you this. were you doing chest compressions throughout the entirety of this interaction with the patient?
No, chest compressions, most people do it for about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, it's very tiring to do chest compressions, so we swap off every few minutes. So a different person will come in and do the compressions. They'll do it for a little while, go into a different task. Someone else will come in and do compressions.
Is that sort of the protocol that you followed in this instance? with
Yes.
regard to the stroke?
Yes, we were rotating her person doing compressions.
And the ambulance at some point leaves the scene and goes to a hospital, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know what hospital, Mr.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
If you could just wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And did you go along for that ambulance ride?
No, I did not.
And where did you go?
So as the lieutenant on the engine, I stay with the engine.
I mean, I believe
detailed
it.
My
It's just
two
crazy.
other engine personnel to the ambulance. So they went with the 2 engine personnel, the 2 regular people on the ambulance, as well as an additional person. Timmy Nuttall was the extra person for that one.
And so you take the engine and go with it.
I went back to the station.
And at some point shortly after that, are you called back to the roadway of Fairview Road?
Yes.
And same general area of Fairview Road?
Yes, same address.
And how is it that you get from the station back to Fairview?
So we had struck a box to cover the personnel that we had detailed. That means we send out a page looking for additional people to come in. We had Sam Pock come in. So he was my engine driver, and I was in the lieutenant's seat. We responded back in engine 4.
And the ambulance that had been there on Fairview Road with you previously was at Good Samaritan.
Yes. Yeah. A call like that takes an extended period of time, even at the hospital, to assist them there. So we had to get an ambulance from Station 2.
And if you know, who was on that ambulance from Station 2?
That was Jason Becker and Dan Whitley.
Now, with reference to this particular call, what, if anything, was this secondary dispatch with regard to?
So this call was for Section 12, which is someone in having a psychological issue.
And do you know who that Section 12 was in regard to?
Yeah, this was for Karen Reed.
And at some point, you go back to the scene along with the engine and the second ambulance from Station 2?
Yeah, so the engine got there first. The ambulance coming from the other station, so it was a couple extra minutes before they got there.
And when you arrived, who, if anyone else, is sort of on scene on Fairview Road at that point?
The police were still on scene. They had never left. So initially it was me, Sam Pock, and the police. So I went up to try to get the backstory of why we're doing a Section 12 and what was going on.
And at some point, well, when you first arrived, without regard to what was said to you, but who, if anyone, do you speak with to sort of try to gain this information or backstory?
When I got onto the scene, I talked to the police that was there.
Who'd you talk to, sir? The police officer who
Police
was there?
officer, yes. Sorry.
And do you recall specifically who that police officer was?
I really did not pay attention to the individual officer.
And at some point, do you have a conversation, or what, if any, conversation do you have with the patient, in this case, the defendant, Ms. Reed?
So it was when we identified Karen Reed as the patient, the ambulance arrived shortly after. We started talking to her and trying to get her into the ambulance to talk to her further.
And just to be clear for the records, when you say Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's right over there.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where is she sort of when you first make contact with her on scene when you come back?
In the general vicinity of where the police cars are.
And what is sort of the purpose of this initial conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed?
For Section 12, that's when someone's made threats to them, harm themselves or others. So I just had to judge her mental ability at the time and if she was a threat to us and how much of a threat she was to herself. So just a quick evaluation, see how her behavior was.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her during your quick conversation?
She appeared very distraught, very upset. Initially just trying to explain the situation to her about going to the hospital with the Section 12, and she was resistant to that.
And So when you say she was resistant to that, what if anything did she say or do to?
She did not want to go.
Hold on. You cannot talk over each other. The objection's overruled.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
So what was the question again, please? Yeah.
So what if anything, when you say she was resistant, what if anything did she communicate to you or observations did you make in regard to that?
She did not want to go to the hospital, and she didn't think she needed any assistance.
And what, if anything, are you sort of, you mentioned you were explaining sort of the process to her. What, if anything, are you saying in that explanation?
Well, once Section 12 gets written, it's written by the police. Once it's written, we are required to transport to the hospital. Section 12 means that they believe you're a threat to yourself or others. So you have to get evaluated at the hospital by the hospital staff there to see how mentally stable you are.
Now, at this time of this conversation, what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Ms. Reed and the prior patient, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew they had a relationship. I wasn't sure if they were married or engaged or what their status was, but I knew she was did have a strong relationship with him.
And in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if anything, was she asking or saying in reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
She kept repeating, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She seemed very concerned about that. We're trying to explain to her that we cannot declare him dead. He's being evaluated. He's being treated. They're trying to treat him the best they can.
And as far as when she's stating these things to you, is this, as far as the sort of tonality of her voice while she's saying these things to you, can you describe that?
She was very up and down. It was a repetitive conversation with her. She's obviously experiencing a lot of different emotions. So just her emotional state was all over the place.
And as far as this sort of second time that you're on scene, about how long period of time are we talking about?
That was about between 15 and 20 minutes.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, where did she go? Did you stay with her sort of the entire time that she was on scene that second time? Or
because she was resistant, we were trying to get her to voluntarily go. If someone voluntarily goes, even with the section written, they're released a lot quicker. So we're trying to convince her to go, be willing to go with us versus being forced. If at some point we have to actually force her to go against her will, then it's going to be a much longer hospital stay. So our main goal with staying on the scene so long was to try to get her willingly to go. Just makes her experience much better.
And just to be clear, when you say we, who specifically are you?
It was me, Dan Whitley, Jason Becker were the ones talking to her in the back of the ambulance.
When you clear, or when you leave the scene, where is Ms. Reed at that point?
So the ambulance transported her to the Good Samaritan. We also detailed Sam Park as the driver.
So the gentleman who had driven, or the firefighter that had driven you in the engine to the scene that
Yep.
drives the ambulance away?
Yes, correct.
Could you say his name again, please?
Sam Park.
Sam what?
Sam Park.
Spell it, please, the last name?
P-O-C-H is the last name.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ready?
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Woodbury, you and I have never met or spoken, correct?
No.
I know you had said you were nervous, so I'm going to try and make
Okay.
this fairly brief,
Thank you.
sir. I just have a couple of areas that I'd like to go
Okay.
to you with. So to your interaction with Karen Reed and what you actually heard from her mouth.
Okay.
That's sort of where I want to concentrate, as opposed to anything that anybody else may have said to you about what they believe she might have said. Okay?
Okay.
And it seems to me that your main interaction with her was not when the initial call came in to respond to, a man who was unresponsive in the snow. It was after you went back to the station in the engine
and then came back to the scene for the purposes of the section 12 that you described. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And when you came back to the scene for the section 12, it's also fair to say that the section 12 issue was your focus, correct?
Correct.
You had an order in hand, correct?
The police had it and they gave it to us when we got there.
Right. Okay. So you got an order in hand once you got there.
Correct.
Which is what you expected to happen, correct?
Yes.
And your focus at that point is, okay, and I don't want to be too, flip, but we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Is that a fair characterization?
That is one way to put it.
And you wanted to do it the easy way.
Yes, correct.
And you wanted to persuade Karen Reed that she should want to do it the easy way, correct?
Yes.
And after some conversation back and forth where she was initially resistant, she eventually agreed, yes, I'll do, not to put words in your mouth or hers, but to the effect of, yes, we'll do this the easy way, correct?
Did get her to agree to transport.
Okay. And with regard to her state of mind, I believe you had testified that she appeared to be very distraught,
Yes, correct.
going through a lot of emotions,
Yes.
grief-stricken,
Oh, that's one of them. Yes.
hysterical at times,
Yes.
raising her voice at times,
Yes.
crying at times.
I didn't see any actual tears, but
That
yeah,
type,
type of emotional display.
All right.
Wow.
So in terms of the only commentary that you heard with regard to her feelings or questions regarding John O'Keefe, it was the statements that you heard repetitively over and over and over again. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
That was some of the things she was saying. Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach sidebar briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, that's really weird that a paramedic could just be like 72-hour hold. We're just gonna rob you of your freedom. Clubber, you just knocked over my drink, buddy. What are you doing? You can't do that, dude. This tabletop is messy enough as it is, my friend. Good thing I got a bunch of paper towels. I know, I love you too, dude, but I don't like to sit here and do live streams in a wet soda environment. Plus, I can't go get another one right now. Good thing I had a lid on it. I know, I love you too, buddy. Go lay down, though. Go lay down. Go lay down. Off. Off. Clever. Clever. Off. Off. It's not even time for you to eat yet. Off. Clever. Off. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, normally you like the whole point is that you can't weaponize that. That's why I know in Florida you need a court order and like you have to get a judge to sign off on it. Like you have to get a judge to sign off on it. You can't just lock somebody up. I mean, there's no way. I mean, how is it that a paramedic has the authority to rob someone of their freedom indefinitely after a, you know?
I think Ms. Giannetti, I think you need the actual.
Yes. I was going to ask a couple of questions first and then grab it.
But it's right there for when you need it.
Lieutenant Woodbury, on your direct examination, you testified a bit, and I don't want to block a jury here.
I just took them,
You
Dietz.
testified a bit
I just took them out.
About the injuries that you observed on John O'Keefe when you first arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You testified about the swollen eye,
Yes.
and you also testified about the scratch marks that you saw on his forearm, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you, I'm going to approach in a minute to show you what has been marked M for identification. And when I hand it to you, please keep it to yourself and look at it, and then look up at me when you're done, okay? Having reviewed M for identification, do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
That is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
All right. Does that photograph appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the scratch marks that you observed on January 29th of 2022, sir?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay. That will be our next exhibit. And again, we'll have to maybe renumber. Counsel,
Nice.
before you leave today, we have to figure out how to keep everything straight.
Understood.
Okay, so the picture of John's arm has been officially entered into evidence.
And with the court's permission, Your Honor, may I have that published on the screen for the jury?
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, Lieutenant, hang on. Let me just have a moment.
Come on, man. How is that not a bite around his elbow? Come on.
With regard to the injuries that you described on direct examination, Lieutenant, I believe you would mainly concentrate.
I'm sorry, I need to, please take this down from you. I need to
I just realized how much that looks like a dog attack, so please take it down. I need to see everybody. Bev. The jury totally sees that. And now she's gonna run interference, seems like, and I try to dictate how the jury interprets that, is what it feels like. But you know, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But it sure as hell feels like that's what she's doing. But I mean, the jury's going to see that now and go, okay, how did he get that from a car? There's no way. Now the jury can't unsee that. Okay, wait a minute. He got hit by a car. He went back flying. And the only injuries are on his face and on his hands. And redness on his buttocks and parts of his back because he was laying in the cold. I mean, the thing is that they are the ones who brought it up. These witnesses are the ones who brought it up. I noticed scratches on his arm. Are these the scratches that you saw? Boom. I'd like to enter this as exhibit so-and-so. Boom. Entered into evidence. The jury now sees it. It's done. Now the jury sees that photograph. Wait, is that true? Nah. That's not true. That can't be true. OnlyFans. I mean, I have no idea what's going on, guys. because I love it. All of the people who think Karen Reed is guilty are like, the dog thing is not even an issue. It's out. It's gone. No, it's not. Not anymore. Because the jury just saw those pictures. The jury just saw that picture. The jury just saw John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm. And now they get to determine whether or not that seems consistent to them with being hit by a car. Bev did allow it. But what's funny is that's not the same picture. Remember I was saying, like, that's not the same picture. There was two pictures. That's not the same one that they showed during the hearing that they introduced the whole theory of the Chloe attack. Because I was like, why didn't they use the one that shows his elbow that actually looks like a bite mark around his elbow? I've been saying it for months. And now they just did. Because I was like, there's a better picture. Why didn't they use that one? And now they just did. That's not the same picture that they used to show Judge Beverly Cannoni during that motions hearing, where they were trying to introduce the Chloe theory. And so now Judge Bev might just be like, what is going on? Sabrina K, thank you so much. Can we get a sidebar super chat? Just trying to keep with the theme here. What the fuck? I'm afraid of doing the super chat song and then it comes back and then I piss everybody off. I don't want to do that right now. But I owe you one, Sabrina K, I promise. But I don't want to, I don't want to end up doing the super chat song and then we miss something that's really important here. Even though by now, it would have been fine, but not taking the chance. You got it, Sabrina K. No problem. So I wonder, like, she was like, yeah, sure, show that picture. And then they showed a different picture and was like, what? Amy Beth, love your coverage. You the man. Thank you so much, Amy Beth. I appreciate it. And I really appreciate everybody being here. It means a lot, really does. Yeah, I know everybody wants the super chat dance, but I'm so scared that if I put it up, they're gonna come back from sidebar. Maybe we got time. All right, I'm taking the chance. I'm taking the chance, people.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Okay, there we go. All right, I'm not taking the chance any further. Luckily, I could see Karen Reed, and I didn't see anybody walking by her to go back to the table, and that's why I took the chance. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you, Diana. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, see, I was waiting for that. Yeah, I got it. Man, I wish I was one of the flies that Judge Bev is attracting in the courtroom right now. So that I can hear what's going on. Because I wonder what she's so pissed about. All right, so now another recess. Fantastic. That's just wonderful. So did the jury leave, or yeah, like did the jury leave the room, or the jury is coming back in? Okay, the jury's coming back in. Hey, from South Africa, right on. Welcome.
So jurors, I can assure you that by Monday, I mean, we're in really good shape. It's an organizational situation that I have to deal with. So we've been dealing with that. We appreciate your patience and we are in good shape. And Ms. Gianetti, if you need the exhibit, it's here.
Terrific. May I have it published again on the
Yes.
All right, here we go. So now the jury sees it. I apologize, guys.
The injuries that you observed,
I didn't realize the jury wasn't in the room.
on the body when you were looking at John O'Keefe?
Being hypothermic, he was very pale overall. So the skin wasn't pinked up yet. So it's hard to really judge the rest of the skin that way until it's warmed up and much later into the scene.
You are familiar with the term
Yep.
liquidago?
Yes.
Could you just explain that to the jury?
That's like bruising. So the pooling of blood in lower sections. So for like a cardiac arrest patient, when they have lividity, it looks like bruising on the underside where all the blood has pooled. And we did not really notice that.
But it's not actually bruising from an injury. It's just the blood being
Settling down. It's the same thing, yes.
One at a time, please.
Yep, sorry. It appears like bruising, and bruising is basically pooling of blood under the skin. So this is lividity is just gravity-fed pooling of blood under the skin. And it usually happens what is the section of the body that is lowest.
I see. Okay. Now, with regard to the scratches that you've testified about and that you now observe on Exhibit 382, I believe, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your testimony on direct examination was that you observed them in the forearm area, correct?
It was the right, like forearm to arm. I was trying to signal like right up here, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I guess that's my
Yeah.
It wasn't just on the
Just
forearm.
not just, it was the arm area. You know, mostly what I noticed was forearm, but there was some around there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it wasn't just below the elbow?
It wasn't up just below the elbow.
There was some above the
Yes.
elbow as well?
Yep,
That's consistent with Exhibit 382?
correct.
I just have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions.
So Lally, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you very much. So
Yeah,
you're all
thank
set. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Mr. Daniel Whitley to the stand.
Oh my God.
Just tell us whether you ever seen the court and during the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Daniel Whitley, Whitley.
And what do you do for us?
I'm a paramedic firefighter with the Town of Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire?
I was hired in March of '06.
And prior to that work with the Canton Fire Department, did you work within that same field in any other capacity for any other company?
Yes, correct. I worked for American Medical Response out of Brockton.
Thank you, Shelley.
As an EMT intermediate and a paramedic for 5 years.
And you're a certified paramedic, is that correct?
Correct.
how long have you held that certification?
It was, I believe, November of 2006 that I got that certification.
And is there any sort of continuing educational component or recertification process that's involved with being a certified fireman?
Yes, we recertify every 2 years. We're required to hold basic life support card, which is just generally CPR, and advanced cardiac life support, which is ACLS. It's more dealing with EKGs and how to run resuscitations, cardiac arrests, things of that nature.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022, were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes,
What kind of shift were you working in?
24-hour shift, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
And where were you assigned on that particular date?
The Ponkbog Station, Station 2.
The Ponkabog Station, where is that located within Canton?
The north side of town on Southmont Street.
And how were you assigned? Were you assigned to a specific duty or a specific?
Yes, I was assigned to Ambulance 2 with Jason Becker. As I was a field training officer at that point, and he was just finishing up his field training after he recently became certified as a paramedic.
And now, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., were you aware of a call or dispatch in regard to Station House 1?
Yes, we had just returned from a previous call about 5 a.m. and heard the tones go off. Actually, we were in the day room, which is where it's the living room of a fire station. And we heard the tones go off. We heard the police going to Fairview Road. And we just kind of sat and were wondering what was going on there.
Now, you yourself, you and firefighter Becker, were you dispatched to a call as well, approximately 6:41 or 6:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And at the time that you received that dispatch, what, if anything, were you aware of with regard to the prior call that the other ambulance went?
So when the tones go off between the two stations, we're able to hear what the dispatch complaint is, what they're going for, and it came in as, I believe, CPR in progress in the snow or something to that regard. So we knew that was a fairly serious call that Station 1 had gone to.
Now, when you received your dispatch at approximately 6:42 a.m. or so, what was that call in regard to, and where did you respond?
We were dispatched for a Section 12.
And as far as your assignments within the ambulance between yourself and firefighter Becker, with regard to this call, who was doing what?
I was driving. He's what we call the tech, the lead paramedic on the case. That's just generally how we operate.
And from your response, or your driving from Station 2 to Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or experience en route in between the two?
At that point, it was snowing pretty heavily. We were coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take the right onto Fairview. We nearly slid off the road, making the turn onto Fairview. It was snowing that heavily, and I don't believe the roads had been really plowed or treated or anything like that for us to, so it was pretty slippery.
Now, in addition to ambulance number 2 that you and firefighter Becker were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus was dispatched to this call as well?
There was Engine 3, which is the District 1 engine, and at least 2 police cruisers. And then another gray SUV kind of further down from where we parked.
Now, when you arrive in this area on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you sort of observe as far as who's there when you arrive?
When I got out, my Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park were there.
And they were on the engine, is that correct?
They were on the engine, correct.
Now, beyond sort of the personnel from your department, you mentioned that there were some police officers there as well?
Yes, Melanie and Sarah, and then 2 other females, at least 2 other females.
And the other 2 females, where were they when you first sort of get out of the ambulance?
A few yards ahead of us. a few dozen yards ahead of us, I'd say.
And were there any other vehicles beyond sort of first responders that you observed on?
Just that other gray SUV.
And so I guess my question is, where were the two females that you observed in relation to the gray SUV?
Near it, maybe in front of, maybe one was inside. There were three females there.
And at some point while you're on scene, you learned the identity of your patient, correct?
Yes,
And what was the name of the patient?
Karen Reed.
And you had some conversation with Karen Reed that day, is that correct?
Yes,
And do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated right at that table right there.
I'm sorry, if you could just point as to where she is.
Right here.
No, I just asked record of flight identification.
Okay.
Now, when you first sort of arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is the first person that you talk to?
Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park.
And following that conversation, who, if anyone, you speak to?
Probably briefly Lieutenant Mullaney, but more, I'm sorry, not Lieutenant, Officer Mullaney and Officer Saraf.
Now, following your conversation, well, let me ask you this sort of in general terms. When you respond to a call for a Section 12, what is sort of the protocol that you go through in regard to that?
Whether it's a Section 12 or any call, basically, the lead tech generally takes over immediate patient care, goes over, assesses. Usually the partner will go over and try and find out background details, try and find not only, well, especially for a Section 12, you want to get, the tech will get, which is Jason's role, the patient story, and then I'll get everyone else's story.
And at some point, you have a conversation with Ms. Reed as well.
Oh, yes.
And where is that in relation to vehicles on scene? So what is that initial conversation?
The initial conversation, she was very upset. She kept saying, so we had a Section 12 written, and that was to take her to the hospital because she made threats against her life, saying, I don't want to live anymore. If my husband dies, I don't want to be alive anymore. And myself and Jason and Lieutenant Woodbury were kind of like, well, that's seemingly more in the lines of normal grieving process after something traumatic happens to a loved one, whether they're going to die or not. We kind of didn't feel like it kind of led to that level of a Section 12 to have her transported to the hospital. So at that point, I exited the ambulance and I went to speak with Officer Saraf, and I said, this kind of doesn't, if we want her to be at the hospital, get a full eval, we're going to need more than just, if my husband dies, I want to die, because that seems just like normal grieving things to say. And so I went back to the ambulance. He went, I don't know where he went. I don't know whether it was cruiser or what, but he came back, notified me that her
sustained.
And from that conversation, did you receive more information or more clarity as to statements in Ms. Reed and Nick?
Yes, Officer Saraf had said that.
Objection.
So not what he said, sir. So
we
you
were
are
informed
unmuted.
that.
Objection.
I'm not sure.
So you can't testify to what somebody else told you. You can when there's no objection regarding what Ms. Reed told you,
Okay.
but you can't testify what anybody else told you.
Okay.
So when I say sustain, that means you have to stop.
Okay.
And the lawyer will ask another question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Firefighter Whaley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. You described sort of her demeanor and any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking.
Yes, she was very upset. she kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours. And at that point, we were just trying to
no jacket.
give her any
Got it.
hope that whomever A1 transported was still alive. And we kind of just talked about far off hypothermia cases where, you know, kids have fallen in rivers and been submerged for many minutes, maybe even hours, and survived with no neurological deficits. So we were just trying to give her some sort of hope on the way to the hospital that there was a chance that her husband could be alive.
Now, at this point, what, if anything, did you know about sort of the relationship between your patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the patient from ambulance 1 that been transported previously?
She identified him as her husband.
And is that something that she said once or more than once?
Many, many times.
Now, she asked you some questions about his status and made specific reference to his clothes. Is that correct?
The only thing I recall is asking if he could have survived without a jacket.
Now, as far as these conversations that you had with Ms. Reed, where did they occur in relation to the ambulance?
They were in the back of the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, was present in the back of the ambulance beyond yourself and the defendant?
Jason Becker.
And with reference to, you mentioned that firefighter Becker was sort of the lead paramedic or the lead tech on this. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is there, from sort of his role and your role, what are some of the sort of differences in the duties and responsibilities in relation, we'll call it?
So for any Section 12 or our department policy is there will be 2 EMTs, paramedics, firefighters with during transport at all times. That's both for our safety and the patient safety. So that's why it wasn't just 2 EMTs or paramedics driving to the hospital. I was in back with Jason, and Sam Park was driving.
Now, as far as you testified earlier about observations of her being upset or distraught, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that consistent throughout your interaction with her, or?
No. There would be episodes where she would like go from crying in her hands to all of a sudden perking up. She was crying about having to take care of kids, saying she couldn't do it. And I was saying, you know, you can do this. It's not as hard as it seems. She kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. That's when I figured out who ambulance 1 transported. And I was saying, well, it seems like you have a good, strong support system. People who came and helped you in a blizzard to help come find your husband. She said, she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts. I said I did. She said anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say those things. And that kind of took me aback a bit. It seemed strange to say something like that after you were just crying because your husband was dead.
Take you back just within.
I was just kind of surprised.
If I could take you back within that just for a minute. So you had testified that during that her description, you sort of realized who was the patient in ambulance 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, made you realize, or who did you think it was?
I live in and grew up in the Ponkbog neighborhood of Canton, and Mr. O'Keefe was known for taking on his niece and nephew after, I'm sorry, I'm not sure positive of the relationship, but I believe it was his sister and his brother-in-law passed away. And it was something people admired him for, people looked up to him for. But I was able to, I also, I moved into the Ponquag neighborhood back after living outside of Canton for a few years. The O'Keefes lived diagonally across from me. I never had any sort of interaction with him or anything. When I moved in, my wife was probably about 6 months pregnant, and I had 2 toddlers, so I was pretty busy. I figured he was pretty busy. I never even had a chance to introduce myself or anything before he moved to Meadows, which is how I kind of figured out.
Your Honor, I object to this line of questioning.
Okay, next, sustain, next question.
Now, you had also mentioned during your conversation with the defendant that she had said some things about Carrie Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And how is it that you know Carrie Roberts?
Well, Carrie lives around the corner from me.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. Next question, please.
How long have you known Carrie Roberts?
Just from moving back into the neighborhood, she would run the neighborhood block party, and she put out that she would like the fire truck there on the neighborhood Facebook page. So I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the neighborhood block party.
And was Ms. Roberts seen on Fairview when you arrived in your ambulance?
Yes.
So she was one of the other females along with the defendant.
Correct.
Now, with reference to when you brought up as far as support system, included Ms. Roberts within that, what, if anything, did the defendant say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
A lot of objections from the defense on this one.
Now, this conversation that you had with the defendants in the ambulance, about how long a period of time are we talking about?
20, 25 minutes.
And beyond what you've already testified to, what did sort of that conversation consist of, or what was the sort of tone and tenor of that conversation?
Again, we were just trying to give her any support. She was, once we were getting closer to the hospital, we
Objection.
So the tone and tenor. So what can you tell us about that? That's admissible, Mr. Yannetti. Go ahead.
The tone, she would go from being almost despondent to when she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts, the only tone I can use to describe it is snarky.
Objection. Move to strike.
I mean, come on, dude. Snarky. Listen to this guy taking jabs.
Now,
using snarky to be snarky.
transported to a Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you, during the transport, where are you in relation to Ms. Reed from Fairview to Good Samaritan?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
During the transports, Ms. Reed is where within the ambulance?
I believe we have what we call a tech bench, which is a long bench. There's the ambulance stretcher, and then to next to the ambulance stretcher, as we call it, the CPR seat. And then that's where Miss Reed sat. And then I was in what we call the airway seat, which is basically like a captain's chair behind the stretcher.
And in addition to yourself and the defendant, who, if anyone, else was sort of in the back of the ambulance at that time?
During transport?
Yes.
During transport, it was just me, Jason Becker, and Miss Reed.
So yourself, along with firefighter Becker, in the back, correct?
Correct.
Who was driving you?
Sam Park.
Now, when you arrived at Good Samaritan, what, if anything, happened?
Miss Reed was asking to be able to see John, and I made the decision that I would run ahead to see if that was in the realm of possibility with the emergency room physician there. So I ran ahead. I came into they call it the code room at Good Sam. And I asked if the wife could see the husband. The ER doctor asked if she would be upset. I said if she would be upset if she was allowed to or not. And I said she's going to be upset. I believe she's going to be upset either way. He was asking if she would get in the way of the resuscitation efforts. And I said it's possible. She's very upset.
And so once you arrive at the hospital with the patient, where do you go along with Ms. Reed?
We escorted her down to we call it the psych hall or the behavioral hall at Good Sam.
And about how long was it after you escorted her into the hospital that you stayed with her following that?
At least 10 minutes.
And during those 10 minutes, how would you describe sort of her behavior or demeanor during that time?
Objection.
No, he can testify to that.
He was giving the nurses a hard time about, I'm sorry, she was giving the nurses a hard time about having to get into a Johnny, about having to submit a urine sample. Even the ER techs went to the physician who was in the code room to see if she could not have to wear a Johnny. And the ER doc said, no, if she's in the psych hall, she's a psych patient, needs to be in a Johnny. So at that point, there was just a nurse and a tech. We don't usually leave a psych patient with just a single nurse and a tech. So we decided to wait until security had gotten there before we left.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr.
Oh,
Yeti.
this is going to be good. Here we go.
Good afternoon.
So, Mr. Whitley, when you showed up, you learned that Karen Reed was the patient that you were to deal with, correct?
Correct.
And it was your expectation that she would be going to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that you do when you transport somebody to the hospital is you try to get a medical history, correct?
Yep.
Why is that important?
Generally, we get pertinent medical history to pass on to the hospital. So if something were to happen where the patient wasn't able to describe their past medical history, it gets passed on to the next caregiver, which would be the nurses, doctors at the hospital.
Okay. More information is always better than less information, correct?
I would say so.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, did you take a medical history from her?
I assume Jason did.
Okay. Did you learn the results of that medical history?
You'd have to refer to Jason's report.
Not what he asked.
Yes.
Did you learn of her medical history from Jason? Did Jason reiterate her medical history to you?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, if I'm actually going to show you two documents with your permission. One would be Jason's report.
Okay.
And you were talking about Jason Becker, correct?
Correct.
The other is a police report from Sergeant Yuri Buchnick. I'm going to give you the second page of that.
So let's do them one at a time.
Sure. And you've asked
Here we
for
go.
Jason Becker's report, so I'll give you that first, okay?
Okay.
And when I approach you, I'm going to hand this to you, and I just ask you to look at it silently by yourself.
Okay.
And then look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
going to collect that from you if you don't mind.
The first report was the first report from my lieutenant.
Was Jason Becker's report included in it
Yes.
as well?
Yep.
Having reviewed those documents, does that refresh your memory as to the medical history that was taken?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Just lists multiple sclerosis.
What is multiple sclerosis?
I believe it's a neurodegenerative disease where the myelin sheathing of the trying to think of the word here, but
Bruh, you're in the medical industry.
You know, I
You're in the medical
understand.
field.
I'm sure you do. It's a disease.
It's a disease.
It's a
that's
disease,
progressive
right?
And has neurological muscle control things involved with it.
And when you
Muscle
say
control
progressive,
things.
That means it gets worse over time as you age.
As I understand it.
And that was the medical history you got from Karen Reed?
Correct.
Wow.
I have nothing further.
All right. So, sir, you are
Good.
all set. Thank you,
Muscle
Mr. Whitley.
hang. Yeah.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call Mr. Jason Becker to the stand.
Please watch your step. Face that clerk, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the understanding of the court and jury in the case down here should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
First name is Jason. Last name is Becker. Becker.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic, Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
5.5 years.
And prior to that, what, if any, other employment did you have sort of within that same field?
I worked at Found Ambulance and South Shore Hospital.
How long did you work at each of those respective positions?
Found Ambulance was about 5 years. South Shore Hospital, approximately 3 years.
And with regard to South Shore Hospital, what is it that you did there?
I was a nursing assistant in the emergency room.
And with regard to your work as a firefighter paramedic for the Canton Fire Department, you a certified paramedic?
Yes.
And when did you first receive that certification?
October 2021.
And is that something that you receive, or when you receive that, is something that goes on in perpetuity, or is that something that you have a continuing educational component or recertification?
It's Con Ed education, every 2 years you have to recertify.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
I was.
And where were you assigned? I'm sorry. What type of shift were you working on that occasion?
What type of shift?
Yes, like what hour to what hour?
8 a.m. to 8 a.m., 24 hours.
So 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
Correct.
And where were you assigned on that day?
I was at Canton Station 2, Ambulance 2.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned with you to Ambulance 2 at Station 2 on that day?
Daniel Whitley, firefighter Daniel Whitley.
Now, at some point when you were working on the 29th, shortly after 6 a.m. or so, did you become aware of a call for station house number 1?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you aware of as far as that earlier call?
As far as we know, it was a man down the road, initial, and I believe it was upgraded eventually to CPR in progress.
Now, At some point following that, approximately 6:41 a.m. or so, did you, your station, dispatch to Fairview?
That's not
Yes.
me. That's the feed.
In regard to
A psych eval, possible section 12.
And in addition to yourself and firefighter Whitley in ambulance 2, what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched by your department to that call?
Canton engine 3.
And if you know, who, if anyone, was on Canton engine 3 at that time?
Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Sam Park.
Now, with regard to the ambulance that you were in with firefighter Whitley, what were sort of let me ask you this, between sort of call volume, what, if any, sort of policy or protocol is there as far as who does what on a particular call?
We switch off.
And so on this particular call that you were dispatched to Fairview Road, what were sort of each of your respective duties and responsibilities between yourself and firefighter Whitley?
Firefighter Whitley was the driver at that point, and it was my tech, is what it's called. So the next patient would be mine.
And so as sort of you were the lead tech on this, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as the lead tech's role, what, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have in regard to writing a report?
It's my report. That'd be right.
May I approach you, witness?
Yes.
The documents is that to review that with us.
The first report up here is the engines. Second one would be mine.
You recognize the first few pages of that as the engines report, and the last few are yours, correct?
Correct.
And that's your report with relation to this dispatch and this call, correct?
Correct.
May I approach you, January?
Yes.
I want the seat to introduce in a minute, isn't it?
So both reports through this witness? Is there any objection?
May I just take a look at the DA's copy? May we approach?
Okay.
I mean, like, how many of these first responders is he going to call up? I mean, I guess he would have to call up all of them. You know what I mean? Like, realistically, you're just going to have to face the fact that if he's going to call one up, he's got to call them all, you know? So, but the problem is that all of their testimonies are so inconsistent. I'm not an expert, Mike, but I've never seen this many in a trial. I'm sure there are plenty of trials where this many sidebars happen. I would assume, again, I'm not an attorney, but I would assume that it depends on the judge and how the judge runs his or her courtroom. So Bev likes to call sidebars. I don't know. So.
Bless you.
Bless you.
With that addendum, I would seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, can I return the report to the witness?
Yes.
Yes, Mom.
Bev just hates everybody now. Before she was like coddling Lolly. Now she just hates the whole world.
When you first sort of arrive in the area of 34, when you arrive in the area of Fairview Road, what, if anything, is it that you first observe upon your arrival?
Coming down the street or on scene?
Yes, coming down the street.
Coming down the street, see the live police lights. You can see the fire engine, and I believe I said it's one black SUV.
And where is it that you and the ambulance sort of park in reference to those other vehicles that you see?
I believe we parked. If the SUV was facing towards us, we parked to the left. I don't recall where the police cruiser was, though.
And when you first arrived there, who, if anyone, is it that you first speak with when you get there?
When we got out of the ambulance, I passed Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney. They kind of briefed us, and then I walked over to the black SUV.
And when you walk over to the black SUV, who is it that you observe in that black SUV?
I saw two females.
And
Again, two
of those
females.
two females, do you see one of them in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Right over there, the jacket on.
That's the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where within the vehicle is she when you first come up to the vehicle on the field?
When I remember, she was in the front passenger seat.
And what, if any, knowledge did you have as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, and her relationship to the earlier call that ambulance wanted been dispatched to?
Very little. I think we had gotten briefed that she was the wife of the previous patient.
And was that something that she had stated or something that somebody else had stated? Where does that awareness come
I
from?
believe it was one of the Canton police officers that said it.
So Jen McCabe's inside the
I'm
house.
sorry, what was that answer?
It was one of the Canton police officers.
Okay.
Yeah, Jen McCabe's inside the house at this point.
And so when you walk up to the car, what is it that you say to her, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed at that?
So I went up to the window and introduced myself and just kind of asked what was going on.
And how did she respond to that?
She was kind of, she was distraught. She was crying. She kind of told us that the statements she may have made, she didn't mean it because of the current events that she had just gone through.
What, if anything, did she say about that? If anything, did she say about what she had gone through?
She had just done CPR on her husband.
And so she referred to him as her husband as well?
Yes.
And this conversation that you had sort of at the side of the SUV, is that through the door, through the window?
From what I recall, it was through the window.
And at some point, does the conversation move to the end?
Correct.
About how long was the conversation at the vehicle before the conversation shifted to the end?
5 to 10 minutes.
And as far as your dispatch for a psych or a section 12, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of that process, just in general terms first, as far as what does that process entail?
And when we get on scene?
Yes.
For a section?
Yes, please.
We go on scene, we kind of look at the environment, see what the environment's like, see if the patient's cooperative, uncooperative, what their demeanor is, if there's any obvious self-harm. If there's none, we kind of go up and talk to them, get a report, and ask them some basic triage questions.
And is that sort of the policy or the protocol or what you followed in this instance with Ms. Reed?
Correct.
Now, beyond what she had indicated to you initially, what, if anything, was she asking you during the course of your conversation with her once you were in the ambulance?
She kept asking if he was dead or could he be dead.
Is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
More than once.
And could you describe sort of the tone of her voice when she was saying?
It was pretty, it was kind of like it was a rapid kind of pressure speech. She was just a lot repetitive.
And as you were speaking with her, what, if any, observations did you make of her facial area?
She had blood on her face and her neck and her blood around her mouth, her neck and chin.
So with regard to sort of any earlier suicidal statements, what, if anything, did she say in relation to that?
She said she made them because she just went through traumatic events, seeing her husband dead, and she had no plan on acting on it.
Now, pursuant to a Section 12 call, what, if anything, are you doing as far as documentation goes with respect to vital signs, things like that?
Well, it depends on the situation. In a situation with misreads, I took a regular just vital signs, pulse oximetry to see her heart rate. But for someone like a female psych patient, it's more verbal.
And as far as any of those sort of vital signs and things that you took, what, if anything, abnormal did you note in regard to that?
There was nothing too abnormal. Just the heart rate might have been a little bit high, but within normal range.
Could you please keep your voice up, sir? Thank you.
Sorry. With the vital signs, her heart rate was a little high. It was 98, but it was nothing concerning.
I don't think this guy's lying.
During the time that you're having this conversation with her,
At least not yet.
how would you describe it?
She would have periods of calmness, and then other periods she would appear agitated because she didn't want to go to the hospital. But all in all, she was cooperative with us.
Now, at some point, she's cooperative, correct, and agrees to go?
Eventually, yes.
When you say eventually, was there some conversation related?
We kind of mentioned to her basically what a Section 12 is. And unfortunately, she'd have to come with us voluntarily or involuntarily.
So you're explaining the process to her, is that correct?
Correct.
Eventually, she agrees to go, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the transport goes, who, if anyone, is in the back of the ambulance with her during the transport period?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance to the hospital?
Firefighter Park.
And which hospital did you transport Ms. Reed?
We went to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, during the course of transfer to the hospital, what, if anything else, did Ms. Reed say with reference to children?
She was talking about Keith's children, and she was unsure, and she didn't know if she'd be able to take care of them. She was worried about that.
She was worried about that.
Yeah, she's worried about who would take care of the children if he was pronounced dead.
And what, if anything, did she say about herself in reference to the children?
She didn't think that she could take care of them on her own.
Now, as far as this other person or the patient from the earlier call,
She wouldn't have been able to,
to that person in relation
or allowed to.
She was calling him the husband.
Now, with reference to this particular, with reference to Ms. Reed in this conversation, what, if anything, did she say in regards to the last time that she had spoken to who she called her husband?
She had said that they had gotten into an argument. She was sad because that was the last thing she had said to him, was the argument, but she didn't go into detail on what the argument was about or what was said.
The Duncan motive.
Now, with regard to her speaking about children, what, if any, further conversation did either yourself or Firefighter Whitby have with her in regard to that?
With children?
Yes.
I don't recall.
The other female party that Miss Reed was initially with in the vehicle when you first arrived, did you know who that was?
I don't know who she was.
And at any point in time, subsequent to that, did you learn who she was?
I did.
And who did you learn her to be?
She was Miss Carrie Roberts.
And with relation to your conversation with Miss Reed on that day of January 29th, what, if anything, did she say about Miss Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
The regard to the sort of medical questions that you were asked, from those medical questions, what, if any, questions would you typically ask someone with relation to consumption of alcohol or drugs?
Well, probably part of the psych assessment, I asked if she had taken any drugs or alcohol, and she had denied it at that point.
She said she had not, correct?
Correct.
I would have too. You telling me you're about to take me against my will to a hospital for 72 hours for observation, which could result into an indefinite admission. Screw that.
Observations that you testified to earlier in regard to her, and by her I mean Ms. Reed's demeanor. Did that change at all during the course of your interaction with her, or was that consistent throughout?
Demeanor, as in.
It's a poorly phrased question. I'm going to try and rephrase it. So, with regard to her demeanor throughout the course of your interaction with her, how would you describe that?
She was cooperative. Then she'd be calm, and then eventually she would kind of get a little agitated and repetitive questions. But she seemed distraught.
Now, with respect to the person she indicated was her husband, what, if any, questions did she ask either you or firefighter Whitley or both in relation to him?
She was asking if he was dead, or could he be dead? Could be dead, and she said, "Could I have hit him?"
Was that something that she asked once or more than once?
It wasn't a lot. It was more of could he be dead? Could he be dead?
So somewhat repetitive, is that correct?
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Firefighter Becker, just my own clarification. You testified earlier that first arriving on scene and first spoke with Mr.
Ew.
Indicated.
You heard he coughed up some phlegm?
Some statements that she said there were some statements that she did not meet, correct?
Correct. Suicidal statements.
And so, exactly. So my question is, that was in reference to the suicidal statements she had made prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Not to any subsequent statements, correct?
Allegedly.
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Rona. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, right?
I believe so.
I wanted to go back to one piece of testimony that you offered on direct examination, if I may.
Sure.
You had, in response to a question from the prosecutor about the medical history and your question to Ms. Reed about whether she had had any alcohol to drink. I believe your answer today was she denied having drank alcohol the night before?
At the time that she was, she could have drank, I don't know if she drank alcohol the night before, but at that time I asked if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
I'm sorry, if I just didn't hear.
Yeah, you need to keep your voice up, sir. Speak directly
Sorry.
into the microphone.
And answer the question.
I asked her
That's
if
not
she
what-
had any
yeah.
drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
Oh, if she had any drugs.
Well,
or
has she
alcohol.
taken any drugs or alcohol? She said no.
Did you specify a time period?
I just assumed it'd be in the last few hours for the reason why we were there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm sure if she had alcohol days prior, but for the reason why we were there.
Okay. So was it your understanding that the two of you had an understanding of what you were asking?
Sure.
Objection, move to
Yeah,
strike.
yeah. So the objection sustained. It's stricken. Ask the question differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so I guess with regard to your intent and your state of mind when you were asking that question, you were asking, had you taken any drugs or alcohol within the last few hours? That's what you meant to ask?
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
What did you specifically ask?
So when I ask a patient if any drugs or alcohol, I'm talking about at that point in time, but an hour before, 2 hours before, not.
What
days
did you
before,
ask
weeks
her
Okay,
specifically?
So this was at 6:40 in the morning,
Correct.
correct? Did you smell any alcohol on her at that time?
I did not.
Okay. You would agree that she did tell you at some point that she had had alcohol the night before, correct?
No.
All right. So this is now, what's today, May 3rd of 2024?
I see what he's gonna do.
And this happened back in January, on January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
You were interviewed by a Trooper Michael Proctor.
Here we go.
On February 14th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I recall meeting with him, yes.
And February 14th of 2022 would have been a little bit more than 2 weeks after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Your memory of what Karen Reed told you about whether she had anything to drink the night before would have been much better on February 14th of 2022 when you were talking to Trooper Michael Proctor than it would be today, correct?
Correct.
Because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
Certain circumstances, sure.
And with regard to whether Karen had indicated that she took any drugs, you told Trooper Proctor she said that she had not, correct?
Correct.
With regard to whether she had had alcohol the night before, you told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that she did consume alcohol last night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to see a sidebar on this.
How
Please
is that
bring
an
up-
objection? If it's in the report, it's a valid question. He just asked, dude. See, this is the why the sidebars get on my fucking nerves. Because he's saying, wouldn't your memory be a bit sharper? Isn't it fair to say that closer to the date of when Michael Proctor interviewed you, your memory would probably be a little bit more vivid? Okay, so when you spoke to Michael Proctor, and in this report that I'm referring to, did you or did you not say this when he asked you? It's a simple question.
With your permission, I'll repeat the question.
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that Karen had told you that she did consume alcohol the previous night, correct?
If that's in his notes,
That's what it says.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether you told him that?
I don't recall.
If you saw his
Yeah.
report with your statements in it, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
It's a two-page report. I'll give you both, actually. It's a two-page report. I'll give you both pages, but I have highlighted a line on the second page, so I would direct you to that. May I approach?
Yes. And take your time reading it, sir.
Yes, yeah. And please read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I'm going to need Bev to teach this guy the law. I used to be a fighter, but now I just train my brother Mickey Wad. You ever heard of him?
So
When
I
I'm
did
not
say,
So,
smoking
Mr.
crack.
Becker, a couple of things. Wait for a question,
oh, I'm sorry.
but also
Sorry.
you have to keep your voice up.
Okay.
I'm close to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. Most
Okay.
of the jurors are further away.
And the way this works is I have to collect that from you and then ask you a question, okay?
So,
If I may approach you on.
Yes.
Having reviewed that document, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not Karen Reed, or strike that? Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to the fact that you?
Does that refresh your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
it does.
Okay. And so did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 14th that Karen Reed had told you on January 29th that she had consumed alcohol the night before that?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you were listening to her talk at times, that her speech was very rapid?
Correct.
And particularly when she had said the words, is he dead? Is he dead? She would repeat it repetitively, correct?
Correct.
And she was fixated on that, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the last interaction that she spoke about with whom you thought she said her husband, she didn't give you any detail about that, correct?
She did not.
You don't know whether it was an in-person communication?
That wasn't my position to ask more details about that.
And I'm not criticizing you, sir. I'm just trying to get to what your knowledge was in terms of
Right.
information you got from her. So she didn't specify that it was an in-person communication, correct?
No,
She didn't specify as to whether it was a phone conversation?
she did not.
She didn't specify whether it was a text message exchange back and forth?
She did not.
And she didn't specify whether it was an angry voicemail that she left, correct?
She did not.
No further questions. Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Becker or Firefighter Becker, you are all set, sir. Thank you very
Fucking
much.
useless witness,
That's okay.
man.
Thank you. Yes, you can leave that right where it is. Thank you, sir.
I think she's gonna call it a day now.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Oh,
Sure.
we got another one. Yeah, like I'm glad they had court today, man, because I like yesterday, I missed the whole thing where she said that there would be court today when I was signing off last night. But or yesterday, I mean, but I'm glad they had court today because at least we got through this shit, you know? Because this is like I mean, that was a useless testimony.
Does it make sense that rather than starting with another witness,
Yeah.
Friday afternoon, it's been a long week for you all. We'll excuse you at this point. So
There we go.
please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, disregard it and let us know. And have a great weekend. Monday will be a full day. We'll see you first thing Monday night.
We'll rise to the jury. Go right this way.
I mean, other than already over, what do you mean over already? It's almost 4, 20 to 4. Usually ends at 4. So I agree with Bev on that. Like, it doesn't really make sense to start with another witness. Especially the way Lolly runs his questioning. It's just he's gonna ask if it was snowing. You know, by the time he's done asking if it was snowing, it'll be time to
I
adjourn.
think there's an exhibit in the witness stand. All right, because I've decided that it makes more sense to do exhibits the old-fashioned way because it's simply not working out.
What the hell? You idiot. Boston 10. Hold on. Let me see if Court TV is still live here.
That rather than starting with another witness, figure it's a Friday afternoon, it's been a long week for you all, we'll excuse you at this point. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, disregard it and let us know.
I feel like it's going to end the feed the same way.
We'll see you first thing Monday.
Usually when it goes back like that, that's usually what
Rise to
happens.
the jury. Go right this way.
Deja vu.
Oh, sure.
And I haven't forgotten about you, PTSD healer. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Maybe see it.
Okay, so the jury's out of the room. Let's see what Bev says here.
I think there's an exhibit in the witness stand. All right, because I've decided that it makes more sense to do exhibits the old-fashioned way because it's simply not working out. My suggestion is that we take what we have that have actually been introduced because I know you pre-marked nearly 600 exhibits. They have not been introduced into evidence. So we have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 14, 18, and there are additional that are in the 300s and 200s. So what I would like to do is take all of these, and I know Madam Court Reporter has been great about sticking around all late during the week to pre-mark things. This is more important to me that we get the record straight from this point. I would prefer the jurors to have the exhibits in order and not have numbers 200 and 300 in where they should be 15 and 16.
I mean, I agree with that.
So what I would like you to all do is take a look at the exhibits that have actually been introduced. Their prior numbers, if you have referred to them by their prior numbers, I will permit you for the rest of the trial to say previously referred to as 308, but now exhibit 15 until you feel you don't need to do that anymore. So it means things are going to have to be renumbered. So Madam Court Reporter, was there anything else we needed to discuss on this? Is there anything else you need from the lawyers? Okay. So you've got a list of everything, and Mr. McDermott's got a list of everything that's been introduced. Do you need me to do this, or is this something you can all do with Madam Court Reporter? And I want to come out and make sure it's right. All right, so why don't you all take 10 minutes to see if you can work this through. I'll come out at the end of 10 minutes, see what you have, and we'll make sure the record's straight. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does. The only thing that I would ask to add to that, Your Honor, is in conformity with the court's ruling as far as redaction to the run sheets and the run reports. I'm not sure if they've been stickered or not, but there are medical records with regard to both the victim and the defendant that would be in there, and I would ask for them to either be marked for identification or taken out at this point. Okay. Ms. McLaughlin indicates they haven't been marked yet, so I would just ask to sort of retrieve.
All right, so that's sort of the second point. I assume there are many pages of medical records, and one of the things I told you this morning is if records are going to be introduced subject to redactions, those redactions have to be done before they're introduced. It's going to take some time. So you have to be, if you're not in agreement, then you need to tell me what you're not in agreement over, and I'll have to decide it, but they need to be redacted beforehand. Just because this is a long trial, I don't want it to take any longer than it necessarily has to be. And we have to make sure all of the exhibits are in order, especially if they do end up numbering in the hundreds. So, all right, so you've factor that into your schedule. We've got many days that we won't be in session. It seems like a good use of council's time to redact records and talk. If you need additional time and we need to cut into the evidence, I'd prefer not to, but I need to know. All right. So I have received from the Commonwealth all of the videos that I requested. I received a flash drive today. When can I get the videos? I thought I was clear yesterday. Apparently I wasn't. So when can I get all of the videos that the defendants intend to introduce? I had hoped to look at them over the weekend.
We can do, it's not a matter of getting them onto a flash drive. That's quick. It's just a matter of getting them to the court. So I would invite the court to direct us how, if you want to use the weekend, let us know. We work on Saturdays and Sundays.
So so you can't do it today. You can't do it before you leave. I don't think your IT person's here, right?
I might
Oh, if you can do it before you leave, if he can just download it onto a flash drive, that would be great. Do you want to go talk to him and see how long?
You might be able to do that.
We may be able to do that.
Why don't you talk to him?
See, I think she's just trying to manage time.
Yes.
All right. That
We won't leave until we give them to you.
that would be great. And Ms. Gianetti, yesterday you did say that you'd also give me some idea on why you think they're coming in.
Sure.
Okay, so if you have that, that would be great.
Yeah.
All right.
You I just want to make sure I'm very clear about what the court would like. We provided the double videos, the ones that we had put the good and Seraph cameras together. The court wants every single video that we intend to produce?
Yes.
For the rest of trial?
Yes.
Okay, understood.
All right, and that's what I requested from both of you. I received, Ms. Gilman, tell me if I'm wrong, but Mr. McDermott handed me a flash drive today that said this was all the Commonwealth's video exhibits. Yes.
And that was after we met this morning, correct? Okay.
All right, so that'd be great. I just, I want to know what's on them. I was surprised yesterday, and
Understood.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Understood.
All right, so I'll come out after you remark the exhibits. Do you need a break before then, Madam Court Reporter? Mr. McDermott? All right, thanks.
Court, all rise, please. Okay, so yeah, I honestly, I mean, pretty uneventful, and we're gonna have a lot of those days going over this trial, folks. A lot of just basically really repetitive stuff. This is how trials go. Okay. A lot of repetitive stuff. A lot of people saying basically the same things over and over again, things that you've heard 100 times. The trick is to look for the inconsistencies, which is pretty interesting considering that pretty much every first responder that's testified has had inconsistent stories, except for the ones who came later for the section 13, I think is what it's called, which is the mandatory 72-hour hold for psychiatric evaluation to make sure that the person is not a danger to themselves or others. Section 12. Thank you so much. So that stuff, I don't know how relevant that stuff is, because neither one stated that she admitted to anything. And the only thing that really was kind of earth-shattering was Kate McLaughlin, the EMT who's friends with Caitlin Albert, being called out on that. That was exciting, but that happened quite early on in the day. That happened before they even went to go see the 34 Fairview, the jury. And I'm curious. I'm glad that they did, because it feels like seeing that in person is going to give the jury the perspective of how could anyone have left that party and not seen this man laying there. And the jury does know that this is the defense, that the defense's strategy is to basically point fingers elsewhere, which is into the house of 34 Fairview and the people that were in it. So that's going to be interesting. So I think that the defense and their efforts and what they're doing right now is absolutely as strategic as we would expect them to be, as we would expect their efforts to be. So everything is building blocks right now. I think that everything right now are building blocks in order to lay a foundation for once they get to cross-examine some of the people that were inside 34 Fairview. Building blocks for once they make closing arguments. So this is going to take some time. Basically, it's just the defense picking apart systematically every single effort that the prosecution tries to display here. This is standard criminal defense, I would assume, right? Just take apart their entire case. That's the whole point behind cross-examination. They get a witness on the stand. The witness lays out a narrative based on what the prosecution is trying to, or I should say the prosecution lays out a narrative based on what the witness's testimony is, but then the defense has to get up there and basically poke a bunch of holes in it, just tear it apart, which they have been doing pretty well. In other cases, there was no need to. So right now we're seeing nothing bad. There's no, we have yet to see a smoking gun come from the prosecution. The biggest smoking gun that they went for here was EMTs saying that Karen Reed admitted to them that she had hit John O'Keefe with her car, going, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Whereas they basically destroyed the credibility of any of those testimonies. They caught, Jackson basically caught Nuttall lying, and the jury saw this. And then, well, let's start from the beginning real quick. So Paul, John's brother, and Aaron, Paul's or John's sister-in-law, Paul's wife, they didn't say anything bad about Karen. They didn't do anything to try to destroy her character. They said nothing negative about her. So the jury sees this, and so there goes that. And then Carrie Roberts and Karen didn't like each other. I don't know anything about that. I have to hear more about that. And then you have a bunch of first responders with completely inconsistent stories. And most importantly, on top of the inconsistent testimonies, you've got nothing in writing to verify anything. And the stuff that is in writing is torn apart, which is very interesting because at no point does the prosecution present any of these reports and any of the interviews conducted by the lead investigator. It's almost as if the prosecution is trying to omit and keep Proctor's name out of this entire scenario as much as he can, which is really weird considering that Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, who is tasked with the responsibility of providing evidence that proves Karen Reed's guilt. And yet the prosecution just seems to be deliberately avoiding Michael Proctor's name even being addressed, which is totally weird. Totally weird. I've never seen anything like that. So yeah, I'm just fascinated to see now as far as what Bev is doing right now, as far as the renaming the exhibits, the evidence. I think what she's trying to do is trying to restructure a system in order to confuse the jury a lot less, and keep things moving along in a more orderly fashion that works in the fashion that works that serves the purpose of time management, would probably be the best way to put it. And I've seen people arguing in the chat, well, Bev is the one that's making this thing longer than it needs to be, referring to all of the sidebars that she calls. But this, and I'm not defending Bev here, but I do like to play devil's advocate. I'm not a judge. I'm not going to sit here and act like every single thing that Judge Bev does is the wrong thing to do, because I don't know. But certain things look shady to me. Certain times she looks like she's showing favoritism to the prosecution. But other instances, I think that she's more concerned with time management. But as far as these sidebars go, you also have to take into consideration, it would be irresponsible to not take into consideration that none of us have ever seen a case like this. I mean, even Vinnie Politan, who covers cases, multiple cases per day, who has experience in trial law, plenty of experience in criminal trial law, and he's saying, I've never seen anything like this. Everybody that I've ever listened to talk about this case who has experience in the law says that they've never seen anything like this. I've never seen anything like this in any of the cases that I've ever covered. So, it's hard for me to just be like, what the hell is Bev doing every single time she does something? I'm just not going to be that close-minded. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt to some degree. But do I think that Bev is got an agenda here? So far, yes, I do. I'm hoping to be proven wrong, though. I'm not one of these people who do I enjoy it when I am right? Sure. Because I'm pretty uneducated. So when I am right about certain things that come to the law, I'm like, ooh, I was right. Cool. But overall, that's not my goal here. My goal here is what I'm hoping for is to see the truth. I'm hoping to get to the truth. I'm hoping that this trial somehow doesn't turn out to be a big waste of everybody's fucking time. So I'm hoping that the defense will be using this trial, since they're stuck here, even though they filed valid motions to dismiss, valid motions to disqualify the Norfolk County DA's office from this case, and yet here we are at trial anyway. I think that the defense is doing a good job of adapting to the situation that they are inevitably in. They are just here. And so they're doing the best they can. They're putting on record the things that they want to be put on record. They're noting things that whenever Judge Bev does something that just seems outright questionable, they're like, well, we want to put this on record. They know she's going to deny motions because it's what she does. She denies their motions. She's always denying the defense's motions. But she seems to love to approve the prosecution's motions. And this is pre-trial that all this took place. So it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. And it's interesting because, like I said, the EMT Kate McLaughlin testifying, her cross-examination went exactly how we expected the cross-examination to go. And I mean, almost verbatim, exactly how we pictured it in our heads. So I still have 100% faith in Karen Reed's defense. So yeah, and I still absolutely 100% believe that Karen Reed is innocent. I absolutely believe that. But there's certain things like, do I think that she was hysterical? Do I think that she probably referred to John O'Keefe as her husband in order to gain more sympathy in the situation? Probably. Just because someone behaves overly dramatic, it does not make them a murderer. I mean, one of the reasons why, like, I haven't attended a funeral from of a loved one or a family member in years and years and years and years. And mostly it's just because I cannot stand how people act in these situations. And I find it difficult to be very empathetic towards people, in those situations, because a lot of people tend to make it all about them. And then there's this weird passive aggressive competition between people who, of who's grieving more and who's affected by this death more. And it doesn't make people bad people, and it doesn't make any of them suspicious in killing that person or anything like that. It just makes me go, I hate fucking people sometimes, man. I fucking hate people. And so I just don't go to the funerals, and I'm just like, I'll just grieve and mourn this person on my own. And I'll just be with my own vices and my memories of this person and pay tribute to them in my own way. That's usually what I do now. And I realize the older I get, I'm going to lose more people, and I don't see myself going back. So, but I don't think that, do I think that Karen Reed is above that behavior? No. But I don't think it makes her suspicious as far as whether or not she killed someone or not. Otherwise, I would be suspicious of everyone who acts overly dramatic when someone tends to die. And it's not fair to even say overly dramatic, because everyone grieves differently. Everyone has their own way of grieving. Sometimes people don't have a control. Sometimes people just don't have control over how they're going to react to these things, and then they say and do things that they kind of cringe at themselves later. It does happen. And I don't think that Karen Reed is any more above this than I am. And I am capable of being overly dramatic. It does absolutely happen. Sometimes I can be a total fucking drama queen. You know, it does happen. We are all capable of this, but it doesn't mean that someone is capable of being a murderer necessarily. So I don't think it's evidence I don't think it's evidence that she is, you know, responsible for John O'Keefe's death in any way, shape, or form because she behaved hysterically and said things on a whim. But do I believe that she said, I hit him definitively, and a police officer heard it, and then it was never put in a report and nothing happened until Proctor came onto the scene? No, I think that somebody would have taken initiative. If she is a suspected cop killer, you detain her. You give her a breathalyzer test. You find any reason that you possibly can to detain her, and then you call in the detective. But I find it suspicious that all of a sudden, once the detective actually comes into the picture, then it's, oh, vehicular homicide. Let's go get her and let's tow the car. I call bullshit on that. So, but I'm going to wrap this up, guys. I might go live again tonight. I don't know if I will or not. But if not, I'll definitely go live tomorrow. Hang out with you guys a bit. Because I just love hanging out with you guys. And so those of you who stuck with me all day long, man, you guys are troopers. I really appreciate it. You guys are great. It means a lot. And I really appreciate all of you guys hitting the like. Please, on your way out, hit the like. Please subscribe if you're not subscribed already. For those of you who are new subscribers, I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the channel. And for those of you who showed support, and I actually owe PTS Healer a super chat dance.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
God Church has got the moves. I love it. Guys, I really appreciate you and all the support and everything like that, man. You guys are amazing. It really means a lot. I am gonna log off of here, guys. Big shout out to Tom CPU who's out there. Sorry if you guys want to catch Karen Reed leaving the courthouse and all that stuff. Make sure to check out Tom CPU's stream. He's always catching the outside the courthouse stuff that's happening. And big shout out to everyone else who showed up in chat, man. That's awesome. And thanks to Benjamin John for directing us to his recreation video. That was helpful. Thank you. Matthew Mozzarella, thank you so much. Oh my.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Thank you, Matthew Mozzarella. Appreciate you. Guys, I'm going to wrap this one up. I love you guys very much. You guys are fantastic. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.